Hey, Mike.
Okay, good morning.
And welcome to July 21st, 2026 Budget Workshop. I want to call the workshop to order. This is kind of a new setup, which feels like it's going to work really well. Everybody comfortable? Yeah. Good. Everybody ready for a fun, long, brutal day? No, okay. All right. I just, before we kind of start, and I'm going to let City Manager say a couple opening remarks as well. Actually, do we do your remarks after the lesson, Jean? No. Okay, well, I have it the reverse, so. Okay, so, no, I just wanted to say, I was talking to the city manager yesterday just to understand our goals for the day, and we have a lot to do, but I think it's all done in a sense of, we've seen the budget, we've all reviewed the budget, but we haven't met it all, so it's about learning. It's about listening, get our questions answered. You know, I'm sure we'll have some initial thoughts, but a lot of our decision-making will really happen at the next budget workshop. And so just to kind of set that tone, I'll turn it over to Jennifer. You want to add anything to that, or did I get that right?
You did, yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Just some opening remarks. And I messed up. Okay, so just some opening remarks for the day, and thank you for setting the expectation for the day, and I want to elaborate on that a little bit more, if I may, Mayor. First of all, this is the proposed budget. It is a draft budget. It will change before it is adopted. Hopefully not in major ways, but there will be some changes as we go through the workshops and the public hearing process. Right now, this is a balanced budget, and it will be a balanced budget with a 17.8% reserve. So we're very proud of the budget that we have placed before you. A lot of hard work went into this. Kudos to the finance team and to all the department directors as well. We have reduced operating expenses, and we have moved out some capital projects in order to reach the balanced budget and the level of reserve that we're presenting to you today. And Les is going to elaborate upon a lot of that as well as we go through the general fund. Today, as the mayor said, is informational. We're not expecting decisions. We're looking for direction, though, maybe on some, if you have comments or questions on the budget. Again, this is the city manager's budget presented to the city commission, but ultimately it is your budget to be adopted. And so we'll respond to any questions or comments that you have. This is the deepest dive that the city commission is going to do into our budget. We're going to look at new initiatives and CIP projects, and we don't have that many to present to you. We're going to look at, and we're going to take your direction on any initiatives you'd like to see or direction on those initiatives. We're going to look at property tax reform and the projected budget shortfall moving forward. So we're going to touch upon that and the plan for a contingency budget as well. We're going to look at storm-related expenses and reimbursement. You've asked for that throughout the year to understand where we stand with the storm reimbursement. And then we're going to go into revenue expenditures and projections across all funds. And that's the deepest dive, as I said, that you're going to do throughout this process. And then the personnel request for 2027, as you all know, during our agenda briefings, we are recommending no new positions, but there are some reclasses. Health benefits fund discussion, because we need to talk about that, and we'll talk about that at the second workshop as well. And then the city commission direction and discussion at the very end of the meeting. So we are scheduled to go till 4 o'clock, and we may just do that because there's obviously a lot to cover. This is a very challenging year for all of us in local government, as you very well know. And so we do have a quick turnaround. I'm trying to get to the next series of budget meetings. We have a quick turnaround, as you know, to August 4th for the second budget meeting, budget workshop. At that budget workshop, August 4th, and I'm just trying to frame this for where this ship is going, we'll look for final direction on that tentative budget. We'll have the Board of Finance report for all of you, and then we'll do the aid to organizations discussion as well. And then September 3rd will be your first public hearing on the tentative budget, and then September 17th will be your final public hearing. Again, we're going to be talking about the contingency budget we'll be looking at in October. So with that, Mayor, without anything further from the commission, I would hand this over to Leslin, if that's all right.
Yeah, I just wanted to say on the contingency budget, I mean, obviously, and I'm just speaking to my colleagues here, how we kind of lead in that way, I think, is up to us at the end of the day. I personally think it is important to let the voters have an idea of what the trade-offs are if they decide to vote for or against the referendum, you know, it's always nice to be out there and at least, and you know, like, these are the things that are actually going to happen, because I think there are some people that think nothing, it'll be business as usual, which it won't, and we know that. And by being able to discuss some of those things and understand what the true impacts will be before the actual vote, to me, is going to be really important. So, but in the meantime, we all knew we were going to have a tight budget as it was anyway, and I know staff's done a lot of work already to make sure this budget comes in with some significant cutbacks as well. And it'll be up to us to see if there's more that we want to do with that. So, okay, yeah, so I'll turn it to Les and Jean.
Great. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Les Tyler, the Finance Director. I'm here with Jean, our Budget Manager. First section we'd like to go through today is we have some new initiatives and CIP projects in the 27 budget, and we'd like to walk through those by department. And we'll start with the City Manager Department, and then the plan is for each director to give a brief update for each project and answer any questions you may have. And I'll turn it over to the City Manager.
So actually, the EAP, which is the Business Education Exploration Program, is graduating today, right? Where's that graduation? Right here. So we don't have to move very far. Well done. I think that's been a very advantageous program for our business community. And then the fire assessment, I think you're up to date on the fire assessment. How far is moving forward with advertising for the request for proposal?
So I'm just thinking, sorry, you know, we'll go through these and at any given time during each of the departments, if there's any questions, just let me know and we can jump in. So, because I don't want to at each time ask, hey, any questions about that unless it's a long list, but that being said. Did you say at the end? No, I mean, as you go, if you've got something on one of the lists, I mean, I'll just kind of turn any questions and just speak quickly, otherwise we're going to move on. So, okay, all good? Okay, okay, next, fire rescue. New initiatives and CIP projects.
Okay. So the new
Oh,
initiative.
wait, sorry,
Bob's up, yeah.
I'm ahead of it.
Okay, thank you, Bob Ironsmith, Economic Development Director. I've got a few new initiatives here. They're all CRA related. They are not general fund. One of the most important ones to us is to update our CRA master plan. This master plan here that you've seen, and it's on the web, this was done in 2011. It is time to get a new CRA master plan. This CRA master plan will include public input, charrettes, meetings with merchants, data analysis, and so forth. We've done a creative partnership here, recognizing cost or a big consideration. We went ahead and are going to utilize Ford Pinellas. It's going to help us do this. Our stake in this is, as you see, is about $49,000 or $50,000. This would be for an economic study. They're going to put in $50,000 for a landscape architect to help with graphics, and then they're going ahead and going to provide all their time. So this whole study is probably about $250,000, but our contribution is only about $50,000. But it is time to get a new CRA master plan in play. The one we have is very old and dated. We need to make sure that we start to get unity with all the downtown, all the merchants, to look at things kind of holistically. So that's the first one. The second one there is North Alt 19 entranceway improvements. This is for a concept plan. This is over by Skinner and Alt 19, the West End, that whole area. We've always done very well when we've gone ahead and enhanced and made our downtown look a little bit better. And the north way into our downtown needs some additional work in there. So this would include a concept plan showing streetscaping, median improvements, landscaping, and things of that nature. The last one, Virginia and Milwaukee, right here next to City Hall. And we currently, because that's a one-way strip, and we want to make sure that people don't come in there, that's why you see those do not enter signs. Currently what's out there is what we call plastic bollards. It doesn't really have that sense of place that we like. What we want to see is a concrete curving, landscaping, irrigation, and things of that nature. It's what we do in the rest of downtown, creating a sense of place. And that's the other initiative. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Bob?
Mayor?
Sure.
Thank you, Bob.
Sure.
For the master plan, right, you said that it was, what you held up was from 2011?
Yes.
And so it's been 15 years since we've updated the master plan.
Correct.
Now, CRA is only going to last another 6. And is it worth the money investment in updating to a new plan when we're already at the tail end of the CRA?
Certainly a great question, Commissioner. I think yes, because we're going to see the CRA maybe continue on, maybe just not with the county component, it might just be a city initiated. We need to make sure the downtown stays strong, so we're going to need a master plan that still maintains and enhances the downtown even after the 2033 sunset date. So that's why it's important to do it, yes.
Okay. And on the Virginia and Milwaukee bulb out improvements, for $75,000, I'm looking at the sense of place, and I'm wondering how that's defined versus what's wrong with it now. It seems to be functioning, it seems to be working. We're hearing from the residents that they're questioning the way we spend our money, and so I think we should at least be stepping back going, is this really something that's worth it? Especially when it's not gonna add any, it's not going to make it safer than it apparently already is. I haven't heard of any issues at that intersection. And so we're going to spend $75,000 to make it prettier?
Well, I think it's I'm sorry.
No, and that's kind of it. Without disregard to, I understand, we want a pretty downtown and have it welcoming, but, you know.
There actually is an issue, isn't there, with the bicycles
Yeah,
plowing through?
it's both. There is a set of considerations. Certainly understand what you're saying, Commissioner. There's also a function component. Yes, we have the do not enter signs, the plastic bollards, but when you actually have a physical curb, it's much more of a barrier. It's something that's much more a physical presence to say, do not come down this way on a one-way. There's been a lot of concern that motorists still could sneak through that area. And when you have more of a physical presence, it's a barrier. But it also makes it easier for pedestrians to walk across. It's just a safer area. The plastic bollards don't really give the safe passage for a pedestrian walking across the street. So it's kind of both, and it is CRA dollars, and that's pretty much what part of our plan is, to create sense of place, safety, and a strong entranceway into our downtown. So it's all those things, you know.
Okay.
Are you done?
Yeah,
You good?
I'm done.
Yeah.
And looking at that 75,000, is that something that we would contract, or could our city staff do that? And, you know, I guess I'd like to have a little more explanation of what, obviously it's right here. What would this look like in the future?
Yeah, both those things. And this could come in less. Remember, this is just a little bit of a placeholder. I've talked quite a bit with Clay, our engineer, and I don't want to speak for Clay, but I think there's something that could be designed in-house. It is rather simple. So I think we can save certainly on the design, but certainly defer to Clay. But I think it's something we talked about that could be done in-house. And as far as the rest of it, it's just concrete, landscape, and irrigation. It'll probably come in less, but it's just hard for us to know today, you know, exactly until we go out with a contractor. What we'd probably try to do is to tie it into another project.
Okay.
For mobilization to get the scale down and the cost.
That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Walker? Vice Mayor, sorry.
Related to Commissioner Gao's question on the CRA Master Plan supplement. So if I understand correctly, the county share of that is $250,000?
No, excuse me, Vice Mayor. No, the county's going to put in $50,000, and all the rest is their staff time, which could amount to about $150,000. So it's a pretty big shot for them.
Okay.
So it's probably easily a $250,000 type study, and their contribution is 50, and we're putting in 50 as leverage.
Is there any sort of requirement in the CRA process for this, other than our desire and need to update our master plan?
No, it's certainly something on the, you know, in the statutes that you should be looking to update your master plan to make sure you're hitting all the goals on your vision. So it is a pretty important item. It is pretty much the blueprint or framework for the downtown is what gets included. And I think over the years, you know, the visions change, stakeholders change, merchants change. Obviously, something new that just came up, obviously, was the wet zone. So I think a lot of different things need to be looked at with this master plan. And I think the important thing is our downtown is an economic engine. You know, it's not only just property tax revenue. It's penny for Pinellas. It's utility. It's a whole dynamic. And I think it's very important that we have something that will run with us even after the sunset. So maybe it's just a city CRA at that point in time, which is fine. You don't want to see it deteriorate. It's kind of like working out and exercising. You know, you get to a certain point, if you just shut it down, things start to degrade, and we certainly don't want to see that.
Okay, so basically, the vision in the plan itself will go well past the sunsetting of the CRA.
In my mind, yes, Vice Mayor. I think it's very important, and I have had discussions with City Manager Jennifer Brantley here, that there needs to be some type of tool for a city CRA and a city revenue source to that downtown. Because if we don't take care of it, over the years, just like our homes, whatever we do, you need to continue to invest in it. And this is a very strong economic engine, especially when the city is pretty much residential, right? We only have 5% commercial, so we want to make sure that we keep this going.
Oh, that's great, thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Bob, just because I heard it twice, when you were talking about the bulb outs.
Yes.
You said concrete twice. And so I know this isn't about design or anything, but do you just have some sort of, I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I would like something other than concrete. I look at the improvements the DOT is doing on alternate 19 going up to Curlew, and you just see it's just a sea of concrete going down. And it's just, to me, that is not sense of place.
Commissioner,
I agree, Commissioner, excuse me.
Commissioner, if I could, it probably, I'm assuming it would not be
It's concrete
very
curb.
dissimilar than what you're seeing at the roundabouts that were done on those approaches. It's concrete curbing, but there's landscaping in the middle.
Yes, I probably didn't articulate that clear enough, Commissioner. It's a concrete curb, as Jorge had mentioned, with landscaping and irrigation and mulch and things like that. So, yeah, I probably didn't portray that good enough, but yes.
Well, that, and I'm probably a little sensitive to it as well.
No,
so-
I'm glad you are.
Oh, there's a
Glad you
joke
are.
there for sure. You think?
I'm glad you are.
Thank you, Bob.
Yep.
Commissioner Gowan, concrete, yes, sensitive issue, yes, as it should be. Bob, I had one question. The entrance enhancement,
Yes.
because you're trying to do one at New York, too. Is that on some list, New York and Maine?
In the future, it is, Mayor. In the future years, we would look at some type of maybe median improvement there to the east of our current intersection would pass there, yeah.
And the entranceway feature that you'd be looking at in Alt 19, though,
Yeah.
would be actually right where the CRA begins, which is what, Howard, or what street is the?
No, this, actually, it's Jackson Street. It's just kind of our north boundary. But no, this would be right around that Skinner area, would be part of our delineation. When you look at it with some critical eyes, there's an awful lot of DOT striping and gore areas and things of that nature that I think we could really tidy up with some landscaping and make it a real feature when you come into our downtown. And anytime we demarcate or delineate our downtown, we get a pretty good push out of that. So we're pretty sensitive to that.
Well, I kind of like the idea just because Second Main Street, I think Skinner's going to be the Second Main Street. but That's a comment, so I'm not going to get that started.
No, I agree. That was the whole goal, that was bifurcating
Sorry.
our downtown. So, yep.
Okay, all right, we're going to move on then. Next.
Good morning, Michael Handoga, Fire Chief. Here to talk about two projects for fiscal year '27 that are replacing existing equipment as part of just updating our equipment for the department. First one is replacing the bunker gear extractor. The current bunker gear extractor, and that is basically a specialized cleaning device for our bunker gear that goes into the fire, the firefighters wear into the fires. The current one is 28 years old. It has reached end of service life. Getting parts for it is very difficult, and we had a significant out of service time with it in fiscal year '25 because we could not get parts for it. So we have applied for a grant, or we are applying, in the process of applying for a grant through the state to pay for either a portion or all of that. So we put the money in here as a placeholder if we do not receive the grant. Second is the replacement of the extrication equipment. We actually broke this up over 2 fiscal years to try to smooth some of the costs. We have contracted some of the extrication equipment. We had it on additional apparatus. Kind of our new model is that we're bringing all the extrication equipment to our 2 specialized units, which is Squad 6-2 and Truck 6-2 out on Belcher. And the current equipment is reaching end of life. The equipment that we're going to be replacing it with is the newest technology, saltwater submersible, battery powered, and typically has a service life of about 5 to 6 years. This too, we are applying for a grant through Firehouse Subs, so hopefully we will be able to get a portion of this paid through Firehouse. The maximum amount that they'll allow for a grant is about $40,000, so we would not get all of it covered, but we would get a portion of it in fiscal year '27.
Great. Okay, any questions on fire?
So is this the other day we had an incident with an airplane out on the causeway? Were we geared, or do we have the equipment that we could have went in that salt water if we had to cut those people out?
Yes, so, and that's actually this is a perfect example of why we have the saltwater submersible equipment. The older equipment, we would not have been able to operate in that type of environment. Older equipment is hydraulic based, and it has a hydraulic pump, essentially. It looks like a small little pump that you have to take with you, and it has a gas power, and it would not operate in those conditions. Okay. The newest technology is saltwater submersible, so it would absolutely work in those conditions, and it's battery powered, so it can be basically taken either from the shore out there, or there was a plan to put it onto the boat if needed. So we had in that situation, we had additional resources coming just for that.
On that day, we were prepared if we needed to cut that plane apart?
Absolutely.
Good. Thank you, Mike. That's all I had, Mayor.
Great. Anybody else? Okay, we'll go to next one.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Michael Nagy, Director of IT Services. This project involves the installation and setup of a new door access control system in the Fire Administration Building and all the fire stations. It'll be done in phases. Phase 1 will be Fire Administration and Fire Station 60, and then the following year in FY28, the remaining fire stations. The new system will be programmable into the existing Honeywell system we use here at City Hall and the EOC. So basically, it's just a door access control system. And the reason why is I don't know if it's CGIS, and Chief can answer that, but they have to have protection for the medical supplies that are in the building, in the fire station.
Who's
CGIS
CGIS?
is, I don't remember the acronym.
So CGIS is the Criminal Justice Information System, and essentially if there is any CGIS protected information, and also just the HIPAA protected information, which is the health information. So if we have information on a screen where there is a call with an address and kind of what the call is related to, that could be a violation potentially of HIPAA. So one way to control that is we just control access right to the building. So it protects some of the city from some potential violations in that respect.
And the future goal is to get all city buildings on a door access control system, so employees would use a badge instead of keys, and we could regulate, administer who has access, when they have access. This is a start because of the requirements that CGIS has, that we want to start with the fire administration and fire stations.
So are we actually in violation now?
So, we have to be careful how I answer that.
You don't want to answer that question, is that
Yeah, I don't want to answer, no, we're,
Okay, got it.
yeah.
Let's not answer that question then. Okay, any other questions?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Of course, I'm sure you had more requests than this. Could you help me understand the process that we're seeing now as a result of this? What other projects might have been eliminated in IT, that kind of thing? Or is this the only one that came forward?
This is the only one that came forward, because I think we've done a tremendous job citywide in so many other IT initiatives to make us more secure, that we're maintaining things instead of just keep adding more projects. So this will enhance our security for our buildings.
Okay, thank you. I would imagine that on other areas of capital investment that we probably had other projects that have been eliminated before it got here. So just have that as a standard question as we go forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, move on.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. Tony Mulkey, Parks and Recreation Director. I have a few projects to kind of go over for the fiscal year 2027 budget. The first is the Dunedin Marina ferry dock reconstruction. That is the grant-funded project with PSTA on upgrading the ferry connection that came through Congresswoman Luna's office. The second item is the Highlander Pool resurfacing. This $280,000 request is to continue operations at the pool until the full rebuild can begin. This involves resurfacing of the liner of the pool as well as the pool deck to meet health and safety guidelines for our licensing. The third that I want to discuss is the memorial dedication study to inventory and review all our memorials, memorial benches, memorial trees, memorial rocks. We have a lot of different features throughout the parks to get an inventory, kind of a history on that, and to determine some strategies moving forward on whether to pursue a replacement program. And then the final for fiscal year 2027 is the initial stages to pursue CAPRA accreditation. CAPRA is the Commission of Accreditation of Parks and Recreation Agencies through the National Recreation and Park Association. It is a structured program that kind of ensures that the agency is utilizing resources and engaging the community in the most effective and efficient way possible. That is, of course, it's going to be a couple-year project. The initial year would essentially be internal efforts to kind of gather the materials that are necessary to prove accreditation, organize, and then the fiscal year 2028 is the initial assessment, which involves a site visit from accreditation visitors, as well as a review of all the standards that are required to achieve that. I'm happy to answer any questions on any of those.
Questions?
Yes, Mayor. I'll note here the Highland Park pool resurfacing. What is that telling us about the overall pool project? And is this an intermediate, or what are we doing here?
This is an intermediate step in keeping the pool functional. The request, I believe, and I'll defer to finance a little bit on the structure of the financing of the pool renovation. The initial numbers for the pool renovation came in higher than expected. So we were reviewing those plans. We are close to 90% plans on the renovation with some of those considerations in place. So the timeline, even if we wanted to pursue the pool sooner, we would have to take some steps to be able to continue operations of the current pool out there.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah, related to
Vice Mayor?
the Highlander pool. Did we look, so the resurfacing is really about the decks, right?
It's about the deck and the interior of the pool. So
Okay.
the gunite and the finish on there, you see some areas that are peeling off and things like that just from the age of the surface.
Okay, yeah, good. Okay, that's good to hear. The second question is, did you all look at any other types of capital improvement that may kind of extend that and the life, since we're moving out the actual renovation of it, like pumps? Did you guys look at that as a possible capital improvement plan? Because my understanding is that a lot of the water quality issues we've had at the pool has been due just to inadequate circulation and the pump, you know, the obsolete pumps and all that kind of stuff.
So that's accurate assessment on that. Part of that is also loss of water at the pool, whether through cracking or other elements. And part of the surfacing does address some of that. It's not a permanent fix, and there will hopefully not within the lifespan of this pool be a failure. But the pumps we have had to address this current fiscal year just because of a failure of those systems. That was the delay in getting the pool open this year. I'm happy to report that it is open and we are in full use. But those pumps that we did install have solved that problem.
Appreciate that too, and I do this for the good of the order here. I know that there's been a lot of collaboration between City of Dunedin and Clearwater, because I utilize the Clearwater pools, and that's awesome. I actually want to just put a shout out that the City of Clearwater Parks and Rec very much enjoys working with your team, Tony.
We appreciate that, and our aquatics team has gone far beyond to try and put the Band-Aids and the duct tape in place to keep this thing running.
That additional 207,000, how does that mesh with the money that we received from Luna's office? Is this an additional 200,000?
So there was a match requirement, and Les, if you want to provide any details on the match on that, but the Representative Luna had secured an appropriation for 600,000.
I thought it was 800,000 that day that was brought in.
I think it was
Yeah, I think
800, yeah.
Is that
800.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
this-
it was basically a 20% match. And that's that 207 would be our contribution.
Okay. And the other one was on that, real quick, what is that wall recover? Where's this partition wall at?
So that's at the community center. There's 3 rooms that have partitions in there, or 3 partitions in a
Yeah.
couple different rooms. You can see if you're looking at the surface, the fabric's peeling off of them, and it's kind of unsightly and opening up to the material underneath. This is to refinish those.
Okay. And then the memorial dedications, does that include those trees that have plaques along the trail? Would that include that, or is that the county's?
We anticipate trying to capture those because
Okay.
we're trying to learn about all the programs that put those in place.
Right.
I believe like some of the areas up in the Trailside Oasis north of Curlew, that spot there was initiated and implemented by the city, some of those, even though that's state land and we operate under agreement and we have some of those along the trail. So it's a mix, and that's part of the study to figure out who's responsible for what.
Okay. And I know, I'm sure I'm not the only one up here that had families contact us after the hurricanes about some benches out on the causeway. Is that, will you look into that also at the same time?
We've actually have some background on that. We're missing, I believe, 11 of the dedicated benches. There are others that we have in storage that we can't reinstall until we meet some standards that the county has put in place for us, and we're investigating how we can move that
Okay,
forward.
thank you, Tony. That's it, Mayor.
Sure.
Okay, anybody else?
Mayor, if
Sure.
I may?
I think,
Yes. So in
and
essence.
then Commissioner Gao after Commissioner.
Do you want to go first? No, go. Okay, all right. So what we're seeing here is only a city portion of a project, not the entire project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that is why the tennis project's not on here?
Hopefully, the tennis projects will be initiated and encumbered by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gao?
Thank you, Mayor. Tony, in reference to the memorial dedication or city manager, is this, I've been talking about a sidewalk study or a bench study. Is this part of that, or?
Yeah, it would be. And it really, this started as a result of that discussion that we had and what's happening on the causeway as far as dedicated benches. And so what we're really trying to do is capture all the different memorial programs that we have and put them all together in one program.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I got a couple questions. But at some point, we're going to get a full-on view of the pool, cost benefit, how long we can keep it going, because, we know we're going to put off the building of the pool, so for a lot of different reasons, but how long what's it going to cost us, and how long of a life are we going to get out of the current pool?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay.
We're working on that right now, and we hope to have that to you very soon.
Will we see that during the budget process? or-
Yes, we will.
Okay, that's awesome. And then I'm going to ask you, City Manager, this question. On the ferry dock, it's a little more complicated in the sense that whether or not the referendum passes in November could mean different things about the ferry PSTA, whether the ferry makes sense for us to spend for. So talk about that just for a second.
So first of all, we do have some time to take into consideration what's going to happen in November, because the appropriation, we're not even going to see the appropriation until next year, apparently. And so we have not entered into agreement with PSTA, and there was a discussion with, I believe, Jorge and Nicole and PSTA and Jennifer Cowan as well, as far as the timing goes, and everybody agreed that we need to wait till after November. We spend $120,000 a year supporting that ferry. It's well worth it, given the ridership and what it's bringing to downtown. But given that PSTA is also going to be impacted if the referendum is approved, we're not sure what kind of ferry service that they're going to continue to provide and support. And so we need to kind of put this one in our back pocket until we can figure out what's going to happen in November.
Mayor, if I could elaborate, we just
Sure.
received word yesterday from PSTA. There was some discussion internally between ourselves and PSTA as to how we'd move forward, whether the city would engage the consultant to do the design work and then contract the work thereafter. There was a final determination made, given some concerns that Jen Cohen had raised on how we do that and making sure that whatever consultant is engaged meets all the federal requirements to do so, and our GEC contracts don't currently have that language embedded. So the decision has been made that PSTA will be the lead agency as far as procuring the design consultant and then advertising the contract for construction. And as Jennifer mentioned, Jen Cohen's advice is, let's go ahead and proceed forward, get an interlocal agreement in place, and then wait and see what happens with funding.
Good, thank you, that's good clarification. Okay, no other questions, I'm going to move on. I think Public Works is next.
Good morning. Sue Bartlett, Public Works Director. As to the question asked earlier, we have an extensive CIP. This just happens to be the only one showing up on your new initiatives. And as you probably know, we have a GBN repair replacement program, but this particular item is showing up as the funding source as the state allocation for $850,000. So it is an ongoing program that we've gotten a grant for around $2 million, and that work is ongoing through our engineering department.
Okay, no questions, we'll keep going to utilities and engineering.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Clayton Watkins, Utilities and Engineering. The two projects we have today, the first one is for the survey. It's for an in-house design to replace a segment of reclaimed water line between Harrison Drive and Sarazan Road that failed on us a few times last year. So this is survey. The survey will pay for that as in-house design with construction in the following year. The second project is utilities getting on the MainStar service to help with work orders and project maintenance as our current systems are on an access base that are failing, and we just need a new software system. So we're joining Public Works and using the MainStar system, excuse me.
Okay, any questions?
May I?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Clay. What is the impact of these new projects on the utility fees?
Currently, these will not have any changes. We're still having our proposed increase in October, the 15% per the study.
Okay, and so this is under that threshold. And it's not even for next year, but as a result of this, I don't want 3 years from now, we have to change those percentage increases that we talked about even more because of, I want to make sure that the long-term plan, we are fine with our rate study, and we're not going to impact the residents on this.
Well, so as you can see here, we're looking to do another rate study in next year, in fiscal year 28. And a lot of that has to do with, there have been recent state statutes that are unfunded, and specifically the biosolid statement you see for fiscal year 29 and 30, that is stuff that was handed down to us last year that may actually affect that rate study, correct?
Okay, and I understand that, right? If we're getting a mandate from the state, yeah, that we can't account for that until it hits us. I just want to make sure that things that we can control, we are controlling.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I think that's where that software, some of that will help us do maintenance and, control, making sure we are turning valves and doing maintenance stuff that'll help us, keep the system up and running.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else? I just had the conversation yesterday with city manager, but it seems like we just did a utility rate study. And I get the rate studies, but I remember when we had Bolton years ago and they gave us the big software program and we just had to put in some numbers, update, and voila, we didn't need a $100,000 whole new study. So I just put that in you guys' claw. Sometimes it does feel like we're overpaying for lots of studies, so.
So that will be 3 years from the previous study in 2028. And we're probably estimating a little high on that fee too.
Okay, all right.
Question, Mayor?
Sure, Commissioner DeCarlo.
Clay, when we look at these rate studies, they are traditionally around, are we able to cover the enterprise fund that they're associated with? What happens if the opposite is true, that we're having a surplus of revenue?
we would adjust the rates accordingly.
I just want to be sure of that. Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Just
City
in
Manager.
terms of it, it does seem that the rate studies come up fast and furious. And I hear you on the $100,000. Staff will look at what we can do as far as getting that cost down. But we did commit to the City Commission that we would bring these rate studies back to you every 3 years. Traditionally, it was 5 years. We decided in this dynamic economy, we can't do that anymore. And so it seems like we just did it. It really does, but it's 3 years.
Right, and I get that, and I appreciate that. I just feels like if it's every 3 years, you know, less changes, maybe costs change, but I don't know. It seems like a lot, so, okay, but I got you.
Real
We
quick,
asked
Mayor.
for that.
Right here.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I'm using another microphone.
Okay, yeah.
Is that, yeah, I'm not sure where, it seems like the flu bug is hit.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all.
Yeah.
We both got it.
Yeah. You know, I'm not real nuts about it.
Perfectly fine.
Yeah, I feel great, I'm sorry.
Where you guys been? You know that I'm not real nuts about studies and consultants. For $100,000, can any of that be handled by city staff, Board of Finance, Les's office? Can we bring some of that in-house rather than those costs?
Just want to mention, we've discussed that the next one that's coming up is the stormwater that needs to be looked at again in the near future. And the plan was for staff, myself, working with Sue's team to take a look at the model they had, do our own forecast, and see what we're finding. And if we're finding that we're okay, we may push that study off for a year or two. And if we think there's challenges, we probably need to do the study. So staff is planning on giving it a first look, if that makes sense.
Good. That's very similar to what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Because it does kind of feel like, even to us, I think sometimes it's like, because I get it. I get that you don't have staff time to get into it, but, you know, every time you turn around, it's like 100,000 for this study and 100,000 for that. But I get it. Good question, Steve. Okay.
Okay, this is, the left portion of this slide are projects that we're proposing that we remove as project pages in the budget. These projects are implemented or ongoing initiatives. And the first one is Tyler Technologies Fire Prevention Software. And the next is Pinellas Solar Co-op, Solar United Neighbors. And the last is Ready for 100. And on the right side, this is a project removed from the business plan, being proposed to be removed from the business plan that is inactive or canceled, and that's the paid time off initiative. And if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Questions?
Mayor, thank you. Under the projects removed from the business plan, these are projects that we've had that are ongoing. And so what's the result of this if we stop those business initiatives on the Pinellas Solar Co-op or Ready for 100? What does that mean to stop those?
Yeah, the ones on the left, we're not stopping. Those projects are continuing. The only thing we're proposing is we have project pages that track all these, and we're just proposing that they're already ongoing, and we do them every year, so we're thinking we don't need a project page anymore. We look at that every year.
Right, it's just standard operating now.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, anything else? Okay. I personally love paid time off, but if there's no, nobody wants it, I'm not going to push it. Okay, so it is expensive transition, though. Okay, so now we're going to move to City Commission discussion on initiatives and CIP projects. So Les and Jean, I guess you're going to guide us through that a little bit?
Yeah, this is just really an opportunity for the commission to, are there any projects that you want to propose in 2027 budget or mention that we haven't just walked through?
Okay, so anybody have a project that's on the ongoing list that you have a concern with, or you have something new to bring up? Since we don't have any money, be careful with anything new.
Mayor, if I may?
Yeah, let's just go around the table on that. Go ahead, I'll start with you, Commissioner Gao.
Thank you. Yeah, I just recently brought up 2 projects. One of them was the sidewalk plan, which sounds like it has been. But also it talked about
Sidewalk
putting under the memorial.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Study.
Okay.
And my other one was somehow pooling or combining all of our Scottish arts under one bucket so that it's manageable somehow.
Nicole, you want to answer that? Get yourself a
And-
microphone, there we go.
The healthy mic versus the unhealthy mic.
And I've seen something in the presentations, but not this morning, so.
Yes, we did pull all of the Scottish related cultural funding under one BPI in the plan, so you will see it there. Everything's listed. There's still, some of the items are still budgeted within the different departments, but now within the one BPI, you'll see everything that goes towards that funding.
We should have included this here, and we did not, but it's about 130,000, I think, for all of the programs together in one place.
Wonderful, thank you.
And just for informational purposes, I didn't include it because we kind of merged it with the Sister City project already. So because we
Renamed it,
kind of
yeah.
renamed it and merged it into one, so it wasn't technically brand new.
Right.
Is that okay?
Yeah, because I did see it in the updates, we didn't talk about it this morning, so just wanted to clarify, I saw what I saw. Okay, thank you very much, thank you, Mayor.
You had a question about that, but just left my head. Okay, so we'll go to Commissioner DeGard.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor? I'm going to pass
Yeah.
you for a minute, or?
Yeah, go to Steve.
Okay, Commissioner Tamburd?
I have really nothing to add, Mayor.
Okay. So in looking at, I'm going to the budget page because that's where I originally looked at them, but a couple things. Strategic planning, so we were going to have data boards. Is that, do we have data boards now? Or I forget the name for the, I'm thinking, missing the.
Yes, ma'am.
Dashboards, thank you.
Yes.
It just wasn't coming to me.
Yeah, we do have a live dashboard page. We just are doing a little bit of tweaking. We haven't published it or kind of shared it, but it is out there. We just have a couple final tweaks to do, and then we'll probably do a post in the Dunedin News and then share it all with you.
Are we going to get a demo at the commission level, or?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, this was the hype, so it'd be
It's
great to
there.
get a demo and show us all the, how it all go on, and,
Yeah.
okay. So will that be more than once it's there, it'll be front and center? People can go right to the dashboard for key stuff?
Yeah, we have discussed where to put it on the front page of the website, so you'll be able to see the dashboard and go directly to the dashboard from the front page.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
The secession career planning path, $5,300. I know it's a little amount, I was just curious, what is that?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor Teresa Smalling, Director of HR and Risk Management for the city. The amount that was put there was just a placeholder, if you will. Basically, we've been doing most of the work in-house, so we're working with departments on career ladders and succession planning for the senior staff. So it's in its, the career pathing has been ongoing for a while, but the succession planning, we're still trying to get underway with that. There's been some informal discussion, but nothing to set down as a plan just yet.
Okay. I think that's all. The only other one, Midtown parking facility is, I guess, no, that's more of a capital improvement project, so never mind. Okay, anybody else have a follow-up?
Very quickly. So I see the Dunedin Boat Club and Sailing Center is on there for fiscal year '28. The question I have is regarding the shaded line item there that has $25,000 in ARPA funding. Is that funding still there, or?
Yeah, that's still there, yes.
Okay. All right, I was just curious because I thought ARPA was done.
Yeah, ARPA needs to be spent by December 31st, 2026.
Okay.
But the funding is still there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we will be bringing back to the commission, just bringing up ARPA, probably in August, September, sort of some revisions to the ARPA plan to make sure we spend all the dollars before that timeline.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify, it's interest earnings that is attached to the boat club. So interest earnings can be spent at any time. It's not tied to the December 31st, 2026 deadline for the grant funding.
Perfect. Yeah, good. Thank you for that clarification.
And based on that, I mean, because it seemed like what's in the ARPA money right now is like 300,000 reserve or something like that. Is that money, we can just roll that into the general fund, right?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Okay, so it's not a problem to spend it, it's just, so,
Right, correct, yeah.
so again, my thoughts are, we don't need to look for a way to spend it, we can just let it help us in our regular stuff here. But that's just my thought. Okay, anybody else? Okay. Sure, go ahead. Mhm.
And I know, city manager, you talked about it right at the beginning, but BEEP, and we have graduation day today, and I know it's not a whole lot of money each year, but did we find at least this first session, does it have value? Are the business owners getting anything out of it? Is it reaching the goals that we wanted to reach in the implementation of it and the purpose?
Go ahead, Nicole.
Yes, we're actually really pleased with the response and the interactions that we have. I do send a recap after each session, and I hear back from a lot of the participants saying how much they value it, how much they've gotten out of it. We've had people who have been in the community for a really long time. People like, Jeanette Donahue from the chamber who said, I had no idea that's how that worked. So I think it has been a really great asset for these individuals. And interestingly, the participants that we had, while I thought we'd draw a lot of downtown, we have representatives from all across the city. And I think that's what has made it even better.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I guess I was going to say something about Midtown parking, and it is on the initiative list, but, that's something, we're not doing anything with Midtown parking building until after referendum, right? Okay. Okay, anybody else? Okay. All right, we'll go to the next item.
Okay, this is some information on our property tax reform we'd like to share. And starting with just some highlights, it increases the homestead exemption on non-school taxes beginning in fiscal year 28. It increases the exemption to $150 in 28, and then that results in a $4 million loss of ad valorem for that year. And that's an estimate that these numbers are sort of moving around with the county and also the state with our actual loss, but 4 million's a pretty close number. And for the second year, it increases to $250,000 in 29 and future years, and that results in approximately a $6 million loss in ad valorem every year.
So, Mayor, if I may, I just want to elaborate on that. So, the mayor and I are going to do some presentations tomorrow, and then we have forums next week as well on the property tax. And these numbers, we just got different numbers from the county than originally, and from FCCMA as well. And so, it's a very dynamic culture that we're in right now. As we, that's indicative of the fact that we really don't know the impact, as we have, every organization trying to figure out exactly what that impact is. So if you see these numbers move around a little bit, it's because we're using the county numbers. I think that they're the best numbers for us to use moving forward, but we need to pick one and stick with it. So as we get closer to the referendum, I'm sure we'll do that. But I just want to put out there that these numbers are different than the original forums, and so on and so forth. So.
Well, my one question is it lower than 4 million or 6 million? Or is it higher? And again, because,
Yeah.
right, I mean, I don't want to, anyway, go ahead.
I'm going to lose my halo here. We're at 3.9% the first year, and this is from the Revenue Estimating Conference, right, the REC. So 3.9 the first year, and then subsequently 6.8. So it's less the first year, but more the second year.
Jumps up.
And that impacts us. So, I just want to be careful with the numbers that we bandy about. They're not absolute. And we're working with all agencies to try to get there.
I'm just going to ask this, no, obviously, when we finish, you can go forward, but this does not reflect the roll-down effect of EMS?
Correct, it does not.
We did get we have gotten those numbers from the county, is what that would mean, or?
Yeah, we have the impacts. We know EMS would be reduced by 33% revenue stream.
But we don't know what that means to us, except we can prorate it.
Yeah,
Have they given us the?
Yeah, we can prorate that and come up with basically, for EMS, our revenue would go down from about $3 million a year to about $2.1 million a year, roughly.
3 million to 2.1?
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
And how about library cooperative?
Library cooperative is decreasing, I believe, by about 30%, and that would be a reduction of probably about $200,000 a year, because we get about $680,000 now, roughly.
And anything else that comes to mind?
The only other thing would be the county pays 12% of our regular fire services, and
yeah,
that
that's
revenue
right.
stream is going down by another 38%, so they pay us about just over $1 million now, so that would be reduced probably to about $650,000 or $700,000.
So about 300.
About $300,000 reduction, $350,000 probably reduction.
Yeah, the CRA also, of course.
Yeah, that's right, so.
Sierra has an impact too,
Yeah,
small
it's
impact.
150,000 in 28, and I think we're around 250, 270 in 29.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think some of that can be offset with some of the new development that could occur, such as the Main Street Exchange, you know.
Right.
Yes.
No, it's a good point, though, but I guess that's my point. We need to really make sure we've got a good sheet on all the rollover effects, because I think that's part of the education plan, too. You know, I mean, we can get crazy and just, you know, PSTA is going to get impacted for people that use buses, but that's going to be their job to educate. You know, but anything that directly impacts us, is that all you guys can think of? I think I ask everybody that question.
That's all I know of right now, yes, direct impacts, yeah.
And have we gotten any communication from the
No,
county?
it's not, actually, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
And I think also, my understanding is that the county is going to immediately look to law enforcement, to the sheriff's office for decreases. And so that's going to impact us as well. We're the largest contract city of the sheriff's department. And so, and we sign a yearly contract, as you know, with them. So I think that we're going to be impacted there as well. We're going to be looking at decreases in levels of service for law enforcement as well. They're going to
Or
hand that
increases
down.
of
They're not going to
cost.
swallow that, so.
Or increases of cost.
Right.
Right. No, I think that's a good one.
Right. Well, and really, I mean,
I
I
mean, a
think
bad one,
that our
but, yeah.
position there needs to be, and we're in a workshop, is that there'll be increase in costs, which is not tenable for us. It's not something that we can absorb, so we need to say to them, okay, so where can we decrease? I mean, we have the CPO program, right? We have the special details, we have the events, and those types of things. So we need to approach it in a multifaceted way.
I'd very much appreciate a fact sheet summarizing what we just discussed. Thank you.
No, I think that's what we need, right?
Say what? Not yet.
Okay.
Looking at other things.
Do you have more to finish before we go to general
I'm good, thank
questions, or did you want to finish your thought process and then we'll take questions, or?
We got a couple more slides, sorry.
Yeah, okay, and then we'll
yeah,
go
yeah,
to
okay.
questions.
So in the 27 budget right now, we'll go through the general fund in a few moments, but our estimated shortfall in the outer years is about $5.65 million from 28 to 32. During the 27 budget process, early on, we asked all the departments to reduce their controllable operating costs by 20%. We did that citywide, but focusing on the general fund for a moment, without reducing service levels, we asked everyone to look at that. In addition, general fund departments are asked to review all their contracts. We looked at all contracts, professional services, and agreements to are there potentials for reductions and eliminations. We had a few minor reductions, but very few, again, not really affecting service levels. The city also evaluated potential savings in the risk insurance area, health insurance, and general fund fleet operations. We've looked at those to determine, do we have fleet vehicles in Parks and Rec, for example, we don't need, and looking at those different areas. Find a little bit of savings in those areas to date, not a whole lot. And even with these measures, additional budget reductions are needed, and they will result, at this point, we feel they will result in service level reductions or impacts. And our contingency plan that we've discussed a little bit is, we are working on it now. finance staff and the city manager have met with departments, and we've discussed, sort of given them a number to work towards. And our goal is to have a reduction of $3 million that would go into effect on January 1st, 2027. It would basically be 9 months of 27 fiscal year, but it go into effect on January 1st. If the vote passes in early November, it would be fully implemented on January 1st, 2027. If the vote does not pass, it would still be implemented. Our goal is to implement it still, but at a slower pace through attrition over time. And down below are the departments that are being asked to do reductions. There's, quite a list there. The support departments are on the far right. Support departments include city commission, city attorney, city clerk, city manager, finance, human resources. And then we're working with community development, economic development, and housing, facilities, IT services. And we're including facilities and IT services because those are internal service funds that over half their costs go to the general fund, so they have a major impact on the general fund. Also the library, parks and recreation, and streets. And, and obviously the reduction can be an increase in fees, and we've asked departments to look at that, especially Tony and Parks and Rec, increasing fees or reducing expenditures, a combination of both. So that's our plan is to bring that forward and have that. We're asking the departments to have it completed by August 10th, and our goal will be to bring it to your commission in early September to go over a draft and then bring it back in either late September or early October for approval. Any questions?
Question?
Yeah, so I'm going to do a roundtable on questions, and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do a little differently because it's very meaty, even though it's 3 slides. Chance to ask questions and then maybe some commentary on kind of the whole theory that's being put out to us. So start with Vice.
May I
go ahead.
add to what Les
Sure,
said?
absolutely, and then we'll go to Vice Mayor.
So I want to be very clear that we will place a plan before the City Commission to execute immediately but effective on January 1st if the referendum passes. I think it's our responsibility to present to the City Commission and for the City Commission to adopt that plan moving forward so the public is fully cognizant of what that plan entails. And it will include decreases in levels of service. It will include addressing some of the law enforcement issues. It will include all of those things. I met with a member of the public who was known to some of you, a very educated, intelligent member of the public, and his whole question, if you will, and some emails back and forth was, do we have a plan? And so we will have a plan before all of you, and it will take the form of a budget amendment. We can't adopt 2 separate budgets. We adopt one budget. This is our proposal, subject to changes through this process, and then put before you in October the contingency plan, which will be a budget amendment with all of this included within the budget amendment to be effective on January 1st.
And it would be nice if we knew, and is the county working towards a plan? Because so much of what they do is going to roll down to us.
So my understanding is the county is not working on the plan in the detail that we are. The county also has a structural budget deficit. They are working on that structural budget deficit and will address this referendum should it be approved. That was what I heard in the last meeting that we had.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say this and then I'll open up questions. I know there's some thinking from some cities, well, why are you going through all that till you know if it passes? And really some of the same people that said, why would you do early education things before, because it's not going to be on the ballot, it's not going to happen, they're not going to do it. They told us they weren't going to do it, and guess what, it's on the ballot. So I think this is definitely the responsible way. Questions? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. That third bullet's not clear to me. If the vote doesn't pass, what will be implemented at a slower pace?
Well, we would still plan on implementing the reductions. If the reductions were related to positions, then we would impact those through attrition. We would not be freezing positions or doing anything else to try to get the labor savings. The labor savings would take longer and be more of a gradual. For non-labor costs, most of that would take place right away, but for labor costs, some of that would be slower because we do it through attrition rather than freezing and things like that.
No, that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
I was just a little confused on that first bullet point, developing a contingency plan to account for $3 million budget reduction. So it has been set up, if this passes, we're ready to go?
We're working on the plan now. You know, we've met with departments, and we're continuing to meet with them. And they're right now, you know, going through, figuring out the most efficient way to do this, you know, the different departments. And we've got more meetings ahead, but the goal is to have, hopefully, their plan by August 10th, so finance can work through it with the city manager and make sure we're all comfortable with what we've got as far as will the savings work, do the numbers make sense? And then once we have it fine-tuned, we would hopefully bring it to commission in draft form in September, early September, and then get input, and then bring it back to commission probably early October for your input again and hopeful approval.
And there were several homes that were damaged that received some pretty significant reductions in their property tax. Has that been built back in now? Because I would assume the majority of them are back paying the full price. Is that factored into any of our decisions here?
Yeah, some of those have come back, and we've asked the county for a detailed list of that, and we should have that. We'll share that with your commission when we receive it. But some of them have come back, not all of them, but some have come back on the tax roll, and we've asked for more information on our new construction numbers, about a $60 or $70 million number, and we know at least half that, probably more than half that are the damaged ones coming back, but we've asked for detail to share that with the commission. But there's still some that are not back on the tax roll for sure.
And doesn't each year your taxable amount on your home increase by a certain percentage? Is it like 3 or 4% per year?
Yeah, if you're homesteaded, it can be no more than 3%.
Okay,
Yeah.
and have we
CPI, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
the
that's
lower,
been
yeah.
factored into our numbers? That's been baked into what we're doing here? Okay,
Yeah,
Gene says
that's been baked into our 27 budget. Our property tax number we have right now in our 27 budget is from the assessor's office. It's what their values on the tax roll as of January 1st of this year, so, and that's how it works. So our 27 numbers are really firm. Our future year estimates are just estimates, but 27 is really firm, yeah.
Good. Thank you, Les. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Gao.
Thank you, Mayor. The contingency plan, right, if I understood that this is in addition to the 20% reduction that we're seeing in the 27 budget.
Yeah, that's correct, yes, it's in addition to.
And within the 27 budget and that 20% reduction, is there anything in that 20% that is visible to the public?
You know, the only
levels of service.
Good question. The only department that had potential service level, small potential service level reductions was Parks and Rec and Tony. And I'll turn that over to Tony. Tony, can you think of any that impacted with the 20%?
Sure. Tony Mulkey, Parks and Recreation Director. The items, and I think we'll probably go into detail on this as we proceed, we're looking at deferring some activities that we had originally planned in the budgets that carry over year to year, so slowing down maintenance of certain items, reduction of contracted services, things of that nature. As far as the public impact, I would hope it'd be minimal, but it would be a service level reduction.
Okay. Thank you. And actually, I would like it the opposite. I'd like to have a greatest impact on the public as possible. Because we're in an educating period. And if it's just numbers to them, if that's all they see is this, and they won't even see the 20%, but they'll see that the community center is closed. They'll see that programs we used to have aren't available anymore. And this is just the tip of the iceberg on what is coming if you want to vote for this property tax. And so if there is some visual aid that we can show the public, your tax money at work, this is what you want, this is what you're going to get. I think the more we educate the public, the better.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I can add one detail, our contingency plan will show that level of detail and those impacts.
And I can't disagree with that, but if we can show that anywhere and anytime we can. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner DeGar?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with my colleague, which I usually do, Commissioner Gao. We're doing an excellent job of managing a very difficult situation. I like the presentation. I like everything about it. But from my standpoint, I'm a communicator back to the community about what the impact's going to be. And I'm sorry, I'd like to run out of this building with my hair on fire and say, this is what we're going to lose. For instance, somebody give me a quantifiable number on what response times are going to be in the future for our fire and police, because I know those are going to be degraded. And by the way, 2 minutes is life and death for older people on both fronts. If I don't have that kind of information, I can't say, this is the gain that you're going to get, which is a little bit more money in your pocket, and this is the loss you're going to experience on the other side of that. And that's the communication we have to have. And and maybe I'm in the wrong place. Maybe this is not the right place for that comment. But I know that right place is somewhere, and I just need to know where it is. Thank you, Mayor.
I would, if I may, Mayor?
Sure, go ahead.
I would say, Commissioner, that's a point very well taken, and that is exactly what we're working on now, to provide you with those facts. But obviously, it needs to be based upon the research that we do, and because you're going to be conveying this to the public, and we can educate, not advocate. So they have to be facts based upon all the information that we have, and we are working very hard to provide you with that information.
Yeah, I mean, my concern with not having the public see any immediate result, and I get what you're doing, I understand it, but at the same time, when you talk about, and I have several places in here, I can't find them right now, but where I'd put, you know, are we just deferring the obvious expense? I mean, in my own home, there's things I can defer a little while, not forever, and some things it's not smart to defer very long. I'm, you know, again, I don't want to push us into something that we're just kidding ourselves because we're not wanting to show impact of service levels now. So let's just defer this stuff, even though we know that's a recipe for disaster at the end. And then when the time comes, we're doing the cutback after the fact. But I get what you're doing. I'm confused by the number 20%. 20% reduction in what?
We didn't reach the 20%. 20% was what we were shooting for.
Right.
Some got it, some did not.
Right.
So.
Because I don't want to use that number that we've done that, because we haven't done
Right,
that.
it's $500,000.
$500,000.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. And again, would you say most of that is, if it's not service level, because obviously if I'm a citizen and you tell me we cut $500,000, no impact on you, I'm like, then why were you spending $500,000? Right? Because you were overspending the money. And what I'm hearing you say is a lot of that is deferred maintenance, deferred things that can reasonably be put off somewhat.
Mayor, if I can elaborate?
Yeah.
It is a difficult response, given the fluidity of the target, right? But there's deferred maintenance, there's deferral on filling positions, which has an impact. Some of it's short-term, some of it's a little bit longer-term, but you've got employees that are looking at what's happening, and they're considering, should I just move to the private sector? Because I used to have some degree of security working in the public sector, but now I don't. So there are those impacts as far as we're going to lose some good employees that are looking around wondering what's going on and what's going to happen post-November. So it's not entirely quantifiable right now, but there are impacts that are going to occur because we're not filling certain positions to hit that 20% target. And so there is a ripple effect associated with the level of service that's going to be experienced.
Yeah, I mean, actually, County Commissioner Kathleen Peters made some great statements about what she thought the impact of this referendum could be on the labor force and wanting to come to Florida and wanting to exit Florida. I was also, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to bring this up, because yesterday I read Washington Post had an editorial board opinion titled, Ron DeSantis is trying to cut taxes the wrong way. They actually, you know, say he's done some good things, but this is the outgoing governor is pushing a ballot measure that could wreck local finances. And I'll tell you what, look it up because it's well done. They did their research. They talk about the 3% cap that homesteader properties have. They talk about the burden that's going to get pushed to, to commercial, et cetera. I mean, I'd love to put something like that on our website, but I know because it's advocating. I mean, it's basically saying, and we're not allowed to advocate, but in terms of really hitting a lot of issues of concern, it really does it, so, but anyway.
Comment on that, because, I like that idea. And I don't believe that, well, this may be a very fine line between advocacy and educated, but, can we make that possibly part of our communication plan with the public via social media?
When you say that, what do you mean?
Well, the editorial, for instance.
Well, I don't think we can, because I think it's clearly advocating, and I just bring it up because it's obviously a side that I see a lot of, but we're not allowed to advocate, and we have to kind of stay in the middle. And again, at the end of the day, it's the taxpayer's decision, and we're just trying to make sure they understand what could happen. But it is certainly, some of these editorials are someone's point of view that, but it's clearly. They did a lot of research too, so. You want to clarify on what we can and can't do, or?
Well, and most
And
certainly.
that's scary. Anything I say, we go through the attorney, because
Yes,
we do have
yes.
to be careful right now.
Right, and as the mayor said, everything we put out goes through the attorney first. So and she's, as you know, she's very conservative on this subject. And we could certainly run it by her and see what she says, but I think I know what she's going to say.
Yeah,
Yeah. Right, and I think we're doing a great job of communicating as we go along with the public. As far as I know exactly what you're saying, is that we have cinched our belt quite a bit. We've decreased our operating expenditures, which will have a ripple effect for years and years, because, first of all, we will not be keeping up with inflation and on and on. And without demonstrating a decrease in levels of service, how do they know? But the quandary is, we have a balanced budget with a reserve here, and then we close down the community center or decrease the hours. The public is going to be outraged to begin with, given that we have a balanced budget, and we'll be accused of scare tactics. And so I'd rather be able to communicate and say, this is what we will do, this is what we must do, this is a fact, and this is the plan moving forward. And make that as clear as possible. And what I'm saying to you is that we need time to do that. It takes time. On August 10th, we'll have a better idea, and then we'll be able to present something to all of you and get that done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I get that, because I remember back, I was a staff person, and we had to make big cuts in the budget, and all the departments had to do their cuts, and the first cut that Rec and Parks put out there, this is 25 years ago, and we'll cut the before and after school program. And of course, that would send every parent crazy, and everybody saw it as, really? You're going to put that first, because that's just going to tick off the most people. So yeah, I think we have to be really careful of that too. So I just want to make sure that we're in line with the timing of the referendum, so that we have time to communicate what the reality is.
Right, absolutely.
Which is our job, and so, Vice Mayor, sorry, I mean, with the editorial, I don't even know to what extent. There's a lot of editorials, a lot of different opinions. It's one I read, but we're in such a position where we're out to educate, and we got to walk that line.
And one more quick thing, I know we've mentioned this before, but it's not in the slides, is just if the vote passes, the impact on cities and counties' credit ratings. There's a lot of concern about that.
That's a great one, too.
Just wanted to mention that. Yeah.
And I think that goes back to Commissioner DeGard about the fact sheet. I think some things like that, there's probably just a one-pager or two-pager that really could hit some of those big items, so those are good.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I also share some concern about the third bullet point, because I'm not sure it's specific enough to communicate what we're trying to say there. I'd like it, instead of the proposition of the word "it," the plan will be implemented at a slower pace, but over time is also a very ambiguous term. What does that mean? And I just don't know what that means. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may?
Go right ahead.
And I know I'm only speaking for myself, but I really want to smudge the line between education and advocacy. This is a forever change in the way our city will govern itself financially. And so we need to make that clear. And some of the residents will certainly label anything we do as a scare tactic, but it's education. It's not scary. It's like, this is what will happen. If you want to label it scare tactic, you want to see that we're grandstanding, whatever you want to say, as far as the public is concerned, is fine. But that doesn't mean it's not factual. This is what's going to happen. And I think that's part of the education program. Because again, a lot of the times that they don't understand it, or they think, well, oh, we'll be fine, when if you have to show them. It's, again, my example of the 20%. You know, we have to be able to identify, this is what's going to happen, this is education. And I don't think there's any problem with causing a little bit of good trouble. So thank you.
I'm going to allow this side to say something, but I just want to say to you, I think we're striking the right balance. I think if we do something too soon that we really don't have to do, we'll get criticized for that, and in a way that might backfire. And I think that by having a plan, it's going to be voted on. It's going to be, if that passes, it will be implemented on January 1st. These are the cuts. I can go out there and people say, oh, it's all going to be the same. I'm say, well, the reality is it's not. This is exactly what's going to happen. We have the plan. This is the services you'll see go away. This is exactly what's going to close. This is what's happening. I think that puts us in just the right place. I really do. And I think that we'll be able to say it with you know, sincerity, and it will be factual because we will have voted that this is the plan, this is what we're doing. But I do think that, I mean, that's $3 million. We got to get to 6. So we don't just need to understand what the contingency plan do. It's like there's a whole nother cliff that we're falling off after that. So I think that is something you need to think about. I want to give this side a chance to chime in.
You know, I absolutely agree with you, Mayor. You know, just like there's a fine line between advocacy and education, there's a fine line between scare tactics and pragmatism. And we need to be in a position where we are communicating in a pragmatic fashion. Because at the end of the day, you know, that is the reality. And anyway, but no, I absolutely agree. I like where we're at right now in terms of the communication. You know, and the next step in this is, if it does pass, this is what it means. So, thank you.
I guess I'm just very optimistic that this is going to work, even if it does pass. I mean, the Dunedin economy is strong. I hope that the 5 of us can lead the city to where it needs to be. And, you know, I find it hard to go out and because I get asked all the time, what do you think? And, you know, educate, advocate. And yeah, you know, there's going to be a reduction in services, but it's just going to force us to become more creative, and everyone keeps throwing out, and I'm not sure where this started, between 2020 and 2026, these have increased in the city, staff spending, revenues, you know, whatever that means, we're just going to have to take it upon ourselves to figure it out. And obviously, we are. We've started to figure it out. And it feels like it's always that the sky is falling. And it's not. We will survive. Maybe a little different look, maybe a little leaner, but I've lived here 44 years, and this city will survive. And because of the people sitting at this table, I feel very confident that we will survive. That's all, Mayor.
Just a comment. I totally agree with you, and I actually think that the silver lining in this is that this is causing us to take a very healthy look at the budget. And no, yeah, I agree with you.
But I will add that the conversation that you just made is exactly why we can't just show the $3 million cliff. We've got to show the $6 million cliff, because this is really, we will survive, and this commission will make decisions to protect every part of of public safety first, which will put at risk a lot of our quality of life stuff, with more quality of life city. And we will survive. I don't think it will be the same city that a lot of people came here for. And I think we have to make sure they understand so that they can make that choice themselves, because ultimately it will be their choice. But that's where we can't just show the $3 million cliff, because it's a $6 million cliff. And it's not just a $6 million cliff. By the time you add the county stuff on, it's basically $8 or $9 million cliff. And so, we need to show that, because we'll survive, but we will look a lot different. And that's what we want people to make the decision on. And then we'll go from there.
It is difficult for me to take seriously the prohibition on advocacy when the bill is stated in the way it is. The term excessive spending is advocacy within the very piece of action the referendum is proposing. Therefore, I have to ask myself some tough questions. I know as a city commissioner, I can't do certain things. But as a citizen, I haven't lost any of my rights. And if they try to prosecute me on that basis, let them have it, because that's what I'm supposed to do as a person. As far as the plan is concerned, I agree with my colleagues. We'll find a way through this. That's what we do. But that's like telling the passengers on the Titanic, some of you are going to make it.
I love that, Josh.
So it's not exactly where we want to be, and it's not in the best interest of our citizens. Let's remember what's gone on in the last 3 or 4 years. We've used this term waste, fraud, and abuse, and we've labeled every government that way. They attempted that. And they came back with poor pickings. When they came back with their report, they had to make stuff up to find the true waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, I'm not saying every city in this state is run at high optimum levels. I'm just not saying that. But I am saying that they weren't able to find as much as they thought they were going to find. So I don't think there's a there. And we're not talking about that. We're going to be cutting meat. Yeah, some people will argue what the fat is, but we're going to be cutting meat. And it means a lot of good things in this community will go away. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Gao, I guess you get the last word.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm having a real hard time with the concept of whatever happens, we'll survive, we'll manage. I don't know what that means. People said that during the Depression, I'm sure. The big potato famine. Like, oh, well, we'll just get through this. But how do you balance that with the quality of life that Bob talked about earlier with these bulb outs, right? And that sense of place. And we talk about that all the time, but yet it seems to me like we might be losing energy in our focus on, well, whatever happens, we'll just have to deal with it. I think that is obvious because we have no other choice. But as long as we have a choice, that is a better choice, we should be fighting for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, the mayor always gets the last word, so. Well, that's our task, right? Our task is to educate. And the biggest takeaway from this discussion for me is we need to show the whole cliff, because the whole cliff is big, and it will not be the same community we live in today. It won't. It just won't. And so, but again, everybody gets to vote. And our job is to educate, to make clear what those trade-offs are. That's our job. That's our business job. Because I don't want to have to just survive. I don't. It's not why I live here. It's not why I stayed here. But we've got to put forward our case to show in our city, this is what we've done, this is what we built, and this is what will go away. And you decide. Unfortunately, I do have more confidence in our city than some of the rest of the parts of the state, but that's we can't control that. So, okay. What's next? Should we take a quick break? Break.
Good timing.
start the budget workshop. And I think our next item is storm-related expenses and reimbursement. And go to staff presentation by Les and Jean.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Jean to go over the next few slides. Thank you.
Hi, Jean Hawkwater, Budget Manager. As we know, we have incurred significant
Hey,
storm-related...
Jean, excuse me, but as we're moving along, are you tracking what we've asked for? You know, like the fact sheet and things like that? You got all that? Okay, awesome. Very good, okay, I like it. Okay, good, all right, I like it. Okay, sorry, Jean, didn't mean to interrupt.
That's
but
okay.
Just want to make sure our city manager's on top of it over here, which she is.
We're taking notes, too.
Okay, good, thank you. Go
No
ahead.
problem. All right, so as we know, we have incurred significant storm-related expenses in fiscal year 26 and 27 in the budgets because of Hurricanes Helene and Milton. We're providing an overview of the storm-related expenses and anticipated reimbursements in the general fund, along with other relevant financial information to give a clearer picture of their impact on the city's budget. All right, so this first slide is the estimated city match for storm damages. This is showing only actual storm expenses, and it is showing for the general fund, which includes our disaster recovery fund and the marina fund. So the total estimated cost for the storms for the general fund and the marina fund is $17.4 million, which is shown in the far left column. And then the expected FEMA and state reimbursements is shown in the other columns, with our city match showing in the far right. I want to point out that FEMA expected reimbursement is $4.5 million total, and of that we have received $2.3 million of that last year with expedited payment for debris removal. We've also received some small project reimbursements as well over the past year. We are hopeful that we will receive the remaining $3.2 million of debris removal funding from FEMA by September 30th of this year. For other storm projects, we're anticipating FEMA will reimburse most of the costs over the next 2 or 3 years. Our city match is estimated at about $528,000 in the general fund and $894,000 in the marina fund, with the total estimated city match to be $1.4 million, which you can see at the bottom of the far right. Total anticipated draws for the storm line of credit, as reflected in the 27 proposed budget, will be about $4.1 million in the general fund and $7 million in the marina fund. We expect the FEMA reimbursements to be received and the line of credit to be paid off in 2 to 3 years. The marina fund line of credit draw will likely be decreased by $3 million due to the state appropriation for the marina storm repairs, which was approved by the governor with the state's 26 to 27 budget. And just so we all know, that happened after we published our proposed budget. We will evaluate the need for the line of credit funding as projects continue to be obligated and FEMA reimbursements to be received. This storm damage has added work and complexity to the fiscal year 26 and 27 budget processes. These numbers and the numbers listed here may change in the months ahead, but this is the best information we have as of June 30th. All right, this next slide. This is a general fund storm activity slide. And one thing to note on this slide, as opposed to the last, is this slide does include information on FEMA reimbursements, timing of those, and the interfund loan from Fleet that the general fund had taken. And we're showing the reimbursements of that. So this slide shows activity from fiscal year 25 to this fiscal year 29, with most of the activity showing in fiscal year 25 through fiscal year 27. We want to mention that a key point in reading this slide is that in fiscal year 25, it has a positive $2.7 million at the total on the bottom, and that means the expenses are $27 million more than revenue for that year. That activity decreases the general fund available balance in '25, and then in fiscal year '27, you can see that it's the opposite effect, and revenues are more than expenses in the amount of $1.93 million. We also want to point out that in fiscal year '26, we will be drawing down the line of credit as discussed, and it's estimated will be about $2.1 million. As of today, we have not drawn down any funds on this line of credit, but expect we will in the months ahead. Overall, for the 5-year period, the total number on the far right of $1,021,000 is a net expense to the general fund. One thing we wanted to note, we noted it last year as well, that in the fiscal year '25 budget, prior to the hurricanes, we had the fishing pier project that was in the budget at about $1.6 million. So in comparing with that, the general fund is actually a little bit better off comparing the $1 million of expenses versus what we thought we would be spending of $1.6. So that's a $500,000 savings over that 4-year time period. It's also important to note that these figures assume the city will receive the full reimbursement of 75% from FEMA and 12.5% from the state of Florida. Before I move on, did anybody have any questions?
So if you go back maybe one more screen. Is it safe to say that Helene, Milton, and Debbie cost the city $17,421,000? Is that simple?
Those are the expenses, and that's really just for Helene and Milton. There's a small amount for Debbie, but most of this is Helene and Milton.
Okay, so that $17,421,000 is, that's the estimated cost for those 2 storms. Of that 17,421, how much of it we've been reimbursed by FEMA?
So far, we've gotten about the $2.3 million. Just that we've identified. There might have been some smaller amounts. Sometimes we get FEMA, other money from FEMA for the SAFER grant, and they're actually clearing up some older storms. So I will be doing a full reconciliation of what we've received from FEMA, the small amounts. We are hoping to get bunch of things have been obligated that we're hoping to receive before the end of the year. And so we will be doing a full reconciliation, and there might be some changes to this in the tentative budget to make sure we're really showing a full accurate level of where we're at.
Do we stay in regular contact with FEMA? I mean, is there someone in the building here that calls them weekly and asks where our money is?
Yeah, we
I mean, it's not overcomplicate this.
Pretty much true, yeah. We email them on a daily basis. They're asking questions every day, and we're responding to those questions. And we're working with Tetra Tech, our consultant who helps us with it. They're very involved in this.
Okay.
So we meet with Tetra Tech every week, and we formal meeting, and then we also meet with Tetra Tech and the FEMA reps about every 2 or 3 weeks. But as Jean mentioned, I'd say roughly we received about $3 million for those 2 storms to date. We've had small projects, roughly $3 million, no more than that. They are really looking closely and asking a bunch of questions on our debris removal. We have $3.2 million that they owe us for debris removal, and that's moving now. They had it for 290 days and didn't do anything with it, and they started about three weeks ago looking at it. So we're hopeful that moves through and we get that funding within the next 2 or 3 months. That's a big dollar amount, but that's kind of what
And you said in 2 or 3 more months?
Yeah, probably 2 or 3 more months before they obligate it and pay it, yeah. That's our estimate, yeah.
And have we obtained every nickel's worth of property insurance that we were entitled to?
Yeah, we received the insurance that we believe we're entitled to, and, FEMA's asking us lots of questions right now. I mean, FEMA was pretty dormant for a while there because the federal shutdown and different things, and they didn't get much done for 3 or 4 months, on Florida clients. That's what Tetra Tech has told me. But they are focusing a lot on our projects now, which is good.
Good. I didn't mean to cut you off, and otherwise I could go for an hour on that topic, so I'm sorry, Jean.
Okay, no worries. And I did want to also mention for this number, that's our total expense. Like for certain projects, we have not spent all of the budgeted money yet. So like the fishing pier, you know, we're working on design, but construction has not been spent. But we have the full amount budget in there. And for the larger dollar amounts on anything we receive from FEMA, or for insurance, like there was, I think, a $300,000 insurance payment that we are showing as offsetting the fishing pier project, because we did get that as insurance proceeds. We have some smaller dollar amounts that we want to do some final reconciliation on, but this is showing some of the big dollar amounts that we've gotten.
So question, if you go to the next slide real quick. So I just want to make sure I understand this. The line of credit proceeds, so basically this year we took $2 million line of credit, and we're planning on taking another 21 or 2.1 million next year, right?
That's the plan. So for the 2 million, almost 2.1 million this year, we have not taken it yet. We are anticipating, but Les is trying, we are trying to not take funding if we don't need to. So that 2.1 million is basically for, more for some smaller projects that we're hoping will run through the pipeline and get reimbursed sooner rather than later. So if we don't need to take that whole 2.1 million this year, we won't. The 2.1 million next year is more for where we're expecting we might need to take a drawdown on the fishing pier. Since we're thinking a lot of that spend will be next year, you know, we're not 100% sure, but we wanted to have a little estimate in our budget based on when we think funds will be spent and when we might be getting reimbursements from FEMA. These are all estimated numbers.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And then to Commissioner Sandbergen's line of questioning, you know, I guess, you know, it is, I think, you know, we all understand the government shutdown and the impact of that, but we also have, you know, Tetra Tech, you know, in an advocacy role for us to, or, you know, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, but they're supposed to be helping. And then, of course, the Florida Department of Emergency Management. I mean, it is concerning to look at those numbers, realizing that of the $17 million in storm damage, we've only received 2.3. And I guess the question I have on that is, you know, historically, what does it taken, and it sounds to me like it's taken quite a while if we're now just seeing FEMA reimbursements for storms before Helene and Milton. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We just are now getting the final dollars from Debbie, Hurricane Debbie. So, yeah, it's normally at least a 3-year process.
Okay.
You know,
Vice Mayor, if I could elaborate, if you recall Irma, it took us 4 years to get reimbursement on that. So that's why carrying the reserve is critical. And I would like to point out, if you're looking at the one slide, I think it's, if you go back one, you know, it shows the state and the city match. We've already been notified that going forward, those percentages will drop, which means the match, the FEMA portion is going to be less than 75% going forward. So our match will be that much more. So it is critical as far as essentially carrying these costs, utilizing reserves to pay these funds, and understanding that when we deal with FEMA and DEM and all those, most of the time we're dealing with contract employees, and they change throughout the process, so you get to re-educate them along the way. So the 4-year time frame is arduous and painful, but not uncommon.
Yeah, and you brought up another point, because I'd heard along that basically that 75%, the FEMA piece of that was going down. And I've heard some pretty drastic numbers, but I'm just curious as to what you've heard with regards to where.
Yeah, there's drafts out there now. It depends on, they're looking at going to a different methodology, but also for debris removal, debris removal is 100% now. FEMA made this 100% for this storm, but normally it's 75%, but they made this 100%, but they're dropping that 100% to the max 75%. So that difference would fall on us. The state, I don't think will pick up any You never know, but I doubt the state picks up the difference, but they could pick up some of the difference. And they're also going to a method where, rather than really getting to the true cost, and, one of the things we work through now is, we've got engineer estimates for all these different projects, and FEMA's, and it's a negotiation process for us to come up with, what's the pier really going to cost, and come up with an agreed number, as an example. But they're going to be going to more of a metric system, and the metric system will be how long's the pier, what's under the pier, and it'll be some mathematical calculation. And from Tetra Tech's perspective, some places will win and some will lose, because it will not be what the actual costs are. It will be more of a mathematical calculation of what you lost based on metrics and things like that. So that's in the draft too, but definitely, I would expect our match with what we're seeing right now would at least probably double from what we would. In this storm, for example, we paid 12.5. What we're seeing, we probably paying at least twice that much, if this continues to go through the way the draft is written now, maybe more.
Yeah, but thank you.
So looking at, for example, that Crowder Gulf, $5.2 million, does FEMA pay them, or do we pay them when we're reimbursed?
Yeah, we paid them, and then FEMA reimburses us, yeah.
Did we pay them already?
Yes. Yeah.
And I bet you that means
paid them a lot, yeah.
Tetra Tech, so we've put all that money out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the, we paid the 5.2.
I guess I didn't realize it. I'm too new in government to understand that.
Yeah, we paid that, and then they paid us back 2.3 of that expedited, and now we're waiting for the other 3 million, yeah, currently.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hope the citizens were listening when that, okay.
So when people wonder why we carry a reserve, that's why we carry a reserve.
I have no idea.
Yeah, and it's going to get harder. Questions over here?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, what is the difference between the disaster recovery fund and the general fund? And where does the money come from in the disaster recovery?
The Disaster Recovery Fund, I believe, was set up to, as a way to track all disaster recovery, or storm-related expenses, and it rolls up into the general fund. So the money there does come from the general fund.
Okay, so the general fund, right? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. And I noticed that the Weaver Park Pier is there. I don't see the Marina Pier on there. Is there a reason? And it could be I'm just not seeing it, but
The Marina
Oh, the
Pier.
fishing pier.
The fish is called the Fishing Pier.
see, I didn't see it. Okay.
We
Very good.
differentiate a little bit in the name, partially because the general use that happens at that fishing pier, we try to differentiate it from the marina itself, because it does not get paid for out of the marina funds.
Right, okay. Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure it was there because the residents have been screaming for a while that they want their pier back. So, okay. All right, thank you, that's all I have.
Commissioner Dugard?
Very well done, first of all. My question's not to do with this. It has to do with the next storm and our ability to respond to it. What have we been advised from FEMA as far as how we're going to get recovery in future storms?
Well, currently, FEMA's guidelines are still the same as they were a year or two ago. This proposed initiative that Jorge mentioned is in a draft form, and the current administration is going to roll it out at some point in the near future. Don't know exactly when yet. Once that's rolled out, then that'll be major changes to what FEMA's agreeing to and what we're agreeing to. But right now, for the storm season we're in right now, we're under the same guidelines that we're really in with Helene and Milton until anything's formally changed by legislation.
Here's my point. We're being asked to cut back substantially on our expenses. We're being advised that in the future, FEMA may all go through the state as a block grant.
Mm-hmm.
If that were to happen, it's going to be more necessary for municipalities to self-fund for disaster, because we can see the results. We will have actually the least possible capacity to do that because of the referendum, and in essence, we're going to get caught in the middle.
No, that's a good point. As a matter of fact, one of the things that we were going to mention later in the presentation is the city manager and I have talked about, want to discuss with the commission. We think it would be, because of what you just said, set up a catastrophic reserve and start building that up over time to start having more dollars to set aside for match needs. But you're right, it's all the more challenging with the referendum and everything, but we do think that we need to figure out a way to cobble more dollars for future storms and future match needs.
If you live on the coast in this state, look out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, first I was just going to say, and I just got my flood insurance bill for this year, and eek, did it jump. So insurance continues to be huge. Go ahead, Commissioner Gao.
Thank you, Mayor. Jorge, you had mentioned that the importance of the reserve on maintaining this. So if we had something equally as catastrophic as the two hurricanes, in our current state, are we in a good position? What kind of damage would this do to the reserves?
I mean, I'll let Les elaborate, but obviously we'd have to rely on our line of credit that much more, right? If we start to consume our reserve in order to pay current storms that we had to front the cost on, and it takes 4 years to get reimbursed, and you get hit with another storm during that 4-year period, then you're fronting that money on top of the one you already fronted. So, yeah, the referendum has a significant impact because, as they mentioned, the general fund is what supports that, and if we set up a catastrophic fund, that's fed by the general fund as well, but I'll let Les elaborate.
Yeah, I agree 100% with what Jorge just said. Yeah, it would be much more challenging. You know, one of the challenges we have now is we borrowed $5 million from the fleet fund, and we paid back 2.3, so we still owe them that difference of 2.7, and we can't pay that back really until we get the remainder of that debris removal that we mentioned we hope to get in the next 3 or 4 months. And, you know, and we want that paid back because if we have a storm again this year, we would need to draw from either that fund or another one and line of credit to be able to come up with immediate dollars for debris removal and then long-term dollars for restoration.
Thank you.
Okay, so, sorry, I'm asking this probably for about the 10th time that everybody's asked it. Okay, so our total loss, 17.4 million, we've received 2 point, what?
We received about, in total, 2.3, but we also received probably another 400 or 500,000 on small projects, so probably $2.93 million you've received so far.
And then we got insurance money separate from that?
Insurance
Different?
money separate from that.
And how
yeah.
much was that?
I'm going to turn it over to Teresa.
Okay.
Board over here.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't have that number on the tip of my fingers, but I will get that number for you.
Yeah, if you could get it sometime today, maybe
Yes.
at lunch, okay.
Okay.
Because I'd be curious, is it like more than $1 million or
Pretty sure, yes.
more than 2 million? I mean, that's important.
wanna commit
Right,
myself.
That's huge, that's a
Yeah.
huge factor.
We'll get that
here.
number for you specifically, Mayor, but what I do want to add is that what insurance paid FEMA will not. as
Right,
you
I
know,
understand
so,
that. I'm just
yeah.
looking about making us whole. That's all I care about. And, but you guys feel relatively confident we're going to end up getting all this money from FEMA someday?
Yeah, relatively, yes.
Far away land.
Yeah, could be a long period of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and the question I get, and I still can't answer it very well, is, well, first let me ask this. Of the 17 million, does that include floating docks for the marina?
Yes, our current budget has our estimate of the cost for floating docks, yes.
And we think we're going to get that back from FEMA too. And how does
We
it
hope,
jive
yeah.
with state appropriation?
Well, the state appropriation is, we'll revise this because the good news is we've got $3 million less relying on FEMA. So the positive thing is we've got $3 million
Or
that,
is it 4 million? Because I thought we got $1 million and then $3 million.
it was 3 for the marina, yeah. 3
Oh,
for the
okay.
marina, yeah.
But didn't in a prior year we
Oh,
get 1 million?
yeah, we
too?
got 1.5 last year, excuse me.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's
you're
actually
right.
4.5, okay.
And that's already in here, yeah. The 1.5 we got last year is already factored into this.
Okay.
But the 3 million we just received is not factored into this yet. So it will, two things, it will reduce the reliance on FEMA, and it will also reduce our match, because on that $3 million, we're paying a 12.5% match, so we're going to be able to reduce our matched by about $375,000 with that $3 million grant.
So that's what I think we need, is a little bit of a 17.4 million FEMA so far, appropriations, insurance, like building ourselves back to wholeness, I guess is the issue.
So I just wanted to clarify that that $17 million number is going to go up because we have already offset by $300,000 on the fishing pier project. I've already taken that out because FEMA will not be reimbursing us. We've already got that. So the fishing pier project is showing up, I think it's 1.7 million. It's actually $300,000 more than that.
But you're talking about insurance.
Insurance, and then on the appropriation side for the bulkhead, we're showing that 1.5 million already taken out. So we can we'll do the numbers with the full
Yeah,
actual cost.
I mean, it would just be helpful to have kind of a running little fact sheet that, hey, here's where we're at, 17 million, and here's where we're, okay, have it, expect it from, so just so we kind of know.
I'm working on a reconciliation for that, a larger, more detailed one, but I'll create something, fact sheet type for you guys.
Again, because in my mind, right, we're 17.4, we've got 2.7 or 8 or 9, and we've got 4.5. I mean, we've got 1.5 in the bank, 3 million pretty secure that we'll get that. So it starts to, at least trigger that number down. So, okay. Let's see. I think that's my only question. And, and again, I think this goes to the heart of it, the fact sheet on the property tax referendum. I mean, especially if FEMA's going to change its rules and state, we're, again, recovery's hard, so. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go on to, all funds is next, right, Les?
Mm-hmm.
Revenue, expenditures, projections, all funds, so we get started with that. And what time are we planning lunch, noon? Okay, so if we want to go ahead and we'll start with the different funds, does that sound good?
We're going to do the baseline information.
Is that
first.
is that what's next?
Yes.
Yep.
Give you the baseline that we based our projections upon.
And I don't know if anybody else did this, but in the budget, like if we're following you in the budget by funds, what page does that start on?
When we get to we're not quite there yet. This is.
Oh, we're not there yet.
This
I'll wait.
is just some.
You guys tell me,
general-
because that's where I put my question, so I got to make sure I get back to that, so.
Yeah, we'll let you know, and the slides will mention when we get to each individual fund, what pages in the budget, in the
great.
appendix. All right. So for ad valorem revenue in the 27 proposed budget, this is based on the estimate we received from Pinellas County as of May 29th, 2026. The total taxable value increase in fiscal year 27 over fiscal year 26 was 4.52% for Dunedin. And we want to mention that after the budget was published, we got the final certification from the county on July 1st, and the AV growth was up a slight amount to 4.53. And that will bring us an additional $1,200 in our budget in the tentative.
All right.
That's the smallest jump I've seen. We always mention the increase between the tentative, or the proposed and the tentative, and this year it's a very small increase.
Just follow up real quick on something Commissioner Sandberg asked. I mean, wouldn't they, when they give us that percentage, wouldn't they have already included anybody that's back on the tax roll after the storm?
Yeah, everybody.
So, I mean, we shouldn't expect, anything huge coming other than that.
Yeah, that would be, that number for 27, that's everybody on the tax roll January 1st of 2026. That's their cutoff date. So whoever is back on the tax roll as of January 1st would be in these numbers. And whoever's not back may fall into next year. But we think most of them are back, but I'm not sure all of them are. We'll get more information.
Just editorially, I think of my street, and some are still being built. Some are being sold, which I have no doubt will be torn down and built. So, yeah, so next year I'll probably really tag it in, maybe, or a year after, actually. Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. The net taxable value, in talking about the new construction, the net taxable value for new construction in the 27, according to the estimate we received on May 29th, was 79 million, and I think that jumped up to 80 million when we got the final roll on July 1st. And we have, as Les said, we have an email out to the county to get us a breakdown of what that new construction is. How much is actual new construction? How much is storm damage houses coming back on the tax roll? Okay. The taxable value revenue for TIF for the CRA fund increase over fiscal year 27 was also 4.52%. As of the July 1st estimate, preliminary tax roll, the county came in at slightly higher at 4.66%, and that increased revenue in the CRA by $1,750. Another small, minor increase, but it was better than the opposite effect. So, I'm sorry, set 1,750, sorry. It wasn't quite that small, but, sorry. The fiscal year 27 proposed budget is based on a 4.1345 millage rate, which the city has held since fiscal year 2016. A proposed maximum millage rate of 4.1345 for fiscal year 27 will be presented to Commission at the July 23rd Commission meeting. That's item 3D. And obviously, we're keeping the same estimate. Sorry. All right, this is our slide to show the millage rate effect on the ad valorem tax revenue. This shows the millage rate over the period of 2015 to 2027, 13-year period, and it also shows in yellow the property tax revenue for each year. We have a steady AV growth for several years, but growth has tapered off some in fiscal year 27 and 26 and 27. Moving on to the summary of revenues comparing the fiscal year 27 budget to the fiscal year 26 budget. General fund other taxes revenue increased in fiscal year 27 by 3.7%, or $215,000 compared to fiscal year 26. This category includes electricity service taxes and communication services taxes, cable television, satellite television, video, streaming, and telephone services. The electric services taxes from Duke Energy was the main reason for the increase in fiscal year 27 compared to the 26 budget. In the penny fund, penny sales tax decreased by 6.1% compared to the fiscal year 26 budget. This is due to House Bill 7031 from last year, which eliminated the 2% sales tax on rent and leases of commercial property, and that went into effect on 10/1/25. There will be more discussion on penny revenue later in the presentation today. County gas tax revenue are budgeted at negative 3.5%, or another decrease compared to fiscal year 26. The fiscal year 26 actual revenues are actually trending 4% under budget, and the fiscal year 27 budget is consistent with the most recent County of Pinellas estimates. There will also be more discussion on that when we get to that fund later today. For the enterprise funds, solid waste, the increase in revenue charges for services is 15.61% in fiscal year 26 budget as compared to fiscal year 26 budget, and that is effective on April 1st, 2027. It's a little different than our normal rate increases, which start on 10/1 of the fiscal year. That's because the 26 rate increase happened mid-year. So the second, for the second year, the increase will also be mid-year. And that is ordinance 2601, and that was approved, I believe, in March of this year. For wastewater utility rate increases is of 15% in fiscal year '27 over '26, and that is in Ordinance 2504, which was approved on June 5th, 2025 by Commission, and that sets the rates through fiscal year '30. Stormwater utility rate increase is this year in fiscal year '27 is 18.6% over fiscal year '26. The Stormwater Utility Ordinance 2415 was approved by Commission on July 11th, 2024, and that set the rates for the next 3 years. Fiscal year '27 expenditures. The fiscal year '27 budget includes a 3.5% merit increase for all employees except fire union employees that are covered under a collective bargaining agreement with the city. There's no changes to range or minimums or maximums in this budget. Benefits, the benefit increase is about 15.9% in the proposed budget, mainly due to an increase in health insurance costs over fiscal year '26 budget. We are working with Teresa Smalling, Human Resources and Risk Management Director, and the Gearing Group, our consultants, and based on most recent information from them, this may be reduced some, and we are still fine-tuning the numbers. We will have more detailed information on the health benefits costs in the second budget workshop on August 4th. Operating costs. In prior years, and as we discussed earlier, we have requested the city departments to reduce controllable operating expenses in fiscal year '27, and as a result, most departments did achieve a decrease in their expenses, with the following exceptions. The building fund, they had an increase of 37%, or $103,000, due to an increase in plans review services and inspection contractual services of $50,000, and an annual IT license increase of also of $50,000 for new floodplain management software. County gas tax, the budget increased by 7.3% due to a $25,000 increase in the city sidewalk inspection and maintenance program budget. Wastewater fund, water wastewater fund had an increase of 4.4% due mainly to an increase in the biosolids hauling contract at the wastewater treatment plant. The Marina Fund had an increase of 23% or 26% or $24,950 due to an increase in repair and maintenance costs for the Harbor Master Building repair project. All right, Health Benefits Fund has the 15.9% increase due to the projected increase in medical claims and health costs in fiscal year '27. As discussed, this is still under review and may decrease some. We'll present the detailed information for this fund on August 4th. CRA, there is a 2.5% or 10% increase due to an increase of $32,500 in professional services for the CRA Master Plan Supplement, which is also offset by a decrease in rents and leases by $21,400. And that's related to the Ocean Optics parking lot lease, which we are budgeting for only half a year this year based on the development of that property. Okay.
Now we're moving to the long-range projections, and the first one.
Let's stop there and just make sure there's no questions on what we just saw. Anybody? Okay.
I noted on your utility rates that they were based on the increase that we had made this last year. Have we seen any elasticity in demand that might make those numbers a little less?
No, I would say at this point in time, not from what the projects we've in the budget. and then also the additional of mandates that we have to make sure and just staying in compliance.
Well, we have seen some behavioral differences relative to
Oh, I'm sorry, if-
reusable water. That's had an effect. I wondered what our water volume has been doing, because if we're assuming equal volume, I think we're making an assumption that's false.
I'm trying to,
We've raised the rates.
Yes, we
Usually,
have
the
raised the
market
rate.
tends to respond to a raised rate by reducing consumption. Have we seen any reduced consumption?
I'd have to get back with you on that.
Okay.
Great question. Yeah.
I think it's slide 25, the penny fund. And it is down 6%. And the primary reason it's down was because of a state law that reduced commercial by 2%.
Yeah, commercial rent leases were 2% sales tax, and then they eliminated that completely on October 2025. So all of 2026, we felt that impact. The state estimated about a 5%, 4 or 5% decrease, but we're trending more like 7 or 8. I mean, I think 7.5% decrease to date for the first 6 months of this year. But we're just truing up that adjustment to what we anticipate receiving this year, and then a small increase next year for a little bit of growth in 27.
Okay, and so, again, this is a result of the state law and the impact on commercial, as opposed to just we've had a reduction in sales, tourism isn't here, blah, 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 blah.
Correct.
Okay, and so when we talk about what options are if this referendum passes in November, is we can still increase our millage for those that, for non-owner occupied residences or on the commercial side. And so we could also see then, if that's the case and if everything falls in line and we happen to do that, the state can also get its hands by just saying, okay, we'll reduce commercial by even that to try and, so the state will still have a role in any revenue that we bring in.
Yeah,
Right.
that's true. And also just want to mention regarding commercial and non-homestead, if the vote's approved in November, the other thing that all cities would face, including us, is that the growth factors in future years would be definitely less, because the maximum amount goes from 10% to 5%. So future growth would definitely be reduced during good economy times because of that reduction.
Okay. And the county gas tax here, there was a reduction of 3.2. What was the reason for that?
Gas tax has been challenging the past 3 or 4 years. It's based on consumption. It's not the price, but the consumption. And for a number of years, we've seen it either flat or slightly go down. So it's just kind of, the last couple of years have been a trend with it slightly going down.
Okay, probably a combination of electric vehicles and/or the high gas prices. People aren't driving as much.
Yep.
Possible. Okay. And so how do we square that with the reduction in the county gas tax with, right on the next slide, I think, when it comes to expenses, gas tax increased by 12%, was it?
Yeah, we increased
Or
the
7.3, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we did increase the sidewalk maintenance, but when we get to the gas tax fund, we can go over this in more detail, but the gas tax fund is very challenged, and we also moved money we moved dollars for pavement management out of the gas tax fund into the penny fund to help kind of cover this expense. The gas tax fund is very challenged right now, and we'll walk through more of that when we walk through that fund, but we had this increase, we had other decreases in addition to that to offset the revenue decrease.
Okay, and we'll be talking about the gas tax fund later?
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Thank you, that's all that I have. Just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Questions on this side?
I don't have any questions.
Gene, you went real quick through the other taxes. Could you go through those again? Just, I just had a question about all those.
I just want to make sure I'm reading it right. All right, so the other taxes include electricity services taxes and communications taxes. And that could include cable, satellite television, video streaming, telephone services. And in this instance, the electric services taxes from Duke this year was the main reason for the increase in this category.
So let's take something that we all have, cellular phones. Do they dictate to us what they're going to pay Dunedin, or can we go to them and say we would like a little more tax revenue from them?
That revenue stream is passed down from the state. The
Okay.
communities, and so we have very little control over that. Yeah, in other words, it's a formula, and that particular revenue stream's been pretty flat the last 5 years. It's gone up a little bit, probably 2% growth, maybe overall over the last 5 years, but we don't have much flexibility in what we receive or other cities receive from the state.
So if we're looking to increase revenue, that's not a place to look.
I don't think that is going to do much now.
And, we looked at those enterprise funds with those rate increases. Are those funds solvent and stable, profitable now?
The enterprise funds, we'll go through them a little today, but overall, they're in pretty good shape. A lot of moving parts on the water wastewater fund that we'll talk about because of, Clay had mentioned some of the regulations we have to follow and that are down the pipeline, but overall, they've improved a lot from a year ago. They have. Yeah.
That's all I had, Mayor.
The solid waste, water, wastewater, stormwater, I mean, who up here voted for that? I didn't. I'm just kidding. Wow. that I kind of hit you. And of course, that's the power, too, of the punch of the percentage versus a dollar figure, too, at times. But we know we kind of hit it hard on all of them, and we don't want to do that again. But the out years declined significantly. Do you know the out years on those? Like, in each one of those cases, the first year was the heavy-headed year.
Yeah, well, each one's different, but the outer years in most of these funds that we'll go through later are actually, right now appear to be above the reserve targets, which is good. In other words, they're and some quite a bit above, and we'll walk through that later. But the solid waste fund is the one that just had the increase. It's in sort of a pretty tight position through 27, but then 28 in future years, it's building up reserves very nicely in our forecast.
And you're right, we're going to talk about those. I will say ahead of time on the benefits, it looked like we've doubled our cost from like 4 million something to 8 million something now in the last 3 years, which is completely unsustainable.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Very challenging, yeah.
Which is reflective of the national issues, too. My one question was, because I think that when we talk about some other state laws that have impacted revenue decreases or increases fairly, I think we should make sure those are included in our kind of compilation of facts. And one thing I wanted to double check this, because I think did we have a large increase in the fire pension cost?
Yes, we did. Yeah.
And how much was that?
About 25% year over year.
Which is how much?
About $290,000.
And why was that?
I'd have to get back. It's an actuarial calculation, and I'd have to get back to you with the specific reasons, because what goes into that is more. Every year they look at mortality. It's mortality rates. It's the investment returns that they receive that year, and some other things. So, to give you a good answer, I can research that and get back to you.
And my main part of the question is the criteria, the benefit criteria is driven by state.
Yes.
And a lot of those are put on us. And I want to make sure we're clear on that, because again, state's wants to take away, but the state puts all these unfunded mandates on us that we have to do. And I just think that's another example. So any example like that that's driven by state, I just think we need to make sure we're including, so.
Okay.
That people understand, don't look at us for some of this stuff, too. I think that's all my questions.
Could I follow up on one of those?
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you. Is the fire pension fund defined contribution or defined benefit?
Defined benefit, FRS
Okay.
defined benefit.
That's
yeah.
what drives the cost. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and I was going to say, because the sheriff would be the same thing. Sheriff's under Florida Retirement System, so under special risk class. So, you know, any kind of law that might have impacted that might be impacting us on that cost side as well.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So everybody's good? We'll keep moving?
Okay, our long-range projections now, and our first is the general fund. General fund is the city's main operating fund. It includes many city departments. Some brief background on the general fund. In the proposed budget for fiscal year 27, as the city manager mentioned earlier, we have our available fund balance is at 17.8% and above our target goal of 15%. In 2028 and future years, there is a projected budget shortfall of $5.6 million in the general fund. The shortfall was very close to the same number as we had in the 26 final adopted budget. The shortfall represents the excess of expenditures over revenues over the 5-year time frame in the general fund, and we'll go over the general fund long-range plan more in a few slides. For some highlights in the general fund, for property taxes, as Gene mentioned earlier, we had 4.3% growth in revenue at $775,000, and that's due to the AV increase that we had in 27 over 26. For the intergovernmental revenues, we increased by $774,000 in 27 compared to 26 budget, and that's due mainly to an increase expected FEMA reimbursement of $1,046,000, and with an offsetting decrease of $75,000 in revenue sharing proceeds from the state, and a decrease of $240,000 in the state and local half-cent sales tax. And that, again, is due to the commercial rent, same thing. Our penny fund was impacted, and our half-cent sales tax was also reduced by about $240,000 as a result of that HB 7031. Charges for services increased by $820,000, or 8.1% in 27, due primarily to an increased reimbursement of $223,000 from the County of Pinellas for the firefighter and EMS cost reimbursement for 2027. Also an increase in the administrative fee from the enterprise funds in the general fund from 27 compared to 26, and that's due related to the increases in stormwater and wastewater and solid waste year over year. And for the expenditures, the operating cost decreased 7.1%, or $1.5 million in 27 compared to 26. And that is due to a couple things. First, our ISF for property insurance is decreased by $782,000. And that's due to the fact that in 2026, our budget was more than needed. The actual cost in 2026 for property insurance was much less than we budgeted. We talked about this a little bit in our BA a few months ago, but we budgeted a certain amount. It came in lower after the budget was adopted. It was good news in 26, but and also all departments in the general fund were asked to reduce their controllable operating costs. We talked about that a little earlier, and that resulted in approximately $500,000 in savings in the general fund departments. For the capital decrease of $4.9 million, we had a change year over year from 27 to 26, and that was due primarily to the Highlander Aquatic Complex decreased by $1.9 million in 27. Weaver Park pier renovation decreased by $400,000. The fishing pier and day docks decreased by $2 million, and the library lighting decreased by $152,000 in 27 compared to 26. That's what makes up most of that $4.9 million reduction. And for debt service, we had an increase of $873,000 in 27 compared to 26 budget, and that's due to an increase in debt service in 27 for the storm line of credit of $935,000. That's an estimate, of course, but that's what we have in the budget, and also a decrease in the aquatic complex financing costs for cost of issuance. That was in 26 and was not in 27. And the net of those two make up the 873. And moving to the assumptions in the general fund, we have our projected 4.2 increase that we received from the county at the end of May, and that ended up being 4.53. Then we have estimates from 28 through 32. These estimates are consistent with county's estimated growth last year at 4%, and then we do reduce it to 3% in 32. We did make an adjustment in 2028 for some new construction that we knew was coming in the pipeline, so we did make that adjustment in 28 in these numbers as well. Also, other tax revenue is from 28 to 32, estimated 2% growth. Intergovernmental revenue is 2% growth, and charges for services is 2.2% growth from 28 to 32. And also salaries and benefits from 28 to 32 are 3.5% merit increase in our assumptions. And for the benefits increase is 6% estimate in 28 to 32. And operating costs is a 2.5% estimate from 28 to 32. And non-capital is a small increase of 1%. And we had some changes to the 27 budget. We began the process with the budget in January of this year, 2026. We met with the city manager and finance, met with all departments in April and early May to review all the departments' budgets by line item. We started with over a $1.5 million shortfall in the 27 budget before those meetings to have the budget cut. We reduced these projects before you to get us, back to a budget that's over a 15% target. I want to mention, because staff only added essential new projects to the general fund in 27, balancing the budget required moving these projects on this list from 27 to 28, and we moved out a solar energy improvement project for $550,000. We pushed it to 28. We had a Waybridge Woods project. We pushed from 27 to 28 for $800,000. Dunedin Boat Club Selling Center, we moved to 28 for $886,000. And the citywide door access controls was split between 27 and 28 at $64,000. So the total of those was $1.6 million. And so this is our long-range plan. This is in the proposed budget book on page 502 to 507. That's at the top of the slide there as a reference. As mentioned, the 27 proposed budget is balanced. The available reserve amount in the 27 year is projected to be 17.8%, well above our target. The general fund long-range plan, similar to last few years, presents the budget the shortfall not being addressed first, and then it is being addressed at the bottom with the two yellow highlighted rows you see towards the bottom. On this slide towards the bottom, I want to point out there are red font numbers. Towards the middle rows, it says revenue over/under expenses, like the fourth line from the bottom. That's out to 28 to 32. I want to mention the red numbers mean that the expenses are more than the revenues. That's what that is showing. The first highlighted row represents the estimated available fund balance at the end of the year. And as you can see, in 2027, it's 17.8% and above our target. In 2028, it drops to 7.4%, and then it reduces each year after that, as you can see in the model at 32. The bottom row highlighted is the same information with the budget shortfall. Again, it's an estimate being addressed, and the estimate average shortfall over the 5-year period, 28 to 32, is approximately $5.6 million, and that's towards the bottom. The estimated budget shortfall can be addressed with reductions in service or reduction in expenditures, or with revenue increases, or a combination of both methods. The budget for 2027 we have before you, and we have a balanced budget due partially to, we are projecting a fund balance carryover in 2026 of $16.1 million. That's under the estimated 2026 column, slightly more than our reserve, which is rolling over to 2027. The estimated shortfall amount, we are addressing. We have been, as mentioned, the staff's been addressing it over the last 8 months with some of the things we talked about. There's many ways to address it, and we have discussed some of those earlier today. The estimated shortfall is very close to the amount it was last year. In the final budget document last year, the shortfall was very close to this number. However, I want to mention just a few changes that have happened between this long-range plan and the adopted long-range plan in 2026 budget. For revenues, big picture, over the 5-year time frame, 2028 to 32, our revenues are less than prior year over that time frame by about 1.8 million. Not a huge reduction, but it has gone down some. The assessed value estimates for property taxes are very close to the same as prior year in the long-range plan, very, very close there. But a couple of other revenue sources, such as the half-cent sales tax I mentioned earlier, which has been reduced by about 240,000, and also the electrical service tax has also been reduced some. So between those two, the reduction is about 340,000 a year, and that 340 is sort of the average over the 5-year period. So overall, a slight reduction in revenue over the 5-year time frame compared to last year. And on the expenditure side, personnel costs have increased from 27 to 32 in this proposed budget compared to last year's budget. And the increase is about $2.7 million in total, and the average is about $530,000 more labor this year than in the long-range plan last year. And that's mainly due to health cost increase of 16%, which was more than our estimate last year in 27, 16 much more than our estimate. And also, we mentioned the pension benefits. Our pension costs, mainly due to fire, are about $310,000 more this year compared to prior year. So labor's up a little higher than last year. Now, on the operating costs have decreased. As mentioned, they've decreased about $5.3 million over the 5-year period, and the reduction is about $1 million a year. So that's been helpful in this long-range plan. Approximately half of this reduction was due to the efforts that we discussed. We asked all the departments to cut up to 20%, and the resulting savings of that was $500,000, and that's ongoing every year in our estimates. Also, electricity costs were reduced. Had been over budget a couple of years in a row with utilities, and so we reduced utilities by about $245,000 in 27. Hopefully that works with Duke's increases, but we were running over, so we did adjust that $245,000 down. And also we had a $475,000 reduction for IT services allocation in this year, and that is expected to also flow throughout the model. So operating costs decreased with those items about $1 million a year in the model compared to prior year. For the capital costs, we've had increases in capital costs. You know, we encourage our departments to put in their needs and wants, because one of the things, we want to make sure we know what's in front of us, obviously. You know, we want to make sure we know what our state of good repair needs are and other needs. So we do encourage them to put things in and outer years, and so we can plan for them. So capital is increased by there's $5.1 million more of capital projects in this forecast than there was in the budget last year. And that's about $1 million a year more in projects each year. And so some of the projects that were added, and this is some of the larger dollar ones, Fisher Little League Complex lights increased $450,000 over the 5-year time frame. A fireboat replacement was added for $700,000 out in 2032. An SCBA bottle air fill station for the fire department was added out in the later years of $750,000. Dunedin Marina Ferry dock reconstruction of $207,000. And that was our match we discussed earlier for the federal grant. The Highlander pool resurfacing of $280,000 was added. That was discussed some earlier. New fire apparatus equipment and outfitting, a new project for $210,000, and solar energy improvements project was added for $750,000. So those are the larger dollar ones that are in the outer years this year. We're not in the outer years in last year's budget. I want to mention also the Highlander Aquatics Complex project. The total cost in the 27 budget is out. We moved it. We're proposing to move it out in fiscal year 29, and the cost is $8.1 million in the general fund. The plan would be to issue a 10-year bank loan. And I want to mention that if Penny 5 is approved by the voters in November of '28, this amount of $8.1 million in the general fund would move to the Penny Fund, and the Penny Fund would pay the debt service in 29 through 2038 timeframe. Assuming Penny 5 is approved by the voters, we would move that debt service out of the general fund into the Penny Fund. If Penny 5 is not approved or not successful, the general fund would make all the debt service payments over that 10-year timeframe. Also want to mention that debt service was decreased some by about $1 million in total, or about $200,000 a year, year over year. So the total impact of these, when you net all these out, they actually net out to about a $625 increase. It's very close in total. There's changes, there's increases in labor, there's decreases in operating, there's increases in capital, but the net change, it changes, about a $100,000 average decrease every year. And our estimated shortfall today is $5.650 million, and in the final adopted budget last year, it was $5,525,000. Just very, very close. But I wanted to point out some of the differences to the commission.
Mayor, can I frame that up for a second?
Sure.
So, and one of the things that I hear in the community as a result of the budget workshops and then adoption of our budget is that we essentially have a deficit budget, and that the City Commission is adopting a deficit budget. In much the same way the federal government does, right? If it's a deficit and it builds every year, it just increases the debt year to year to year. That's not happening here. This is a balanced budget. We are not permitted to adopt a deficit budget. We are projecting a shortfall in future years if everything remains the same as it is this year. But as Les had said, we can't allow it to remain the same in the outlying years. And so every year we come to you with ways to balance the budget this year, not really addressing the budget deficit in future years. So the budget that we have for you now addresses that. We start to address that without the contingency budget in case a referendum passes. But we're starting to make inroads there to eventually address that in its entirety over a period of time. But I do have people, after 9 years, I finally realized what people were asking me, thinking it's similar to the federal government. It is not. We have a balanced budget this year. That's our responsibility to present to you, your responsibility to adopt, and then in future years, we need to address that deficit in a number of different ways.
No, it's a good comment. Thank you. I'm glad, because I get that too, so it's good.
Yeah, I want to mention one more item. If you look at 2027 column, and you go down and you see there's the revenue over under expenditures, and it shows $442,000, but the fourth line from the bottom, and then you go to the next column in 2028, it's a negative $4.5 million. So we go from pretty much a balanced revenue expense amount, and then we go to a negative 4.5. I want to mention a few items that's causing that, basically. So the first item is the changes in 28 compared to 27 that are driving that negative number is, first, in 2028 we had all this operating savings from the insurance, and it's a one-time thing in 2027. So we added back $1.1 million in the general fund in 2028 because we knew that the savings we had in 2027 was a one-time thing in general. So 1.1 of operating costs were increased in 2028 to take that into account. Also, we had $1.6 million increase in projects. The total projects in 2028 are about $1.6 million more than they are in 27. We also have in 2027, in that storm slide we looked at earlier, 2027 is has a net revenue increase of $1.9 million due to storm activity. So that revenue in 2027 is $1.9 million more due to storm activity. In 2028, that's not happening. So when you take the 1.1 added operating expenses, the $1.6 million increase in capital cost year over year, and also the storm activity revenue in 27 and not in 28, that gets you to about 4.6 million and very close to the difference between those two numbers. So I just want to give you an idea of kind of what's driving that.
So, you know, just one example, I guess you said 1.6 million in capital projects. And of course, we've now seen where we pushed a lot over to 2028. But again, I can look in 2028 and see that there's things I would push.
Push again.
I'd push again.
Sure.
You know, I'm not convinced on some of them. So that's a number, it's, you know, in a perfect world, whatever, that we'd go to, but we have flexibility by the time we get there. And
right.
But again,
And
so
that really
it's-
speaks to how we balance the budget year to year.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, it is, because again, you know, it's so funny, I've looked at this budget forever, it's the first time it really thought to me, yeah, we pushed all these projects out, but again, I'm looking, and then, there's a lot of times we justify a capital right at that year, and we push it off, and it doesn't get the same level of vetting, but it gets to stay there. It's a place, but it doesn't mean it's ever gonna happen.
Right.
Got it.
Can I ask a fundamental
Yeah, sure.
question?
Yeah,
related to that?
are we good? Are we ready to go to just questions on
yeah.
general fund?
Oh, thank you.
Yep, Vice Mayor, I'll start with you.
Just a fundamental question, because I know you do this somehow, but I'm not making the numbers, I can't get the numbers to add up. When we see an ending unassigned fund balance, how much of that do we carry forward into the next year?
Well, the Indian unassigned fund balance is, you know, a point in time, you know, at the end of, for instance, 2026, we're estimating the fund balance to be 7.3 million as an example. At the bottom, the yellow. What we carry over is, we carry over the entire fund balance. If you look at 2026 estimate, the 7.3 million, you go up 2 lines, we carry over the 11.2 million into the next year, which is the total fund balance, not just the available. And the difference is we've got restricted funds in the general fund that are not available, and that's the difference between the 11.9 and the 7.3. So that 11.9 million dollar number under estimate 26 rolls up to the top line in 27 year. If you look at the very top line in 2027 budget, you'll see that 11.9 million, and then each year sort of follows that same format. And if you go to 27 at the bottom, the total ending fund balance in 27 budget is 12.3 million, and then if you go to the top of 28, you'll see that fund balance of 12.3 million roll forward to 28.
Okay, and so it's not incorporated in any specific line item. I'm just trying to get the numbers to.
Yeah, for flowing purposes, I would look at the ending fund balance, which is the third line from the bottom there, ending fund balance, and then those numbers are the total fund balance in the fund, and those roll up to the next year, and continually, that's what rolls from one year to the next.
Okay, all right, well,
Good question.
That's good. Yeah, and I just to comment, I mean, you know, just to put this in perspective, last year when we did this, you know, we were looking at this big cliff in 26, 27, about, you know, it was in that time frame. And, you know, but when to make that distinction between, you know, a deficit budget and basically, you know, the balancing the budget and identifying the shortfalls in the budget, you know, that's a year-to-year thing. And, you know, just for anybody who might be listening now in the public, you've got a pretty good track record here of managing that shortfall. So this is why we're here. This is why we are in this and talking about this, because you know, that is our job, to manage that shortfall. And the track record is good. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sandberg?
In that personnel number, is it safe then that approximately 50% of our expenditures are personnel? Am I reading that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, or a little, yeah, pretty close to that, yeah.
And that's wages and benefits, and the health insurance benefits are in that?
Yeah, everything's included, yeah. Health and benefits are in there too, yes.
Okay. And why do we carry such a large beginning fund balance? It seems like that's it's a pretty substantial, heavy number. Is that on purpose?
Well, our reserve, our fund balance is one number. Then we have restricted funds that we really can't access. So the available is what we try to follow closely, because that's what's available to without any restrictions or commitments. So those numbers at the bottom, such as the under 26 budget, the 13.3 million, or actually maybe estimated columns better, estimated 26, 16.1. The 7.3 sounds like a big number, but that's 16.1% of our personnel and operating cost, and our reserve target is that percentage would be 15% or more. So our reserve target is have our available amount at 15% or more of the operating, which would be personnel and operating. So 16.1 is a little bit higher than that, but that's really what our target is.
May I, Mayor? Yes. And also, the reserve, some cities carry I think Tarpon carries a 35% reserve, which in my mind, well, I won't comment, but anyway, that's a huge reserve. And also.
I think you just did- I think you
backed
commented.
off of that one, backed off of that one. I love Tarpon Springs, they're wonderful. But anyway, so, but actually, when we're surveilled, when we do issue debt and we're surveilled, the reserve is a very large subject in terms of are we maintaining our minimum reserve. Les and I, for a number of years, have been really trying to build it up as much as we can. The average over this period of time is about 23%, which is a good reserve. It really is. But to Jorge's point earlier, that's our checkbook in case of emergency, and every fund carries its own reserve.
Okay, that's all I had, Mayor.
Commissioner Gao?
Thank you, Mayor. If I understand this correctly, Les, under projection 2028, the revenue over under, right now it's a negative 4.5,
Correct.
right? And so
Estimated, yeah.
if the referendum passes, right, and it's $3 million, is it safe to say that that will change from 4.5 to 7.5?
Yeah, if that passed and we did nothing else, that negative number would go up by about 3.9 million. Yeah.
Okay, and then in 29, it would go up another 6.
That's right. In 29,
It'll
it
go down.
would be 6 million, right?
Look.
6.2.
I'm going to
yeah.
correct, because add on the EMS issue, deficit, we get passed down, add on cooperative, library cooperative, add on, yeah, so. I knew where you were going, I thought it
Right,
add
so
on.
we're looking in 2029 of $16 million. Right, okay, that's all, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner DeGard.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at our trend relative to total expenditures. In 2024, it was 38.9 million, and this year estimate is 57 million, which is a $20 million increase. Help me understand why it jumped so much.
Which one's that? Oh, okay. Well, in 2026 has a lot of storm activity in it, and that's a lot of what's going on there. There's a lot of storm activity in 2026 and some in 2027 too. Our storm activity is how much in 26 roughly estimate? Yeah, just 1 second here.
Well, even if you look from 24 to 25, that doesn't have any storm activity, it jumps $14 million. So I'm kind of curious as what caused that jump.
Yeah, 2025 had storm costs too. 2025 had about $2.5 million roughly in storm cost. And we also had that large increase in operating too.
Yes.
Yeah.
There were also increases in 2025, starting with the health fund and the risk fund started increasing their operating costs. We can do an analysis.
Yeah, to give you a good analysis, we'll follow up with that to give you a detailed analysis. I'd rather do that than kind of peck through it, yeah.
Well, on a like note, if you take a look at the budget for 2027, we're looking at 49. and that does include some capital in it, even in the non-capital. But if you go in the non-capital budget, it stays relatively flat for the next 4 years. So, you know, I'm just, there are two different stories here. One of some increases that I'd like to understand, and how we're possibly going to stay flat for the next 4 years.
Yeah, you know, well, the next 4 years, you know, one of the challenges we have in this estimate is if you go out to 28 to 32 and you look at the revenue, the total revenue in look at 2030 revenue, it shows 49.5 million. And if you take that number and then if you look at personnel and operating costs only, you know, that personnel and operating, you know, completely cover all of the revenues.
Okay.
That's a challenge. You know, that's what, I mean, capital is part of the challenge, and that's why one of the things we have on the next slide is a no capital scenario.
Yeah.
That I think might show some of that, but we will get information for 24 actual and 25 actual to you because to break it all out.
Yeah, that's just such a large jump, and then showing no increases almost, it's not even inflationary for the next 4 years as well. So I understand we're doing some cost savings and reductions, but still, that's pretty impressive. Thank you very much.
I don't think I have any questions. Yeah, I don't think I have any questions right now. Some of my questions are Rec and Park questions, and we'll be talking about that separate, right? Or not?
Actually, you probably want to do that now if you want to, because
okay.
general fund. Yeah. Yeah.
So when we look at some of these ongoing costs from Rec and Park, athletic field renovation, we've got the lighting here, the Fisher Little League and Jerry Lake Complex lighting. What is, how do we assess that and yeah, so what are we going to spend $120,000 on and why aren't we putting that off?
Thank you, Mayor. Tony Mulkey, Parks and Recreation. We are proceeding with we're trying to procure the lights. We did go out to bid to try and start that replacement. We're seeing failures. We're seeing standards that are compromising the safety and playability of our fields. But we're approaching this with a several-pronged approach. One, what would upgrades do to our maintenance costs? Can we reduce our maintenance costs through newer equipment? Newer technology has efficiencies, so can we reduce our electrical and utility costs? The control systems on the new lighting, more efficient for staff time and being able to program things. And then also the new technology and designs impact neighborhoods less through light splash and just kind of control of the lighting. So we're approaching it with some type of offset, but we are seeing failures to these systems that are impacting the play at these fields. And this isn't just Fisher, this is Jerry Lake as well is included in the out years. So we're investigating some approaches where we can kind of maybe make a little larger impact sooner and realize those cost savings as we pay it off. So
What percentage of games are played, you may not know this, but what percentage of games are actually played at night?
during the school year, all of them, except for the weekends.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, I mean, what's the big deal if a few lights are out?
Could be a kid not seeing the ball, could be, somebody not seeing a hazard on the field. It's important to have the right lighting.
I mean, I'm asking it rhetorically.
Absolutely.
It goes right to the heart of liability.
It does.
I mean, yeah, I mean, really, if we don't keep them up, we got to shut them down.
And I think these
Isn't that
lights are
the
30 years
answer?
old, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're 30 years old.
But wouldn't it be true if we don't keep them up, we should just shut the field down? Because it's not safe.
Mayor, if I may,
And we'll
so,
just get sued.
correct. And-
Oh, somebody will be hurt, that's the worst part. But then,
Correct. And then as you look at cost-cutting measures moving forward, right, then you may just have to close any nighttime activities. So aside from closing facilities, you reduce the level of service that you're providing.
Well, fencing out there is the same, right? I mean, matter of fact, I can think of a lawsuit since I've been on the commission, we settled, it was probably 8 years ago, and it was a fence issue, and it wasn't a cheap claim, anyway. So, so all those seem like easy things to pass off. Playgrounds seem like, oh, but again, if you can't keep a playground up, you got to shut it down. Yeah, too many ways to get hurt.
Can I ask one thing about that? Does that include the poles or just the lights?
The poles are sound, so this is just the fixtures up on the poles.
Are all the poles out there concrete now?
They are.
Okay, because
I believe
years
so.
and years ago, we had problems with, they were wood.
Yeah.
And one took a tumble into the middle of center field, so, okay, that's all. I'm good, Mayor, sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. I guess my last question for you is, I know that you're doing a real detailed kind of cost benefit usage in all our centers, usage of our programs. When will we see that? Because that goes to the heart of,
And I'm doing that in conjunction with preparing our contingency budget.
okay.
So I should have that early August.
because obviously you got you got a tough job there. And it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out.
Absolutely.
And the impact, so. Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Because then we're going to go to lunch.
Yeah, Mayor, may I?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, Jeff's standing between us and lunch. Look out.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, just real quickly, back to the overall, I'll start with just the overall general fund. And right, that all the staff, we reduced everything by 20%.
That was the goal.
That was the goal.
We found our goal was a bit overambitious as far
Okay.
as that goes.
Even more interesting, okay, overambitious, we couldn't get to 20%. And so, but if we were, where that figure shows up is under operating, is that a true statement?
Correct.
Okay, and so when we go from the 26 estimated to the 27 budget, that reduction of 21 to 18 is the reduction that staff was able to do, and that is 2.8 million.
Yeah,
Right.
but, well, there was that, but there was also other adjustments that came into play. I mentioned we had a really large adjustment because of insurance. The insurance went down dramatically in 2027 because we'd over budgeted in 26. Budget to budget went down because our 2026 budget for property was much more than needed. Our actual costs are much less, so our budget was almost about $1 million lower in 27 compared to 26. So there were a few things that came into play to get that operating number, but part of it was 500, yeah.
Okay, and then, again, back to if that referendum passes, and we're looking at 3 million, we found it very hard to get 2.8, and we're not done with there. It would be another 3 and then another 6, correct? And that's not taking into consideration what the mayor talked about. And so following up on my comments earlier this morning and the lights at the Little League, I would propose not doing the lights and cutting night games now. Show the citizens, this is what will happen, and this is serious. And then if they say, no, we want the lights, then okay, it's on them. They told us they wanted the lights.
Tell
Right.
his insurance.
It's, that, anyway. Those are, and that's, I'm actually trying to be in support of Little League.
I know you.
In all of our youth sports, in Sterling, but
So,
my concern is they're gonna vote yes for this, not understanding the impacts. They were gonna be stuck with the impacts, they're gonna be screaming that we don't have the services that we've come to enjoy in Dunedin. And what do we do with that? What do we do? Other than, yeah, sorry. Anyway,
So,
those are my comments.
And if I could, we have a very end of the day, we have a city commission direction. And so if there's anything that anybody wants to put out in terms of a different direction that we're going, I think that's the time. And we can all kind of come to consensus about
And
that,
Mayor,
so.
thank you for that. It's a discussion the commission needs to have on that issue. Staff has no comment on that. We can't comment on that path moving forward. I think it's a decision of the city commission.
Very good. Well done. It reminds me, and this is the last comment before lunch, when they finally made the vote to disband the police department and go to the sheriff, it was the only time that former city attorney John Hubbard had nothing to say. They turned and they said, Mr. Hubbard, would you like to give an opinion on this? And he said, I have no comment. And it was the only time because he always provided comments. So I get it, you know. It's like sometimes That's for us to decide, so, okay. Sounds good. All right, we are adjourned for lunch. open our budget workshop session, and I think we're on the stadium fund.
We did have, if you want, we had a general fund, no capital scenario we could go through if you like, or or we can go to the stadium. It's up to the commission. We
Okay,
did-
will of the commission. You want to go do the no capital general fund thing, or?
It's similar to last
I
year.
mean, I looked at it, I kind of get it. Yeah, we see how the numbers. Yeah. But it's great to have as a perspective, it really is.
Yeah, that's what we
but,
thought, yeah, we thought we'd share it, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, stadium fund.
Great. Okay, starting with the highlights in the stadium fund, charges for services decreased by $10,000 in '27 compared to '26 budget, and that was an adjustment to true up to actual revenues. The naming right revenue was being slightly under budget, so we sort of trued up to actuals in 2027. Also, in the miscellaneous revenues, we had a small decrease of $10,000, and that was for an estimated reduction in interest income in '27 compared to '26. And we had a decrease in operating expenses of $303,000, and that was due to the property and liability insurance ISF charges due to lower than budgeted premiums in fiscal year '26. The excess fund balance in '26 in the ISF fund was used to reduce the risk ISF allocation to the stadium fund in fiscal year '27, similar to the general fund we talked about. Also want to mention, staff is still fine-tuning the property and liability amounts and allocations for the stadium fund and all funds, working with with Teresa, the Director of HR and Risk Management. For the assumptions in the stadium fund, we have $550,000 allocated per year from the general fund for operations, and that's mainly for insurance, property insurance in the stadium fund, and operating costs are 3% increase from 28 to 32. And for the overview in the stadium fund, this is on pages 508 and 509. Fiscal year '27 budget includes normal operating costs in the stadium fund. We show at the bottom of the page the reserve for capital in 2027. That reserve is for future major repairs at the stadium, as outlined in the agreement with the city and the Blue Jays. The capital reserve is $3.4 million at the end of '27, and that's the second number from the bottom row there, $3.4 million in '27. And ending available fund balance is over our target in 2027 and future years.
Okay, questions? Okay, I have a question. I just want to make sure I understand what's actually coming in here. So the intergovernmental $1 million is from where?
That is the payment we receive annually from the state to make the bond payment every year. It's about, they pay about $1 million a year.
Gotcha.
The state pays us $883,333 a month, and then we collect that, and then we make the debt service payments.
Okay, and then the 348,000 is what?
That is a combination of naming rights and there's a couple of different revenue sources in there, naming rights, and also, I believe Gene's going to check that, Gene's confirming that right now, but there's another one that I'll get to you in a
That's probably
second
the
here.
biggie, though, naming rights.
Yeah,
And
that's
then,
a lot of it, yeah.
and the miscellaneous is what?
That represents, most of that is the Blue Jays pay us twice a year for their
Okay.
debt service payment for the bonds.
Gotcha.
And that's about 1.3 million or slightly more than that. They pay us twice a year in advance of our debt service payments every 6 months.
Gotcha.
That's what the majority of that is. And also a little bit of interest income too in there.
And the 550,000 that we transfer in from the general fund, I mean, I kind of remember, is that, like, it's towards kind of the capital improvement fund, but we only have to do it so many years, or?
Yeah, the 550 transfer in, that is transfer from the general fund, and that covers mainly, in the agreement, we're responsible for property insurance, and that covers property insurance payments every year, and also a little bit of property tax. The club pays most of the property tax, but we pay a little, but they pay most of it.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
Is there any income to the city, any revenue from ticket sales? I thought we got a percentage of every ticket.
Yeah, we do, it's collected, and we do receive the ticket sell activity from the club, but that money that when we receive it goes into that reserve balance that I mentioned earlier. The ticket sales, the money comes to us, but we're required per the agreement to reserve that in that capital reserve for future repairs and maintenance and things at the stadium.
Okay, that's all. Thank you, Les.
So that's probably part of the 348,000.
That's part of it, yeah, that's true, yeah.
Gotcha.
Mayor, may I?
First,
Finish.
Commissioner Gao, no, Commissioner Gao, then Vice Mayor.
And so, Les, the budget, 2027, the reserve is 211%? Is that what I'm reading?
Yep, 211% right now, yep.
Okay, what would it be if we did not do that transfer in from the general fund?
Well,
Are we allowed to do that, and what would the impact be on the reserve?
well, we could reduce the transfer in if we wanted to. You know, property insurance is running about $550,000, $600,000 a year right now, roughly, you know, in that fund, or real close to that. We could reduce it some, you know, and it would go down. One of the things is you see, if you look out to 2031, or actually 2032, we're at 1.3 million. One of the other things that comes into play here is the cutoff at year end, as far as the cutoff every 6 months, as far as when the funds come in from the state to make those debt service payments. But we could reduce it to 400, 450 for the next few years, and probably be okay. We could do that. I mean, I think I could do a little more analysis to see if there's any issues with this going to 450, and see if there's any concerns in the outer years. In the short term, we have plenty of fund balance for that.
Well, I was going to ask, let me just ask, because I just want to make sure. So, but we have to pay what the actual cost of property insurance is.
Yeah, we have to pay it. Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So,
the
because
fund's gonna
everything
pay.
else is required by the contract, I believe, to go to capital money that's going to help the stadium when it needs capital. So ultimately, we got to pay the piper.
That's right. We have to pay the insurance, and like you said, everything that we receive some money from the Blue Jays, the ticket sales, for example, and those all roll into that reserve. And you can see that reserve growing every year, you know, based on those estimated ticket sales. Yeah.
Okay, and so that 550 from the general fund, that basically covers what the mayor was talking about?
Yeah, it covers that, and could be ancillary costs too. We don't see that very often because that reserve is intended for those type of things, and they've only used the reserve, I think, a couple times since the new stadium. But we could look in, I will look into seeing if we can challenge it and maybe reduce that 550 some, and get back to you.
Because I know it's been a couple of years, but we started a concerted effort on reducing the reserve in all of these funds, that some of them were getting kind of out of hand. And at 211%, that just seems pretty high.
Yeah,
anyway.
as you can see, it is going down over time in the projection. You know, it's down to 1.3 later on. But we'll take a look at it, and we can respond back and see if we can reduce it to some lower number and get back to you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to you, but can I just finish that one thought? But just to be clear, if the cost of the property insurance, or, is it property insurance or property taxes?
Property insurance, yeah.
Property insurance is $450,000. We adjust that, we get that money back to the general fund later. We don't just leave it there, right?
Say it again now?
So if we project $550,000 for property insurance, it actually, the bill comes in as $450,000. We take back the $100,000 to the general fund.
We don't really do that. I mean, we could do that, but we don't do that. That's why I think I'll look at it, because we may be able to, for at least a few years, reduce that contribution to chew up some of this fund balance. And so we don't true it up every year, to answer your question. No, we don't. In other words.
Well, my concern, Les, is, and again, I'll let you go off to do it, but is we're required to do the property insurance. Whatever that cost is ours.
That's right.
The other pieces that are in here are required to build up a capital account for when we know, big things will start to happen at the new stadium. 'cause it's
Exactly.
already
Right.
not that new. So I'm not as concerned about the fund balance as we don't want to give any more to the fund than we have to.
Right, no, good point, yeah, good point, yeah.
Let me
Anyway,
ask
go
the
ahead.
question another way here, because, yeah, this is along the same lines of discussion, but actually, there's two parts to this. So, first of all, is there anything prohibiting us from doing a transfer out, say, to the general fund?
Prohibiting? No. But I would advise if we're going to do anything, lower the contribution over the next couple of years. You know, if we feel we have extra room, lower the contribution the next few years. But there's nothing prohibiting that, no.
And then the second part,
I'm sorry, because I think we better look at the contract, because I'm not sure that's, I could be wrong, but.
I'm not sure that's addressed in
I
the
think the
contract or not.
contract says we have to build a separate capital fund, so.
Yeah, no, the capital fund for sure, we have to build, 100%. Yeah,
Okay.
those numbers down below, we have to track that, and we have that set aside in our financials too, you know, as a
All right,
reserve.
I'll just be quiet. Go ahead. Hey, Rob's-
so, you know, this almost kind of looks and feels like something that would, an enterprise fund would lend itself well to. You know, I take a look at the revenues coming in. Now, obviously, the major revenue piece of this would be ticket sales. I don't know what that number looks like for us, but is there any thought on that? And if it's not, you know, it may be prohibitive in some particular fashion.
Well, ticket sales, Tony may know the answer to that, but ticket sales change a little bit every year. I don't recall the exact number, but ticket sales definitely, it's just, for us, it's just a flow through. If we get 180,000, that number's flowing right down to that reserve at the end of the year. And, you know, because that's in the agreement. So it's just, that's money we receive from the club, but it's required to go in that reserve, capital reserve number.
Yeah, I'll just to share the comment that everybody else is making, that, you know, we keep that fund balance as a percent of the operating budget's pretty big.
Yeah, bigger than most.
And then, so I wonder, is that reserve for capital piece of it, you know, do we need to carry that much?
Yeah, I'll take a look at the fund and I'll get back with the commission and let you know if I think that we could either reduce the contribution some in the next few years or do a one-time transfer, whatever the commission would like, you know. I'll take a look at it.
Just real quick, that building is owned by the city of Dunedin, and I can never remember the reason that we have to pay property taxes, even though it's owned by the city. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, it's owned by the city, but both the stadium is the taxes are less than they would have been because we're a government agency. So, but it's public-private, so we do pay taxes. The property taxes are paid primarily. The first 150, I believe, is paid for by the club, and then anything above that is split. So the club's paying most of the property taxes. We pay a little bit, but the insurance is the city's responsibility. And the insurance happens to be a much bigger number than the property taxes.
So, if I may,
Yeah.
so any governmental entity that uses property for a commercial activity, such as the stadium, and say, for example, we lease something out to a commercial activity, then we have to pay taxes on.
Okay. Yeah, good. That's all I had. Thank you, Les.
And Les, I'm sorry, because I think I was going down a rabbit hole, but what you're saying is that reserve for capital number is our contractual obligation to hold on to. So the other is in question.
Yes.
We have to keep that much more, so.
Right, exactly. That other number is what we'll take a look at, yeah. Right, yeah.
Okay.
If I may, Mayor, that when we take a look at it, we will be conservative to make sure that reserve for capital has,
Well, we have to, because, you know, that stadium's going to get tired, you know.
right.
I remember with the other stadium before the renovation, it was getting tired, and, you know, you don't want it to, we want to be proud of it, but obviously you want to be responsible with the money.
Question, Mayor. We're looking at reserves here of, in excess right now, of 3.4 million?
No, that's the reserve for capital. The 2 million is the,
Okay, we're looking for, I'm looking at that reserve, but I don't see interest income up in revenues. So I presume we would make interest off that?
Yeah,
Or it goes
interest-
right back into it?
Yeah, the interest income is in the miscellaneous line item. It's included in there. Yeah, the interest, now, the reserve for capital does earn interest too. In other words, we track interest and we do allocate interest to that reserve every year as well.
Just as a comment, that's an awful large miscellaneous when your total is 3.4 and you've got 1.5 in miscellaneous. Might want to be breaking that out in the future.
Yeah, we could show a breakdown. Most of that miscellaneous is, I'd say 1.350 of it is the debt service payments that the Blue Jays pay to us that we turn around and make the debt service payment. That's what most of it is.
Yeah, I figured that. Thank you very much.
okay, guess we beat that one down.
Good questions, yeah.
All right. Okay,
Okay,
Next.
impact fee fund, some highlights of the impact fee fund. Increase in license and permit fee revenue of $212,000 in 2027 for a projected increase in Parkland impact fees due to development and offset by a small decrease in the multimodal fire and law enforcement impact fees. We've got some developments that we've estimated that will be coming through 265 Causeway Boulevard, and we've got Azul Avenue Vacation Homes and Sunrise Townhomes are three of the ones that we've included in our estimates for these impact fees. The operating expenses decreased by $15,000 in 2027, and that's due to Beltree's ADA improvements project that was budgeted in 26 and not in 27. And the capital expenses decreased by $230,000 in fiscal year 27 due to multimodal Waybridge Woods design of $150,000 and law enforcement public safety mitigation for safety barriers of $80,000 that was in 2026 but not in 2027 budget. And for the assumptions in the fund, the revenues are estimated just, based on estimates of known or estimated developments each year. And this is the long-range plan. This is an overview combined of our 4 impact fees, and this is on page 510, 511 in the budget document. This shows the estimated revenue and expenses for the total impact fees, which includes the multimodal, the Parkland fee, the fire fee, and the law enforcement impact fees. And the following slides will go over, we have a slide for each impact fee, starting with the multimodal impact fee. The revenue estimate is based on the estimated development as mentioned. The 27 budget has the pedestrian safety crossing improvements for various locations project for $30,000 and the same amount in future years as well, as you can see in the capital line item in this slide. And moving to the Parkland impact fee, same thing. The estimate is based on development. I mentioned in 2027, that is a higher number. We've anticipated those projects I mentioned being developed and bringing in more in this fund for the Parkland fee. There's no projected expenses in 2027 and after currently or known projects in future years. The funds is projected to have a $1 million fund balance, as you can see at the bottom in 2027, and growing over that time, some over the time frame out to 32. And the next is the fire impact fee, and there's no projected expenses in this at this time. And the fund balance in the fire impact fee is projected to be $135,000 in 2027. We are working with the fire chief to look at a capital project to spend some of these dollars. So we're looking at that to see if we can do it in 27 or 28, to see if we can find a project that we can move here and out of the general fund, since we've got a balance of $135,000, getting to the point where we could do something with that. So we're looking at that now. The law enforcement impact fee, there's no projects planned in 27 or future years, and the balance is now at an estimated $12,000. But I want to mention that we in 2026, current year, we budgeted $80,000 in 2026 for the Public Safety Mitigation Project for purchase of safety barriers. And so we'll be spending that in 2026. And we did that to draw some of these funds down too. So now we've got about 12,000 moving forward. Are there any questions on any of the impact fees?
Anybody have questions? Commissioner Sandberg?
How is that law enforcement impact fund, where does that revenue come from, the licensing and the miscellaneous?
The licensing comes from development, and, certain projects fall under that fee, to have to pay that fee when they develop. Can you add that, George, at all, or?
So I don't know what the exact numbers are, but anytime somebody comes in for a building permit, so for instance, like, I think you mentioned Sunrise, Azul, when they come in for a building permit, that impact fee will be assessed at that time for whatever that rate is per unit.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Thanks.
What was the first impact fee before parking?
Multimodal is the first one, yeah, that
Okay,
one.
thank you.
Anybody over here? So the barriers that we're doing downtown, I noticed somewhere in the budget, was it in general fund? We were going to pay $40,000 for more of them?
Mm-hmm.
So we're taking that out of general fund?
No, I think that's coming out of risk.
Yes,
It's
so
risk
it was a combination of the law enforcement impact fee and risk safety,
Okay.
since it was deemed as a safety protective measure.
Okay, got it. Okay, good. I don't have anything else? Okay. We'll move on.
Thank you. Next is the building fund. Oh, public art, excuse me. I'm jumping around here. The public art fund highlights the operating costs decreased 24,500, and that was due to the public art master plan implementation costs to adjust to available funding. We reduced it. Our funding stream is, we'll see in a minute, is low in this particular fund. And due to very little revenues expected from future development projects that pay into this fund in fiscal year 27 and future years. And for the assumptions, it's again based on estimated developments that would pay this fee, public art fee. And the overview is, this is on page 512, 513 of the budget document. Staff expects development projects electing to deposit the 0.5% of project cost into the public art fund will improve, and the actual revenue received and provide positive fund balance at some point in the future. And as you can see, in 27 through 32, we have $2,500 estimated for non-recurring operating and expenses each year, and we'll monitor that depending on revenues received each year.
It's looks like a stable amount. What are we paying for there?
Well, I'll let Nicole can answer this, but better than me probably, yeah.
I don't know about that, Les, but, we try to estimate for the development that is going to pay into the public art fund, which is a little hard. So we have that just as a stable, figure in there as an estimate. It fluctuates depending on when things actually get built and when things actually pay into the public art fund. So we see differences year over year. We have several applications that have come in, but likely will not be built for, 2 to 3 years to be completed. So we try to maintain some stability, but really there's a lot of fluctuations.
I think I understand what you said.
Anybody else have public art? Okay, let's keep going.
Okay. Next is the building fund. We have, for the highlights, transfer in decreased in 2027 compared to 26, and that was the final year of an internal loan. There was an internal loan between the building fund and the public art fund, and the last year payback was 2026, so there's no payments in 2027. And operating costs increased $72,000 or 12% in 2027. And this is due to an increase in contract service for inspection services of $50,000 and an increase in annual IT licenses for a floodplain management program of $50,000 in 2027 compared to 2026. And also, there's a reduction in the IT-ISF allocation of $33,000 to offset those increases. And for capital costs, there was a decrease of $32,000 in 27 compared to 26, and that was due to the DigiPlan software implementation that took place in 2026 and is not in 2027, and that software is to be used for reviewing plans. And for highlights in the building fund, excuse me, for the next one, the assumptions.
Sorry, I was on the wrong slide. I was on
There
the
you go.
wrong mouse.
That's fine, thank you. The assumptions, we have projected an increase in 2029 and 2030 in building permit revenue if needed. I wanted to point that out. If you look at 2029, we've got a potential 34% increase and then another increase in 2030. And we're doing that because we reduced the fees by 33% back in 2021 timeframe. And we did that to work towards being in compliance with Senate Bill 553.80, which was to the requirements of what your fund balance can be in the building fund for the state of Florida. Our fees may need to be adjusted in the future and we continue to monitor the fund each year as we always do. Also, want to mention the expenditures are projected to be salaries 3.5%, benefits 6%, and operating costs 2%. And the other years are pretty standard, but we had those 2 years of increases. Because you look at the long-range plan here, this is on pages 514 and 515 in the budget document. The available reserves in 2027 are projected to be just under 2.1 million at the bottom there. And I mentioned the reduction in fees, which was ordinance 21-12 that took place in March of 21. It was done with the goal of working towards following the state code I mentioned, which is 553.80, which allows for no more fund balance carry forward than the average of your operating budget for the previous 4 fiscal years. So staff has been working towards getting our fund balance is currently higher than that. Our fund balance has gone down over the last 3 years, so we have made improvements. But ideally, our fund balance would need to be about 1.4 million to be in compliance with that. So we're still working towards that. And we're projecting, as you can see here, that in 2028, which shows 1.334 million, that's pretty close to the number that is that 4-year average of budget. And we'll continue to monitor revenues and expenditures in the fund and in order to stay in compliance and also watch and because we may get to the point where our fund balance is, as you can see here, if this projection holds true, our fund balance is getting below that, out in 2032, it's almost zero. So at some point, we would need to look at, increasing those fees back to something. We reduced by 33, there may need to be an adjustment at some point to get it back up, to pay for the ongoing cost.
We got a question?
Yes. Are these fees and permits based on a currently static rate and you're anticipating growth, or is that an increased rate?
Well, the fees are static in general, and our estimated revenues are the estimated development that will happen that year.
Okay. So we're stable, our fees are pretty set, and we're seeing development grow like that.
Yes.
Do you think we should re-examine the fee basis that we're currently charging because of the projections we have?
Well, we lowered it by 33%, and we have made ground. We've made ground because that reserve of 2 million was well over 3 million a few years ago. So we are heading in the right direction. At some point, our 2026 revenue is trending a little higher than our budget. So it's been sort of a balancing act. We've had lots of development, like you said, recently. So that has increased the fees, and since we're heading in the right direction, George and I have to talk about this from time to time, but we think right now we're heading on the path to get us in. The good news is the states, our auditors look at this and they ask us every year, and we have a conversation, and they do see we're making ground. And fortunately, the state's not really, up to this point, paid a lot of attention to this requirement. And so we're making ground, and we think we're heading in a decent direction. But, you know, if we lowered it again, we may have to turn around and raise it back up a lot 2 years from now.
I can think of no better time than now to raise a fee if we're having these kind of projections.
Yeah.
Just as a thought.
Sure, no, it's a good comment, yeah, good comment. Yeah,
Thank you.
True.
Okay, anything else on the building fund, or anybody questions? Okay, I think we keep going.
Okay, the county gas tax fund, the gas tax revenues are budgeted at 3.2% decrease in 2027 compared to current year 26. And mentioned earlier that gas tax revenues are trending, they're coming in right now less than budget for 2026 by about 3.5–4%. And our 27 budget is assuming no growth and relatively flat, and we're budgeting $450,000 in 2027 for gas tax revenues. And this is consistent with the County of Pinellas projections last year. I've not seen their projections this year yet.
Mayor, if I'm
Go
any,
ahead.
excuse me, am I okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
go.
I think you're optimistic here. I think these numbers are going to grow. What you're finding is the consumer is moving to more electric vehicles because of the current cost of gasoline. And we've seen that globally, not just in the United States. So I think you're going to see a continued decline at about the rate you've got there in 27. Thank you.
Good point, yeah.
Well, on that note, can I just ask, is there any legislation at all talking about offsetting with the electric vehicle usage, you know, on the roads? I know there's been talk of it, but never anything that's really gelling.
Yeah, there was nothing last year. The previous session, there was a bill that was filed by Senator Hooper in regards to including basically a fee during the registration process if you have an electric vehicle to offset what we're seeing happen to the tax fund. But as of right now, we haven't, nothing's been successful, so.
Nicole, was that going to the state or was that going to go to local?
That's at the state, that was at the state level.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to help us. I think that's going to help the state, but I don't think that tax, because it's in the guise of a sales tax, as I recall.
I mean, I assume that the way that the tax, the fuel tax is structured comes from the state.
Yeah, it comes from the state. This funding stream is passed to us through the state. Yeah, it is passed to us through the state, and it is based on
Okay.
consumption, like we mentioned.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, it would operate the same way.
Yeah.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, please. I was just happy because my jacket's coming. So thank you.
That's funny, that's funny.
Appreciate that.
Under the expenses, are there any expenses that the city incurs that isn't funded, that goes to what might be considered a gas tax expense, but the gas tax fund can't handle it, so it's paid through other funds?
Well, yes, yeah, that is happening, and we'll talk about that at the next slide. But yeah, the gas tax fund is financially constrained, and I will look at the county's estimates when their budget comes out and see what they're estimating in future years. But it is constrained. This year, for example, we moved $20,000 of pavement management to the penny fund because you can see there, that was if you look at capital there, that $200,000, the last line, that $200,000 is for pavement management, and we reduced it by $20,000 because this fund can't afford it. So Penny could afford it, so we moved it to Penny. Also, in future years, we're moving, remind me.
The sidewalk maintenance project, we are moving that out of the county gas tax into the risk fund.
Yeah, so we're moving about $100,000 to $125,000 a year out of gas tax into the risk fund for in 28 and future years to be able to cover those expenses. Yeah.
And also this year, we added $100,000 in the streets general fund budget for pavement striping and ADA curb work that's needed for the sidewalks and stuff. So that
where
is
did-
an increase to the general fund this year because we cannot put it in the county gas tax.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, and I just wanted to make this point, just in general. That was the purpose of why this was even created, was it was designed to help take care of our roads. But regardless of our transition to electric vehicles, we just, and not just Dunedin, but the entire country, is outspending that gas tax. And so we just build more roads and build more roads, build more roads, without any concept of the funding that's supposed to supply those expenses. So anyway, just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Well, so my side comment to that is that's under the fact sheet, failure to act, when it's obvious. But
Yeah. And the
Yeah.
county, Jennifer, Jorge, county right before COVID was looking at really addressing the challenge that the whole county has with gas tax. And it's a county thing, and they were looking at referendum, what it was going to be to try to, shore up the needs, but nothing's happened. Yeah.
Yes, of course, let's shore up that gas tax for more roads, but let's not build more bike lanes or sidewalks or walking paths. Genius at work. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, along those lines, the gas tax also, as Les mentioned and Gene, we're also leveraging the risk fund because obviously we need to maintain those sidewalks that we have. Otherwise, we cut our nose off to spite our face because then we have trip and fall claims because we haven't maintained the sidewalks that we have. To Nicole's point earlier, as you speak to your colleagues in Tallahassee, if you can't do this one-time charge when you register an electric vehicle, what you could do is add something to the annual registration for your tag renewal so those EVs would contribute to the usage of the roadways and sidewalks.
And I think if you talk to any EV owner, they'd be more than willing to do that.
Oh,
So-
I don't know.
Yeah.
I knew that was
Ready
coming.
to do that. And not for this, but I would love to know what the linear feet cost is on repairing a road versus repairing a sidewalk. Love to know that cost differential.
Okay, there you go. Okay, well, we're really getting in the,
Good questions.
oh, good. But I think what the county was doing was going to add a penny for gas tax, right? Which still defies the reasoning of you need to get the electric vehicles in the game. So, anyway.
True, yeah.
But either way, because they don't have the ability to do that. I think the state has to do that probably, right? Yeah. Anybody else on this one?
And just, I'm wondering, Mayor, this is just because I don't know, because that is important about the electric vehicles. Would that include golf carts?
Yeah. I'm vehemently against that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. That's a terrible idea. A really terrible idea. Going in the wrong direction. Okay, so we're done with that. We're going to go to the penny fund.
Just the next slide, forget that one, next slide. I just want to briefly mention that,
Oh, okay.
just to be real quick, this is the fund overview, it's on page 516, 517. Just wanted to mention that our fund balance at the end of '27 is projected to be $66,000, in the gas tax fund. And it's currently above our 15% target, but barely. And like I said, we've shifted lots of dollars to the risk fund and also, that 20,000 to the penny fund because this fund can't afford it. So, and I will check again with the county what their estimates are in future years too, to see if we are optimistic or too optimistic. Penny fund. For the penny fund, highlights the other taxes, which is that's the sales tax, the penny surtax, is estimated to be a $342,000 reduction. Or a 6.1% decrease compared to our 26 budget. The 26 actual revenue is projected to be approximately close to 7.5%, we think, less than the budget due to that HB 7031 I mentioned regarding the elimination of commercial rents effective October 1st, 2025. The 27 budget is projecting 2% growth above that above that estimate in '26, actual projections, so that, and that's how we based our revenue number of $5.237 million for 2027. Miscellaneous revenue has decreased $250,000 in '27, and that's due to $250,000 for the Highlander Aquatic Complex Therapy Pool contribution that was budgeted in fiscal year '26 and not in fiscal year '27. The actual donation in '26 was $100,000 with the expectation that the remaining $150,000 will be paid in 2029. And once that final payment is made in 2029, that would be the full $1 million for the therapy pool received by the city. The debt proceeds have decreased $4.6 million in '27 compared to '26, and that's due to moving the financing for the Highlander Aquatic Complex out to '29 in the proposed budget, and it was in '26. The capital costs have decreased $2.7 million compared to '26, due primarily to, again, the decrease in the Highlander Aquatic Complex of $2.6 million in '27 compared to '26. And debt service has also decreased by $743,000 due to a decrease of $676,000 for the community center loan that was paid off in 2026 and not in 2027, no payments in 2027, and also a decrease in the cost of issuance of $66,000 for the aquatic complex that was in '26 but not in '27. And for the assumptions in the penny fund, mentioned earlier that the estimated decrease in 2027 is 6% because of the changes with the HB 7031. And then we've got 3% growth in 28 and 29, then 1.5% in 30. 2030 is really only 3 months of the fiscal year because Penny 4 expires in December 31st of 2029. Also, I mentioned the donation earlier, and then we also have transfers in every year from the Water Sewer Fund of $468,000 for their debt service payments for the City Hall, and their last payment will be in 2029, as well as our debt service payment. Last payment will be in 2029. And for the overview, want to point out that at the end of 2030, which is Penny 4 timeline, we've got, on the bottom row, we've got $1.4 million, $1.5 million of fund balance there that's uncommitted, that could be spent on other projects or whatever. So we have that for the next 3 years. And also want to mention that the estimated cost of the aquatic complex, the estimated costs include everything, but it is without the lazy river. It's the same project we had before with the slides. And the total budget for Highlander Aquatic Complex right now for construction, and right now it's in penny fund and general fund, I mentioned earlier, but it's $23.5 million. And there's also a new project I want to point out in the penny fund. That's the Buena Vista Drive drainage improvements in fiscal year 28 and 29 at a total cost of $500,000 for Brick Street repair and replacement for that project. And also in the outer years, we do have replacement of fleet services building project in 29 and 30 for design work. And that's a placeholder for now. It is a requested project in Penny 5 revenue stream, but it's a placeholder at this point as we work through the Penny 5 plan with the City Commission. Are there any questions on Penny?
Just to make sure that we're all on the same page here, penny fund is used primarily for infrastructure projects, city, okay.
Yeah, capital projects.
And I hear over and over about all the taxpayer money that went into this building. Is it true that a big chunk of this building was paid for by penny fund?
Yeah, penny fund paid, the total project was $23 million.
Right.
And penny fund paid roughly, I'd say 17.5 million of that, 17 million of that, roughly.
So 17 out of the 23 million, it's all been said now, because I still hear about how much money was spent for a city our size on this building? I knew the answer. I just wanted it to be said open on these microphones today so that everyone heard that. So, thank you, Les.
If I may, Mayor, the building itself is 18 million, right? And so the stormwater storage and the parking lot and the entire project was just north of 23 million.
Right, yeah, with design, right, sorry.
But
with
still,
design.
17 million came, is that what I heard from Penny? Good. I just wanted that clarified once and for all.
Where'd the other 6 million come from?
It came from the building fund and the water sewer fund with these payments we just mentioned, yeah. Yeah,
Because they're enterprise funds and they pay for their use.
that's right, and pay for the use here, correct.
That's what I thought you were going to
And when will that debt for the city hall be paid?
October 2029 is the last payment.
2029, the residents of Dunedin will own this free and clear.
That's right. No,
That's good use of funds. And I do have a question.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
please.
Right, just kind of to piggyback on Commissioner Sandbergen, the purpose of the Penny Fund is for infrastructure or capital projects. And we have a line item there, that pavement management program. And it seems to me a capital project would be a one-time building City Hall, a pool or something. The management program sounds ongoing.
yeah, but
So
still.
are you almost using it like an operating fund?
Yeah, the pavement management has a, when they're redone, they have way over 7-year life, which is sort of the time frame they look at when they redo a road. So that's why it's eligible. And us, like many other cities, Penny Fund is really, for most cities around us, I think, the majority of their ability to do payment management, because gas tax provides very little, as you mentioned, and then we put a little bit in stormwater, but that's kind of just, a couple $100,000 a year for stormwater-related stuff. But, pavement management has when they're redone, has a life of well over 7 years, so that's why it makes it eligible. Howard, you want to add to that?
Yeah, Commissioner, if I may, I think what Les is alluding to is there's restrictions on what you can use infrastructure sales tax for. So if you can extend the life of any particular asset beyond 7 years, then it's eligible for use as for the infrastructure sales tax. So
It's considered capital.
It's considered capital. So, otherwise you would be using operating dollars, and we'll do that for some of the work that Streets does for street patches and things like that. But once you're resurfacing and refurbishing a roadway and you can extend its service life beyond 7 years, then it's eligible for penny expenditures. And so to the other point that Les made is we also use some stormwater funds for that. It's a much smaller portion of the overall budget, but that's for curbing repairs, under drain, and those kind of things. But the majority is coming out of the penny fund.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, anybody else? One more, okay.
Yeah, I don't think I misunderstood, but I want you to say it again. A projected cost of the pool, did you say is it approaching 24 million?
23, Tony?
And what was the cost of this building and the land? 23. Isn't that incredible? That the price of that pool is the price of just the land and this building. Just by the way that we just can't catch up to the cost of that pool. I mean, it's beautiful. We want it. We need it. But it's like trying to catch your shadow to narrow down the price on that pool.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when I first came on the commission, what we had budgeted was $600,000
For what?
for the pool.
Right around that time, 2018 is around 4 million budget.
Was it 4 million?
Same thing
Okay,
as-
I'm staying corrected.
Yeah, but, I mean, that goes to show, but I remember, what was, when did we build this building? 2022. Yeah, so it became an issue during the 2020 election, and about waiting, don't wait, da-da-da. And let me tell you, we would have never got this building if we'd waited, because it would be at least twice as much. It would have been crazy, it probably would have, who knows? We'd still be in Grand Oak Park. That's what we'd be doing. That's where we'd be. I had a couple questions. First of all, just out of curiosity, the Buena Vista Drive one. So there's another project on Santa Barbara. Is that, like, how do those, what are those? Are they the same issue down on the north end of?
I was thinking, yeah, as the stormwater projects, those were both pipe replacements, each one of those roads has a pipe that sort of connects the system and leads out to the bay, and those were replacing those pipes.
So they're on the north side, though, even on Santa Barbara, it's the north side of?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
because I know there's an issue on the south side, too, but
Yeah, they're on the northern
I'm
part
just
of-
curious if
Yes.
that, yeah, I got
Both
you.
of these projects were in the stormwater study.
Gotcha.
And recommended.
Okay, sounds good. And then, so my question goes back to the pool. So if I look at the penny, 2026, we spent 2.6 million. No,
We budgeted.
but that's design. But that's, okay, that's all going to be spent, that 2.6 million.
Yeah, well, the design.
For the design.
The design costs are ongoing, but the construction will not begin until 2029 in here now. Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm trying to say, anything in here, is it the 15,448 that would roll over into the next penny? Or how much will roll over to the next penny?
I think it's about 16 million when we had presented the penny 5. We had
that would
broken it
actually
out.
roll over to
Yep,
be-
into
okay.
the next penny. And just to clarify, the budget in penny, that's in '26 will not be spent because that would be for construction. The design piece is in the ARPA fund for the pool.
Gotcha.
And we're.
Oh, wait, say that again,
The design costs for.
Are in ARPA, okay.
Are in ARPA,
Gotcha,
yeah.
I didn't realize
right.
that, okay. So for those that say, we're not conservative enough, I'm just going to pull up a little history. Before the, would have been the 2000 or 2010 maybe referendum, when the community center was so bad, the decision was made by the commission at the time to move forward anyway, even though it didn't have a guarantee it was going to win. And we've made the decision, we're not doing that. We're not going to expect it to win. Now, I'm not saying I would have done anything different because community center was in such dire need. But I mean, there's a lot of conservative principles at play with us that haven't always been true in the past. So I'm just saying we should get a little credit. That's all. Okay, let's see if I had another question. I think that's it.
I've got a question.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
So for the Coca-Cola property adaptive reuse, is that going to be pushed out to 2028? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, based on, if I may, Vice Mayor, based on Coca-Cola's schedule, and we stay in close contact with them, they still have not gotten a DEP clearance, so we push that out, and more to correlate with what we expect that to go on the market for.
Okay.
Still very much committed to it, still staying on top of it, still fielding calls from developers, but Coke is just...
Is that a study, or what is that?
The $30,000?
The 300, the adaptive?
No, the penny money, which is over 2 years, is for infrastructure improvements in the right-of-way to enhance things to the Coca-Cola property.
Oh,
As an
okay.
incentive to bring the right project really to the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. That's all I got.
Anything else? And the referendum will be 2028, November 2028.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, okay, so, yeah, next.
Okay. Next is the ARPA fund. Have a small decrease in miscellaneous revenue, and that's just a reduction estimated for interest earnings because the cash balance is going down in the fund. Capital budget is decreasing by $25,000 in 2027, and that's due to, in 2026, we budgeted the Boat Club Selling Center, and it's not budgeted in 2027. This project was pushed out to 2028 now for the assumptions. The total grant for ARPA was $18.3 million, if you recall, that we received over the in 2 different installments. $6.4 million of that, $18 million has been accounted for in the general fund for revenue recovery and governmental services, and $3 million of that was accounted for in the Golf Operations Fund for the ARPA funds allocated towards the golf course restoration project, and the remainder obviously is in this ARPA fund. I want to point that out. And high level on the fund itself, this is on page 520, 521 in your budget book. The ARPA estimated fund balance at the end of 27 is $389,000. And as Gene mentioned, this is interest only. This is nothing, the grant is not included in this balance. This is We have had interest earnings on this funding since we received it, and the good thing about it is the interest earnings is to do what we want, which is great. It's not part of the grant, and we can spend those funds how we want to. Now, this can be used for contingency, and these funds are, the grant needs to be spent, as I mentioned earlier, by December 2026. We'll be bringing an update to commission probably in August, September, to just overall provide an update and make some recommendations for probably some movement. We have some projects that we know are not going to spend this money by December, and we want to move the funds to the general fund to make sure we have flexibility to move the funds to different places, to governmental services, and we'll do that to make sure we can draw all the grant funds down and don't have any dollars left on the grant. One item that I mentioned a little bit earlier was we are going to recommend sometime in 26 or 27 to transfer the balance to the general fund. And one of the things that the city manager, we discussed some, and I mentioned a little bit earlier, was potentially moving this to the general fund and taking some of that money, maybe $100,000, I'm just picking a number, to start a catastrophic reserve that we would like to set up at some point in the future to start building dollars for some of those future match dollars that we may have to come up with later for future storms. So that's just something to wanted to mention. We would like to eventually set up a catastrophic reserve if the commission agrees, and just thinking of some seed money for that, that's all, potentially, you know. But we want to discuss that more with the commission. Yeah.
If I can add, Mayor, this is really the first time that you've heard about our discussions regarding the catastrophic reserve, and I think that it's fair to give you some time to think about it, but especially given the environment that we're in right now. But just generally, we have the reserve and all the funds which we could use to address the catastrophe, but we would like to have a little bit more set aside when we know that well, I'm not knocking on wood here, but we know that in the future, you know, we've had a good year last year, but we know that in the future what we're most likely facing. And we could set it up, depending upon what the city commission would like to do moving forward, that it can't be touched except via resolution of the city commission. It may be 5 other people, you know, on the dais at that time. When they need it, they need to, and a lot of times during a storm, you have a special meeting. When they need it, they can tap into it. But, you know, it also obviously would be subject to future commissions as far as using it for something other than a catastrophe. But it needs to be protected in the budget if we establish it moving forward. So we can talk about it more if you'd like, and we can tease it out a little bit more for your next budget workshop and that type of a thing. But and certainly anything that we're putting in right now would be, you know, a mere ripple as far as addressing a catastrophe, but we've got to start somewhere, we feel. So.
Okay, anything else on that, ARPA?
No. Got a question.
Okay, yeah, question.
So basically, what ends up getting spent by the end of this year is that ending fund balance.
Yeah, this ending fund balance is sort of unobligated right now. In 2026, it's not showing here. There are projects that have budgets on them that we are spending funds on, and those projects are the ones. Some of those are on the grant, and those are the ones we want to bring back to commission to walk through and make sure that we are. If we've got projects that have funding on them that we are not positive are going to spend by December, we want to move them to the general fund and put them in a flexible space so we can draw the grant down.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Cow?
Thank you, Mayor. The downtown pavers that are not part of the budget, but they're the estimated in 2026 for $187,000.8. Have we spent that money yet? And is there a reason why, and I'm sure there was, and we probably even had the conversation, I understand that, but why it's coming out of ARPA and not out of the CRA? Assuming it's for a CRA.
It is, Commissioner. This was, originally you had that money budgeted for that parking lot over there across from Caledonia, and we had some savings in there, and we really wanted to do a streetscape project on Main Street. We were looking to do it this year, but we were running into the winter season with tourists. We didn't want to disturb it, especially with Skinner going on, so we have a plan for next spring. But that is part of CRA money and the ARPA in order to do that streetscape project. But it was originally for the parking area. We came in a little better cost than what we had expected.
Right, and so.
Question is, why is it ARPA and not CRA?
Yes. Why is it coming from ARPA?
Yeah, we just had fund limitations in the CRA also, so it was really just a partnership type deal. Kind of similar, even what we're doing with Grand Oak Park. You know, we have penny money, we have CRA. I mean, CRA has limitations on the budget too, so this was a partnership type move.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions? Commissioner DeGard?
In the world of competing interests, is the ARPA fund restricted to downtown area, or could it have gone to the pool?
ARPA can be anything, yeah.
It could have been any project? Did it have to be capital?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it couldn't be any project, but ARPA could be spent on, you know, any area in the city. And we've got, there's a list of projects, but there is flexibility in general government, in the general fund but it's pretty broad as far as where it can be spent in the city.
I have nothing against the paver project at all. I don't want to be misinterpreted. I'm just trying to understand the world of competing interests as you guys decided this budget. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah. If I might add to the Commissioner, we were facing a pretty good reduction also from the county to the CRA. Remember, they're just going to match our millage. Our millage was always quite a bit higher. So we were also having that reduction in revenue. So this looked like a good opportunity to do it. And it was a pretty small amount in the overall ARPA fund.
I could easily argue either interest, so I'm sure I have a strong disposition. Thank you.
Yes, and I love to argue with Bob, so, yeah. So, the golf course money, the $3 million. So, and I'm just trying to relive history here. Some of what we went to the golf course was money that was not coming back to us, another was a loan.
Right.
So can you refresh me on that?
Yeah, the ARPA money we just mentioned, and then we got a $2.5 million loan in the golf fund, and the golf fund's paying that off over 10 years.
And so the $2.5 million loan came from the general fund?
No, the Golf Enterprise Fund we issued the debt, and the Golf Enterprise Fund is paying off all the debt for that loan, all the debt.
So you did an outside loan?
Yeah.
It wasn't an internal
Oh,
loan,
yeah, we
no.
did a bank loan, sorry, yeah. We
Okay,
did
so
a
there
10-year
was-
bank loan.
So make sure, so the $3 million is a given, like we just gave it to them?
Yes,
Contribution to the project. yeah.
Because originally we were giving them 2, and I
yes,
guess it jumped to 3.
yes. The total project cost, I think, was $5.5 million.
Sounds about right.
And then
yeah.
the loan, the outside loan is being repaid through Greens fees and the members' fees, out of the enterprise fund only.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think when that thing gets profitable, we need to remember this, because that could be general fund money. You know, like it's an enterprise fund. I'm just saying, if we start to dig back a little bit of money from them eventually, it's because they got more than they were supposed to get. They were going to get $2 million out of ARPA, they got $3 million. That's all I'm saying. I'm putting a marker down. Because I do believe that thing's going to make good money, right, Blair? Where's Blair?
Well, we'll go through that, too.
Yeah, I know we will. I'm just putting my marker down. Because it did, let's face it, it jumped ahead of a bunch of projects, including the pool. And we needed to do it. But you know, they grew into more than they were going to get, so. Okay, first things first, though. Okay, and I have a thought about catastrophic, but I'll wait till the end. No, I'll say it now. I mean, I guess I'd have to be convinced that makes sense versus just raising the level of our reserves and categorizing it somehow and what's everybody else doing. Because I think you always, you know, look in the face of, you got all these reserves and now you just created one more reserve. So what are they really for? And, you know, so, but, you know, I'm not saying I'm closed-minded. I just need to understand it better, so.
Right, and I'm sure there'll be further discussion about that at the end of the meeting, but that is a very valid question, and it can be answered, but what I'd like to do is just get your questions, and then we can answer it in our next budget meeting.
Okay, fair enough. Well, people can make comments at the end, too, about that. Okay. Anybody know, anybody else?
Okay, next is CRA fund, and the first is the property tax revenue, the TIF revenue, and an increase of 4.8%, $108,000, and that was due to the 4.5% AV growth in our proposed budget. For the expenses, other expenses increased $300,000 in 2027 due to an increase in incentive tools for the affordable housing project. The new budget for this year continues to be $50,000 per year as it's been over the past several years. In 2027, we are rebudgeting the project instead of using the carry forward process to move the budget from one year to the next. The $50,000 will continue to be added to this project each year, and it will be accumulated until a suitable project is found. For the assumptions, we've got our, the same as consistent with our general fund, we got 4% growth in 28 through 31, and then 3% growth in 32. And we do have a couple of, similar to prior year, we moved them a little bit, estimated new construction for out in 29 and 30 for Ocean Optics and Gateway in there as well. And for the overview, which is on page 522 and 523 in the budget document, under the revenues in fiscal year 27, we show $9.1 million in debt proceeds for the Midtown Parking Garage project, and that's to fully fund the project and provide cash flow for the project. The CRA fund is projected to have a $943,000 available fund balance, and that's at the very bottom, the yellow highlighted row. And it increases in the outer years, and it's $4.3 million in 2032 to be used for future projects and initiatives in the CRA fund, and that's the yellow highlighted row again. In 2027, also budgeted $150,000 for underground utilities and $75,000 for Virginia and Milwaukee bulb out improvements to help with wrong way traffic on Virginia at City Hall. Any questions on the CRA fund?
Questions? No questions? Oh, come on, Bob, we gotta go at him, we gotta get him, you know? Okay, well.
I have a question.
Okay, good, let's get him, come on.
All right, this may be very fundamental and rudimentary and probably a bit naive, but, all right, Midtown Parking Facility, 9.1 million, and as I'm looking across the lines in terms of our ending available fund balance, now those are some pretty significant reserves.
They are, Vice Mayor. Of course, if we look to do an affordable housing project, that can go pretty quickly. Yes.
Okay.
There's no question about it. It's just things can change quickly. We love to do an affordable housing project downtown. We know it's getting more and more expensive. That's one of the things to look at in the outline here.
Okay, all right, well, so you can actually, as long as we stay within the parameters of the percentage of fund balance to operating.
Sure, absolutely.
That's essentially where you're drawing your major capital expenditures, basically.
Yeah, we are. I mean, ours does go up and down. Of course, we'll build up some reserves in order to do some future planned projects. And so it can go pretty quickly, frankly. But yeah, it is significant. As far as the Midtown Parking Garage, Vice Mayor and Mayor Commission, what we're going to do is go out for an RFP, but we're going to hold off until we see what happens with the property tax relief here in November. And that's a discussion I had with the city manager, Jennifer, there, and Les.
Okay.
So, but we still want to continue on with it. But we certainly recognize, what impact that could have. Of course, with that Midtown Parking Garage, a good portion is paid for with CRA dollars, but it does sunset in 2033, so.
2030, so.
Yeah.
So what you've got in the capital line under expenditures is 9.7 million, and then the parking garage is 9.1 million. Where's the other 600,000, public math here, 600,005.
600,005.
605,000.
Let's see here. Les, you have a thought on that one? I'm trying to think, is that the leases and the Gatsby, or is that?
That's going to be a project.
That's a project? Okay. Take a look here on the phone.
All right, so we have 300, out of that number, 350,000 is for downtown pavers, which is new budget in 27. And then we have 30,000 for the north alternate 19 entrance enhancements, $150,000 for underground and utilities in the downtown area, and then $75,000 for the Virginia and Milwaukee bulb out.
Yep,
Another
okay,
new
that makes
project.
sense, yep. Then, so what basically related to this, do we have a general idea of how much we're gonna have to finance for the parking garage, or?
We do, of course, like, let's talk about it, but our debt service is gonna be like $840,000 a year. I think we're looking to finance the most of that. Of course, it would run to the CRA in 2033, then would go to the general fund. But one of the things to make sure that we all keep in mind is when the CRA sunsets, 1.5, 1.6 million will come to the general fund, and will continue to increase over the years. So it'll go up to over 2 million, probably in about 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
So that will help pay for that debt service.
So we would immediately set aside that funding to pay the debt service after the CRA sunsets.
Yeah,
Right.
to the general fund.
Right.
Yep.
For how many years?
I think we're
Probably
looking
if
at,
it's a 10-year, then
I want to say 15, but I'm going to defer to Les.
15-year loan, we're thinking.
15-year loan, yeah, so
Yeah.
8 or 9, yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Mayor?
Yes?
I noticed that we have the $350,000 for downtown pavers, walkability enhancements for this year. So downtown pavers through the CRA, but yet on the ARPA, we have the 187 for downtown pavers. So why aren't they all coming from the same fund?
Yeah, I'll let finance, the actual project cost for the streetscape, this is Main Street from the trail to Broadway, is somewhere around the $1 million figure. And it's a culmination of some different allocations. Jean? Yep.
I think the main reason was that the funding was allocated to ARPA for the parking lot across from Caledonia when that project came in under budget. And at that point, I think we were needing a little bit more money for the project in the CRA to be able to do what we needed to do. It was originally reallocated a year or so ago. So at that point, the CRA didn't have, I think there was a little bit more of a funding constraint to add that and leave it in the CRA, leave it in the economic development project instead of putting it back to another project was, I think, the reason at the time. So, we are willing, obviously, to do whatever the commission, requests.
Yeah, I'm just seeing in 2032, at the end balance is going to be 4.3 million. And it just seems to me that there should be plenty of room in the CRA fund for that. But that's my comments, Mayor.
Well, I did want to say, Jean, I love how thorough you are with your answers. It's amazing. You're so on top of it. And Les, not taking away from you, because you're great, too. So,
She's awesome.
anyway. I know. But it's just, I love, like, the detail that Jean gives,
That's funny.
I've seen her in action in the finance board, too, and they love it. So it's like, kudos to you. It's awesome. So, everybody's looking at that 4 million, but again, like, we could put that into the parking garage and reduce the level of the amount of loan we take, and
Certainly.
a lot of things could be done with that. And
It's
I
5 years.
continue, I've had this conversation with you, I've said it on the dais, like, I just worry because that downtown in some areas is tired. And we don't want to fall behind it, we want to stay with it, so.
Yeah, no, it's tired and dated. That's why we need to get a new CRA master plan involved. We need to make sure we get a new vision, and we need to continue to invest in it. It is an economic engine, and the dollars that come out of there aren't just property taxes. As I said, it's penny, it's utility, it's franchise. It's part of the heart, along with many other things for the city, so.
Right. No matter what happens with that referendum, we want a strong downtown. So, was I next, or did I jump in? I forget. Okay, I think I was next. Did I jump in? Okay, go.
No, I'm done. I was done.
Okay, all right. So Monroe, the Monroe garage lease, that is over, what, 2033, or?
Yes.
What do we pay for that?
Yeah, we pay approximately $113,000 each year for that lease, and then we also have a maintenance charge. I think it's $57,000 or $60,000, somewhere thereabout. So, yeah, it's a pretty good sum.
Are you worried about that?
It's interesting. Obviously, we have the private parking garage going on Douglas right now, and some of that's going to be paid, so we can kind of use that as a prototype to see how that gets used. We still have some capacity in that Monroe garage, but yes, once that goes away, we really need our own downtown parking garage to control our future. What we did is we took advantage of the Great Recession, and we leased all these lots. And now it's time that we need to make sure that we have our own, and that's what that Monroe represents. Excuse me, the
Is it your
Scotland.
vision to not
So,
stay there, or is it your vision, at least we have leverage to
We have
keep it
leverage.
reasonable?
We have leverage,
Which
yeah.
that would be my thought, too.
Whether he could adaptively reuse that, which might be tough because of his ceiling height.
Yeah.
But yeah, it gives us leverage.
Okay, it's a great garage. Yeah, I think that's all I have. I'd like to heckle you, but I just can't come up with something good enough. So.
There's still time, Mayor, there's still time.
Yes, there is, you're right, you're right.
There's still
Okay.
time.
Okay, everybody's good, right? Okay, we'll go to solid waste.
Okay, solid waste. Intergovernmental revenues increased by $800,000 in '27 compared to '26 due to an FDEP diesel emissions mitigation program for 2 solid waste Class 8 vehicles. Another grant was awarded mid-year in 2026 for Class 7 vehicle. This grant was not budgeted, but it is shown in the estimated column for 2026. A note related to the purchase of the vehicles, the Class 7 vehicle, which is being funded by a grant, was already in the 26 budget and was ordered with the fleet replacements in March 26. Due to the timing concerns and lead time needed to order the Class 8 vehicles, these 2 vehicles replacements are being ordered in fiscal year 2026, current year, with a budget amendment. This will ensure the city receives the vehicles before the grant timelines and deadlines. For charges for services, increased $1.7 million, 25.2% in '27. This was due to the rate increase of 28.52% effective April 1st, 2026. And there will also be a rate increase scheduled for April 1st, 2027 of 15.61%. Ordinance 2601 was approved at the second reading on March 19, 2026. In addition to the April 1st rate increase in 2026 and 27, it stipulates an increase of a 3% or CPI, whichever is greater, from October 1st, 28 through fiscal year 2030. Debt proceeds decreased $492,000 in 2027 compared to current year due to grants covering the cost of vehicles in 2027 year and no need for financing vehicles in 2027. Debt service is also not needed for the Class 7 vehicle purchase with the grant in fiscal year 2026. I want to point out these grants are very helpful in the solid waste fund and saving us financing cost and also cost of issuance as well. For the expenses, the operating costs have gone down $153,000 compared in 2027. This is due mainly to a decrease of $104,000 in refuse disposal and $245,000 in fleet overhead cost. This was offset by a $203,000 increase in administrative cost allocation and also other contracts and ISF charges in fiscal year 27 compared to fiscal year 26 budget. The decrease in the refuse disposal was due to stopping the service for the enclaves for the solid waste fund. And the capital costs have decreased $492,000 in 2027, and that is because no fleet vehicles are scheduled for fiscal year 27. As I mentioned, solid waste has ordered 3 vehicles in 2026. The total cost of those vehicles is $1.1 million, and the grant funding will be $1,050,000 with $800,000 budgeted in 2027. The net expense to the fund for the vehicles would be $75,000. So the fund will pay 75 of the $1 million, and the vehicles purchased in 2026 are a rear loader, a sidewinder, and a front loader. And for the assumptions, I mentioned the rate increases that we have in 27 and 28, and then the CPI in 29 through 30. Salary is 3.5%, merit increase per year, benefits are 6%, and operating is 2%. And fund overview, this is on page 24 and 524 and 525 of your budget document. The estimated 26 column alarm range plan in the proposed budget shows a negative fund balance, and that's in the book, not in the slide today. But I wanted to mention that that was for $875,000 for those 2 Class 8 vehicles, and is currently shown as a capital expense in fiscal year '26. Since the vehicle will not be received until fiscal year '27, the encumbrance for this will carry over into '27, and the vehicle will actually be paid for in '27, not '26. This purchase will not affect the '26 year in available net position or available fund balance, but we need to make sure we had the funding there for the PO to order the vehicles. Any questions on the solid waste fund?
Question, solid waste or comment? Go ahead.
At the beginning, the first slide, I think it was like 1.77 million increase in revenue. Yeah. Is that because of the rate increase?
Yes,
Is that where that came from?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that also obviously took into consideration the number of units that we withdrew service from. Well, you used
The
enclaves.
enclaves, yeah, that's
Okay.
right. It took that into consideration, right,
Okay.
correct.
All right, thank you.
Other questions?
If I can.
Commissioner Gao?
Yeah, just, Les, I'm looking at that negative 10.2 reserve, and you had mentioned that that's because of the purchase of the vehicles,
Yes.
and that we haven't received those vehicles yet. We won't receive them until '27. And so the negative 10.2 is erroneous? Will that, at the end of '26, is that going to be the reserve level?
No, well, that's a good question. It is, for budget purposes, we need to show it, but we know that we're going to be carrying over that 800,000? Carrying over $800,000, and we'll be carrying $800,000 over into next year to pay for those. So we're comfortable that we'll have a positive fund balance. It'll be a tight fund balance, and we knew it was going to be tight already because of just before we put the rate increases in. But those vehicles, that PO will for sure be carried over to '27, and that budget will move to '27.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to remind the commission that, thanks to Camille back there, those purchases are being advanced, and we're getting 2 vehicles worth about $800,000 for a net cost to the city of about $75,000.
And I had kudos to Camille written down, so you just jumped ahead of me a little bit. Okay, kudos.
Very good. And so since this is all about the '27 budget, the 4% that is now there isn't a real number, right? That's going to change as well. The 4% for budget year 2027? 4%. We currently have it 4%?
Yeah, it should, because what will happen is the ending fund balance for '26 will be higher than we're showing. So it's all going to flow in properly. So that 4% at the end of '27 will still be the
We'll see the
same.
change, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense,
That
that
should
makes
be.
sense. Okay, thank you, that's all I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, who else? Anybody else? Good. Commissioner DeGard, you good? I just, regardless of, the increase, the rates that our citizens are now paying, are they competitive?
Yeah, they were competitive. The rate study showed they were competitive, yes.
No, and I know the answer to that, but they were actually a little better than competitive. So I think it's important that, and that's what makes it important to keep up with it, but inflation got so ahead of everybody. We've got to catch up. Once in a while, I get asked the question about, can we go back to 2-day-a-week pickup? Yeah, would it, do we know how much that would actually jump the rate?
I mean, I'm going back to right around when I started here in 2014, but when the city decided to go from 2-day collections to 1 day, it was a significant impact to the rate had we not done so.
So it would have gone, it would have jumped back the other way.
Yeah, you can't increase that service level without adding equipment and people.
Yep.
So those are real dollars.
Yep, okay, good. And I'll ask the obvious question, too, because of the grants that Camille continues to get. If we're getting ahead of this and it looks like we've got more money coming in and we're growing, which at some point we start to grow, you know, we won't wait too long before we give rate relief. Like, we're not going to sit there with flush money when it's
No,
growing. We know when to trigger it back as well.
Yes, the city manager has requested that we keep her totally up to date on where we are in that, so she can bring it back to commission should there need to be an adjustment in that rate
Either way,
change.
either
way.
Okay, good. Okay, yep, that's all the questions I had. Anybody? Okay.
Okay, next is water, wastewater. Intergovernmental revenues have increased by $361,000 in '27 due to HMGP grants on lift stations 20 and 32 rehab projects. Charges for services have increased by $4 million, or 15% compared to '26. The rate increase was approved by City Commission with Ordinance 2504 on June 5th, 2025, at a 15% increase in 2026 and '27. The debt proceeds have decreased by $3.4 million in fiscal year '27 compared to '26, and that is related to SRF loans on wastewater, SCADA, and electrical upgrade projects. Also, bank loan was moved to 2027. That was in 2026, and the bank loan has been reduced. The bank loan is now projected to be $7.5 million. It was close to $15 million last year, so we've scoped that out working with Clay and his team. And these are for critical projects in the Water Wastewater Fund, which include the water wastewater treatment plant, 8 filter media and basin rehab, the wastewater treatment plant WAS pump replacements, production well facilities, and Willowwood water main replacements. So those are the planned projects for that funding, and that will be a bank loan that will be probably moving forward with the commission sometime in the next 12 months. For expenses, capital costs have increased $6.4 million in 2027, due mainly to $3 million for green sand filter project, $2.9 million for Facility 8 filter media project, and Bayshore water main project of $500,000. These projects were all budgeted in '27, but not in '26. And for other expenses, we have a decrease of $3.3 million in 2027 compared to '26, and that was an FDOT project for the utility relocation at Curlew that was budgeted in '26 and is not budgeted in '27. For the assumptions, we have, for revenue, we have a rate increase in '27 of 15%. Then 28 to 30, 3% increases, and then there's no increases in the long-range plan in 31 and 32. The ordinance only goes out to 30. The expenditures are merit increase to 3.5%, benefits of 6%, and operating costs at 2%. And mentioned here, the other side of the City Hall, there's a transfer out to the penny fund for the contribution to the City Hall every year of $468,700, and that will go through October of 2029. For the overview, this is on page 526 and through 529 in the budget document. The available net position at the bottom in 2027 is 42%, and about $9.8 million, and it's above our target of 25%. As mentioned, we have a projected debt issue of $7.5 million in 2027, and then another, we also look out in 2030 under debt proceeds. You can see there's another $7.5 million in 2030. We're estimating we'll have another need for financing out in 2030, and the timing of that debt issue will be consistent. And both of these debt issues that were in 27 and 30 were in the rate study. The rate study anticipated either a bank loan or SRF loans. We're expecting the loan in 27 to be a bank loan. We're hopeful, Clay and I talked to Clay a lot about this. The goal is to try to package some wastewater projects for the one in 2030, where hopefully we can make some of that, if not all of that, an SRF loan. That'll be the goal. The loan in 27, as I mentioned, will be a bank loan, and we will monitor the timing of the issue of the financing. Staff will be bringing to your commission in August or September a reimbursement resolution for this financing for the Water Wastewater Fund. And there's no commitment to issue the financing, but it allows us to reimburse ourselves for costs that are incurred because our goal will be to not issue the financing until we have to. And that, I'm thinking that may be sometime in between January and June of next year, but still rough numbers on that as far as timing. The city has received and is pursuing grants on certain projects in this wastewater fund, which include Bay Shore Water Main Replacement, $1.5 million appropriation approved in 26-27 state budget. Also, the city has applied for a federal apportionment on this project. The WWTP admin hardening reinforcement of walls hazard mitigation grant application is in process. The project total is $1.175 million with a 75% reimbursement if the grant is awarded. The application has passed the state review and is under review by FEMA now. And that concludes the Water Wastewater Fund.
Okay, questions on water wastewater? Knowing that you might want to ask water and stay away from wastewater, following Tom's theme now. Anybody? Commissioner?
It was a pretty extensive operating number, that 12 million. What were an example of some of the expenses? Do we have some construction or modernizations? I can't remember.
There's constantly a lot of construction and stuff on these in this fund with water and wastewater. The operating budget is a lot of chemicals for water and wastewater to treat. There's also an increase this year. I want to say, how much? 500,000 for the biosolids hauling, which that contract alone is probably like $1 million or so, at least $1 million each year. And I can pull more information. There's just a lot of chemicals, a lot of equipment, a lot of parts.
And then was
And
it
another one's, sorry, excuse me, so another one's electricity.
That's what I
I
was
would say,
looking
on
for.
estimate, the wastewater treatment plant burns about $1 million in power just alone.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Commissioner DeCarlo?
As I recall, as we were doing the rate increases, there was a significant expense in ground infusion. In what year is that experienced?
So after having some further conversation with DEP and trying to meet the 64, the Senate Bill 64, and then some concern with the PFAS going on, that's currently moved out of the program in the long term. We'll be adding in a future year, you'll see probably more reclaimed storage to offset that.
Okay, will that affect our rates at some point? Because that was about a third of our rate increase, as I recall.
It was approximately $7.5 million. We'll be adding it. You'll see the other, in there, another project is for additional reclaim of about 5 million for 5 million gallons. We'll be probably doubling that to go to 10 million gallons of storage instead of doing the infiltration.
I'll seek an interpretation of that later with you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay.
And just one second, I think the other thing to mention is because we don't have that project early on in the planning schedule, we are able to only do we can do a $7.5 million loan instead of the $15 million loan we were thinking of. So it's going to help us on the debt servicing side by doing that.
At least short term.
Got it.
Short term, yes.
Okay, I think nothing else, we can go to stormwater. Then I think after stormwater, we'll take like 10-minute break.
Okay, stormwater intergovernmental revenues increase of $985,000 in 2027 for USDA emergency watershed protection EWP grants of $2.7 million net increase in 2027. We also had an increase in FDEP appropriation for gabions of $850,000 in 2027. An increase of $2.8 million for HMGP grant for gabions in 2027 that is still pending. Revenues, charges for service increase in 2027 over the 26 budget by $1.2 million, or 18% for the rate change in fiscal year 27 in the stormwater fund. For the expenses, the operating costs decreased by $1.8 million, or 41% in 2027 compared to 26 budget, due primarily to a decrease in ditch maintenance the USDA EWP project of $1.2 million in fiscal year '27, and a decrease in stormwater pipelining project of $750,000 in '27 compared to fiscal year '26. And capital costs decreased $3.5 million in 2027 compared to '26 due to decrease in Gibeon's USDA EWP grant project of $1.2 million, an offsetting increase in Gibeon's non-grant project of $3 million, and an increase in infrastructure replacement and repair project of $1.7 million. And for the assumptions, the rate increase in '27 is 18.6. Beyond, it's 0 after '28, based on the ordinance. The expenditures are merit increase of 3.5%, benefits of 6%, and operating of 2%. And the overview for the stormwater fund is on page 530 and 531 in the budget document. And the stormwater fund has an estimated available fund balance of $2.3 million in 2027. In fiscal year '28, we will likely need to issue financing to provide cash flow for projects, and we'll be evaluating that with staff over the next year. We'll work with Public Works team to determine the timing and sizing of financing if needed. Any questions on the stormwater fund?
Okay, questions? Questions? I
So
guess-
I'm just kind of curious, going back to the reserve. Is the reserve built up to address any specific thing, or what's the plan for that?
Well, the reserve's projected to be 42%, and then in 2029, the target's 25%, so we would like it to be at 25 or higher. It does, the rate increases do not continue, as you can see, so without any future rate increases, you know, by 2029, we would start to fall. But actually, that's a dip. We actually are okay, I take that back, out to 2032 with these current estimates and current projects that we have in here today. Yeah, I mean, those projects may change, the costing of the projects may change, but what we have in here today, we appear to be okay out to 2032.
So we just voted to raise the rates on this stormwater too, right?
That was a couple of years ago.
The ordinance we put forward was for the 3 years, and then we said we would come back, which we have on the agenda to come back and tell you how we've done, and then ask for a similar increase based on CPI or 3%, so we can remain stable.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, if I could elaborate, just if you recall, to Sue's point, the rate study was for a 3-year period because we were in the middle of the vulnerability assessment, which would identify additional capital projects. I think that speaks to why we're building that reserve, because we're assuming that we'll be successful in getting some grants, but if we're not, then we're going to have to utilize that reserve to implement those capital projects.
Yeah, that's good. I think it's important that we have the end game there. Thank you.
Yes, this leveling out has taken place through moving those projects around based on their priority and based on our funding.
Okay, thank you.
Well, because in reality, when it comes to stormwater, there's no end to the projects.
That is correct.
Right, okay, yeah, just to be clear. Okay, I don't have any questions. Anybody else, or are we good? Okay, we can take a 10-minute break. session, and we are, I think, right at the marina, right?
Marina Fund, yeah. Okay, Marina Fund, intergovernmental revenues have increased 1.8 million in fiscal year 27 compared to 26, and that is mainly due to anticipated FEMA reimbursements in 2027, and that's for the Marina Bulkhead Project and the Shore Pedestal Project, those two. Miscellaneous revenues, which includes slip renter income and Dunedin Fish and Company lease revenue, has increased by $101,000 in 2027 compared to 2026 budget. This is due to a projected increase in slip, boat rental income. The actual revenue projected to be received in 2026 is more than budget. We were conservative in our budget for 2026 of $502,000. But we are projecting revenue in 2026 to be approximately $560,000. The 2027 budget is proposing a 7% increase in slip renter income in 2027, which was in the projections last year for the Marina Fund. Debt proceeds have decreased $3.5 million in 2027 compared to 26. The Marina Bulkhead Project is $3.1 million, and the dock A and B design costs were $437,000. That was budgeted in 26 and not in 2027. And for expenses, personnel costs decreased by $20,000 or 9% in 27. The decrease is related to a split that we've done in 2027 in the Marina personnel between General Fund and Marina Fund. The split is approximately 25% General Fund and 75% Marina Fund. The split is based on how each employee's workload is allocated between the Marina Fund and the General Fund for boat ramp and fishing pier type work. The capital project costs have decreased $3.4 million in 2027. That's due to the Marina Bulkhead Project and Dock A and B design costs being budgeted in 26 and not in 27. The construction for Dock A and B has been moved to fiscal year 28 in the Marina Fund. The debt service costs have increased in 27 by $1.7 million, which is due to the payoff of the storm line of credit after the receipt of the FEMA reimbursement for the Marina Bulkhead Project, which is expected to be received and the line of credit paid off in early 2027 is the goal. This partially offsets the intergovernmental revenue. And for assumptions, we've got miscellaneous revenue, I mentioned, includes slip renter income, and that's a proposed 7% increase in 2027, and then 3%, actually 7% increase proposed from 2027 through 2031, 7% each year. That's consistent with last year as well. We were at 10% prior to the storms. We are currently at 7% for the next few years, and that lists what's in that line item. It's slip renter income, transient boat slip rentals, which is a fairly small number, interest revenue, and the Dunedin Fish Company lease. Expenditures are salaries are 3.5% merit, and benefits are 6%, and operating costs are 2%. And for the fund overview, on pages 532 and 533 in the budget, the Marina Fund has an available fund balance at the end of 2027. At the bottom, the yellow highlighted of $1.4 million in 2027. As mentioned, we proposed a 7% increase in the slip rental revenue in fiscal year 27 budget, and then 7% increase in 28 through 31. This assumes FEMA pays us back 87.5% of the Marina Bulkhead replacement and Dock A and B project cost. And I mentioned Dock A and B project costs are the cost of floating docks. We recently received a state appropriation from the state of Florida of $3 million that was mentioned earlier. We'll be making adjustments to this fund for the tentative budget. The state funding will replace FEMA funding for storm damage, but we should also see some reduction in match needed for FEMA, which should reduce the match requirements by approximately $375,000 because there's no match required for the state grant. And that concludes the overview of the Marina Fund.
Questions on the Marina Fund? You want to start on this side?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. What are our assumptions about occupancy in the marina? I know that we're not fully occupied right now. What are you assuming as we're looking at this?
The assumption in 27 is it will stay, the occupancy will be pretty much the same as it was in 26. Once the boats came back, we're assuming about this, the same amount. As far as exactly where they're at, I believe they're at, I believe 80%, 85%, but I have to get back to you on exact as far as occupancy now. But we're assuming pretty much the same occupancy next year as we had this year in 26, once the boats all came back.
That's all I have for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? I'm shocked, Vice Mayor. I just thought you'd have no questions. Okay.
So confirming, and I think you had mentioned this, but that 4.5 million for capital, is that just docks A and B replacement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then just also, this is really to confirm here, but all of the slip rental proceeds go into miscellaneous?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Does that also include boat ramp?
No, boat ramp revenues have been moved to the general fund now.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay, I knew that. The debt proceeds, so where does that 3.9 come from? Are we financing that, I'm assuming? Is that?
Yeah, debt proceeds in 28, yeah, that's funding coming in for the line of credit to pay for Dock A and B, for example, that project.
And Jennifer, when are we going to get the master plan back and talk about the docks again?
So we have the tour locations right now, and we're setting up the tours individually. We'll do those tours, and then we'll give them master plan back.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Later.
How much later?
So I guess I should repeat that, Vice Mayor, if you don't mind, since the microphone was off. We have the locations of the floating docks where we're going to take the city commission. You need to go individually, as you know. And staff will be with you, various staff members. And then once you have the floating dock information that you need, we'll bring the master plan back to all of you for you to adopt.
Okay, perfect. Okay, those are all the questions I have.
Anybody? Okay, I've got Commissioner Sandberg, and then I'll come back to you.
That's fine. So the miscellaneous goes from 604 to 650. Is that based on that same 80% occupancy?
Yeah, basically, yeah. You can see we do assume in 29 that it's back to full again, you know?
Okay.
That's an assumption now. We're kind of assuming in 27, 28, it stays near the same capacity it is now. And right now in 29, we're assuming that it will go up some because it'd be full at that point, ideally, yeah.
I understand. Thank you, Les.
Okay, Commissioner DeGard?
Yes, was the transfer of the ramp to the general fund a temporary, or is that a permanent condition?
It was proposed to be permanent. It was moved in 26. This year, because boat ramp, the thought was we get revenue for the boat ramp, or we normally do. We haven't in the last few years, but we will again in the near future. And that would move to the general fund. And the thought was the ramp is really not for the slip renters, it's for the public. And so we decided to move the ramp expenditures and offsetting revenue to the general fund. We thought it made more sense there rather than, because it really, don't think it benefits the slip renters that much. It's more for the public.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Okay. So going back to that, and I mean, obviously, we made the decision, and I don't really recall where my mind was at the time, because with the boat ramp revenue now, it just makes me feel like we have an enterprise fund, and then we're scattering off the boat ramp to the general fund, and then does the revenue for the fish company, that's part of the revenue for Marina Fund, right? So why would we give the Marina that? I mean, I'm trying to figure that out, because enterprise fund should be an enterprise fund, should be an enterprise fund, and I would just wonder if anywhere else where there's a marina, they say, oh, no, we're not gonna include that in our total enterprise. And just whatever the rates end up to be for each other, they figure that out. They don't separate them. But maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'd have to research that as far as how other marinas do that. I'm not sure, but our thought was that, the pier is more public than, more for the public than the slip renters, as an example.
I get the pier.
Yeah.
100%, I get the
Yeah,
pier.
and the boat ramp, we thought it made more sense to go to the general fund, after talking through it, just because of, again, in talking to Lori, it seemed like not many slip renters needed to use it or used it, and it was more for, general public.
Mayor, if I could, I'm
I
working off
don't know, it
memory.
just feels like other enterprise funds, we could sparse apart different little things in it and say, well, this is the people that have memberships at the golf club, but this is separate, so we'll just, I don't know.
Yeah, and just, I'm working off memory here, but I think to Les's point, and you mentioned the pier itself, that supports the downtown and the businesses, so that's why that's allocated to the general fund as opposed to the marina fund. I think the lease for Walt's business there, the thought process there was, absent that, then there could be some slips in that location, and so that's why those funds go back into the marina fund as opposed to the general fund. And again, the ramp is primarily in support of the public accessing the basin to get out to the sound as opposed to the slip runners themselves. And I think there's also an allocation associated with the parking that's immediately adjacent to the marina for the slip runners, and so that repaving and that type of work gets allocated to the marina fund, where the balance of the parking goes to the park itself. Working off memory, but I think that was the thought process, whether it needs revisiting or not.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, other marinas, it doesn't seem like they'd parse that out, but maybe Vice Mayor has an opinion. Or maybe you don't, I don't put you on the spot, but I guess I did.
Well, I hadn't heard anything about that, so I'm not sure that I know anything more.
So, if I may, Mayor, we'll be happy to give you an idea of how much revenue is generated.
Well, I know it's not a lot of revenue,
expended, right.
but it is going to be some cost.
Right, yes, absolutely. And what other enterprise funds are doing, it was in the fiscal year 2026 budget, and the whole rationale was that it's used more by the general public. So,
That was it.
but we're fine, we'll give you a report and we can
Okay,
make a
that sounds
decision.
good. I
later
just
on.
kind of, I don't want to parse off too much when it's an enterprise fund, and quite honestly, this is going to sound really bad, but, the fund this is a case where it seems to me, you guys, it is better off after the storm. Because I didn't know how we were going to fund those floating docks. And now we're going to be able to make a more sustainable, better marina than we had before, and we're going to have to pay for it, so.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, all right.
Well, so back to the master plan.
Now I got your attention.
Well,
And then I know Commissioner Dugard would say something.
yeah, I'm sorry, I saw a squirrel.
I knew I could do it, yeah.
But this is why the timing of the master plan is critical, because just based on a lot of feedback I've received, there definitely is, wait for it, some opinions on how this should be worked, but it's not what you think, and I don't want to derail this discussion with that discussion, because that'll come up during the master plan part, but I'll just say this. I think everybody recognizes that the cost of the floating docks is significant.
Yes.
And I'll just leave it at that. And we can talk more about that later.
Okay.
And Commissioner Dugard, do you have something else to add?
The only thing I want to ensure is that a marina slip owner would not find himself paying for use of the ramp because it's now two separate funds. I just need to put that out, because suddenly we might see people saying, oh, we need to charge people in the marina because it's not part of the marina. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, just want to be sure that can't happen.
Yes, and that's a very good point.
Yeah, good question.
But that brings up, if they are using the ramp, why isn't it just part of the enterprise fund, right?
I wouldn't argue with you at all.
Yeah. But It's just a discussion topic for anybody out there watching with the marina. And then my other thing, I just want to clarify. So the increases to the rates are automatic. We've put that in place, and that automatically is happening.
No, actually, the marina rate increase will be a resolution that will be brought to your commission in September to make that adjustment. Yeah, it's not, this particular one is done annually. It's not, we've not done a 3 or 4 year thing. We could look into doing that, but it's been done annually the last couple of years.
Probably because it was a moving target.
That's the thing.
And it's certainly a better moving target even now, but,
Yeah,
okay.
true.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So I just kind of wanted to know. And, did we lose a lot of people because of the storm? Actually moving out of the marina?
Tony?
I mean, it didn't
Sure.
come back?
Sure.
There was a number that have not come back because we obviously have a significant number of open slips and we've had some replacement through the wait list. I couldn't tell you the exact number, but we did have some that we lost. And we had
It's
some
not
turnover.
a significant turnover.
No,
Couldn't answer that
I don't think so.
accurately, but I don't think so either. I think most came back.
Okay, and, well, that led into another question, but so how long's our waiting list?
It depends on what size boat. The small boats, we have openings. The larger boats, we have waits.
Long wait?
A and B dock. Yeah,
Yeah.
Is long waits?
they have waits, yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, yeah, I just think all those things are important as we move forward, so, okay.
Well, Mary, I do have a question.
Sure.
Sorry, just piggybacking on that, because I think earlier we talked about the occupancy rate was about 80%. And so are you telling me that of that 20% we're missing is all the small boats?
It's actually the larger, it's probably more so the larger vessels because we haven't been able to fill all those spaces because of the proximity of the bulkhead project on A and B. So we haven't been able to rent those, and that's why there's vacancies. Moving forward, as those bulkheads complete, we're going to look at a strategy to try and fill those even on a temporary basis before we start the build-outs to try and close that gap a little bit. But if I had to say, I think most of them are in the larger slip category.
Okay, and again, those vacancies are a result of construction, not lack of desire.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if no other questions, we'll go to golf operations.
Okay, golf operations, charges. Charges for services are down $159,000 in 2027 compared to 26. This decrease is due to an increase in members' dues of $181,000 in 27, which is offset by a $367,000 decrease in public green fees. The increase in members' dues is related to the end of the grandfathered rates for members who paid during the restoration project. Effective January 2027, members' rates will be normalized across all categories. And the decrease in public rounds played in 2027 budget is based on a full year or more of history at the golf course now with the restoration under the new pricing at the golf course. The estimated rounds in fiscal year 27 are approximately 47,000 rounds, which is about 9% less rounds projected in 2026 year. For expenses, the operating costs have decreased $206,000 in 2027 compared to 26. This is due to an increase in sewer sanitation, mainly reclaimed water, in 2027 of $115,000, with offsetting decreases in facilities ISF and insurance ISF of $188,000. Also a decrease in electricity and repairs and maintenance of $63,000, and reduction of operating supplies of $37,000. And for capital costs, they've increased by $60,000 in 27, and that's due to a $100,000 increase for the Dunedin locker room remodel project, with an offset of $40,000 decrease for the rain and starter shelters that were budgeted in 26 and not in 27. And for the assumptions in the golf course, as I mentioned, the revenue increase is about a 4% reduction, And then we've got an estimate of 3% in 28 increase, and then 2% 29 through 32 increase in revenues, and in expenditures are 3.5% merit and 6% benefit, and then 2% operating. And this is on page 534 and 535 in the budget book. The estimated fund balance at the end of fiscal year 27 is $19,400. The Golf Operations Fund and Restoration Project at the golf course are both fairly new to the city. It will take time to build up available net position and working capital in the Golf Enterprise Fund. The 27 budget is showing revenues more than expenses of $194,000. If you look at the 27 column and go down to the third line from the bottom, you can see revenues over expenditures, and that's $194,000 profit or revenues over expenditures. The 26 estimated net working position or working capital is a negative number of $175,000. And what that means is it means current assets less current liabilities. And so current liabilities are more than current assets. There is available cash in the fund in fiscal year 25, and cash today in the golf funds about $250,000. In the golf fund today, there's a grant. Part of the negative fund balance or negative net position, I mentioned the current assets less current liability at the end of 26 is related to there was a $500,000 restoration grant that the golf course had received. It was actually before we even worked out and took over the golf course. It was $500,000 for that project, and $375,000 of that has not been paid to the city to date by the state of Florida. Staff's been working with the city attorney and Blair and his team and the state trying to rectify and satisfy all the requirements of the grant. The available balance in the outer years, if you look out in the outer years out to 2032, the projection is that we will have profits over those years. And you can see the fund balance out in 2032 is estimated to be $700,000 and a 20% reserve. We have projects that are planned in here throughout the model, and those projects may be deferred based on funding availability, but that's kind of what big picture where the enterprise fund is. Any questions? Let me know. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Vice Mayor?
Well, I just want to, I don't have any questions per se, but I am pretty happy with the operating expenses going down as they did. I think that shows efficiencies, and so.
Okay. I think Commissioner Sandberg and you.
So I'm not sure this is for you or for Blair. Is there a waiting list to add more members? Yes. Yes. And would it be financially worthwhile to add permanent members to increase our revenue? Or is there a reason why we want to leave it as is?
I'm going to let Blair, I know the answer to that, but I'm going to let Blair answer it. Blair,
Blair, he was comfortable too. Go ahead.
He's the subject matter expert.
God, he was just going to sit back there.
My favorite thing, hiding behind Jorge.
You can have Jorge's peanuts too. You've got peanuts there. Is your phone?
Yes, there is a waiting list. We have approximately 225 names on it right now, and we have 275 memberships right now. The greater share of the revenue comes from outside play versus member play.
Okay.
That doesn't mean we aren't trying to lessen the gap between the average price per round per outsider versus member. We're trying to get the member up closer to the outside rate. But right now, there's a pretty big discrepancy. So if it remained as it is right now, it actually would not be to our benefit to add more members.
Okay.
That may change in the future.
And did I hear that that's 47,000 rounds that were played up there?
That's what we're hoping to do.
Okay.
That's what we're forecasting for '27. That's what we're hoping to do for '26.
All right, in the revenue portion, that includes the pro shop. And do we have a situation up there where we receive a monthly rent from the restaurant?
We have a contract with the restaurant, but there's rent abatement for the improvements they did in the clubhouse.
Okay.
So the monthly rent we're getting right now would actually be zero.
But we will eventually.
I was going to say, and I didn't know that, so when will the abatement be?
I'd have to look at the agreement.
Just-
yeah,
okay.
For exactly when they start paying rent.
Okay. No, I guess that's it. Thank you, Blair. Didn't mean to have you get too comfortable back there.
This side? I think I'd stay put, Blair. Anybody over here?
I have been told, and now that you're up here, Blair, that one of the things that would help our course in a number of ways is an improved driving range. What are your thoughts on that?
We have, after the restoration, we have a nice golf course, and it's in good shape right now, and we have people traveling from up to an hour away to play it on or a little more than that. We have a group from Wesley Chapel plays every weekend, just because they think it's a great deal. Our driving range.
That's exactly what I asked.
Does not match the quality of the golf course, in my opinion. It hinders us. We have a golf course where we could do some decent tournaments, and we just did the Florida State Golf Association Pub Links Championship. But that was tee times, and we can get about 10 people on the range at a time. If you want to do a big shotgun tournament, and we do the Chamber of Commerce, but that's a fun tournament. If we're talking about a competitive tournament, we just don't have the room, the facility. It's not a big enough range for how far golfers today hit it. It's fine for me. It's fine for a lot of ladies and juniors, some juniors like 12 and under, but it's just not big enough.
If I can add to that, it's something that Blair and I have talked about quite a bit. You don't see it anywhere in the capital improvement program.
Asking,
Yeah, and I agree with Blair, we need to address it, and I think that there might be some kind of intermingling with Sterling Links as well. So we need to sit and figure that all out to get those big tournaments in there, but we need to address it moving forward, yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Mayor, if I may?
Yep.
Yeah, and this is just to clarify more for the public. You talked about the restaurant and the abatement and why we're not receiving anything at this time. But just to clarify that the restaurant is not part of the golf course, correct? We have our own contract.
Yes.
And so that's why we're not seeing any finances regarding the restaurant.
That's
in
correct.
here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, that's it.
So the abatement along those lines, the restaurateur invested over $500,000 in capital improvements to the restaurant. And part of our agreement with the restaurateur, the city invested nothing. So part of our agreement is that essentially their rent is abated to a certain date, which should, or a certain amount of their capital improvement, so that they can recoup some of their investment, because the city owns all of those capital improvements.
So we own the kitchen equipment?
Yes.
Good. Okay, that's good. Because I want to say it's a 4-year agreement, wasn't it? A 4-year agreement? Am I wrong on that? Was it?
10? Yeah, I'd have to look, I haven't
Oh,
dusted
I
that off
thought
for
it
a
was
while.
4, so, yeah, that'd be great to know what that is. Okay, I'm going to ask questions unless somebody else has another one. Jennifer, this might be to you. This grant, the $370,000, sounds like it's in, political Hades or whatever, I don't know. It's in between.
Yes.
Life and death. And it doesn't seem to be coming off that. It almost seems like a political solution is the only thing that's ever going to get it out of the middle.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Yes, and Jennifer Cowan is actively pursuing that grant.
She'd filled me in, but.
Right.
But I don't know, without somebody blinking, which seems to be between the federal government and the state government, we're the losers.
Right. Exactly. And it looks at this point as though the federal government is not blinking. The state is allowing us additional time, so we have additional time to work on this, on getting the grant funding, but it may well be a political solution moving forward, so.
So we need to think about who has the best contacts federally to try to move it, because I don't think it's going to move otherwise. I just think we're at a total standstill. That's my view, but we'll get an update from Jennifer Cohen, but it just seems like, you know, one of us needs to try to at least get some help from the federal government, one of our representatives, so.
I'm sorry for the C students.
I'm being a little bit vague on purpose. I don't know that we want to, but still.
What was the topic of the grant?
So the grant was taken out by the previous operator of the golf course, and it's a PPP grant that was taken out during COVID. The federal government tagged that particular grant and many grants that golf courses had received and said that it's not eligible for PPP funding. And the city, given that the city is ultimately the owner, and we're still working with the board of directors has not been completely dissolved. We still have, they're in place so that they can, because the grant funding would go to the board of directors and then come to us by our agreement. The federal government is saying, no, you're not eligible to receive that funding. We have Jennifer Cowan working with the federal government, and the state government is kind enough to give us a period of time in order to, because we got a historic preservation grant from them, right? So,
Right.
and
they're
that is the
saying that
grant.
if you owe them, we're
Right.
not going to give you.
Right, exactly. So they're saying, essentially what the federal government is saying is that the state grant, they're in first position on the state grant, right? So it's really the three of these parties negotiating in regards to getting repayment of the grant. So they're saying that the city's not in first, the board of directors is not in first position, the federal government is.
And, you know, and the problem is, and Commissioner Dugard, you said it, when you look for waste, fraud, and abuse, this isn't it. And unfortunately, now we're stuck with needing that money, really, and having spent it, really, so. Anyway, okay, good, that's great. So we'll get an update, and maybe one of us can jump in on that level. So you're not increasing the cost of the public grounds?
For 2027,
Uh-huh.
we are increasing slightly. We're going to, what we've come up with is, we had a rate of $140 peak season. We had certain months, we had a peak season, shoulder season, and summer season. So we are increasing slightly the rounds. We're going to try Monday through Friday or Monday through Thursday at 140, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday at 150. We don't have any trouble filling Friday,
Yeah, I get
Saturday,
it.
and Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, and again, Blair, I'm not getting into your business because it seems like we're doing well, and I fully support you. If I get one comment, though, it's just concern from the average, everyday Dunedin resident who, you know, feels it's high sometimes.
They do get a 25% discount.
Okay, good, that's good. I wasn't even clear on that.
That's in rate year-round.
Okay, good, so that
And-
helps.
And they're not mistaken. The number one topic among public course operators, not just municipal, but public courses, the fees are going nuts.
Yeah.
And where does the person, where would I play, for example?
And I get that, and I know that as commission, we all kind of said, we won't, you know, price you out of your own course, but at the same point, number one, it's got to make money. I mean, you know, for the good of the whole city. It's
I
the most
believe I've
important and
heard-
successful.
I've heard
Yeah,
that from-
yes, it's got to be successful, so.
From the mayor, I believe.
Yeah, there you go.
And,
So, so my last question really is, in your opinion, because I do respect it, in your opinion, are we really going in a great direction? Do you feel like we're really headed pretty well, like as we kick off and get everything, you know, done?
There's a learning curve, and no two places are identical, but yes, I believe we are going forward. I believe we are going the right way and doing the right things to accomplish what the city needs us to accomplish.
Well, I will say some of the same people I got emails from during the drought, and, oh, it's terrible, the sky is falling, are some of the same people now that say, oh, it's fantastic, it's fantastic, it's such a great course. So, and again, and they all understand, I think, as you've explained, it takes time to seed it in when you have a new course. And we're, we're a year and a half into this? Right.
Yeah.
Good.
Mayor, could I add one thing? How are the, so if somebody walks in, is there a notification of a sign, 25% disc, is it 25 off?
25 for a resident.
Okay.
Business owner, landowner, first responder, retired military or active military.
Do we ever, is that on our, like, city's social media?
It's on our website, and there's a sign at the front counter.
Okay, so if someone walks in and they're a Dunedin resident, that it is made
Yes.
available to them?
Yes,
Good,
absolutely.
okay, thank you.
Well, and I just would add, I mean, is there anything wrong with promoting the fact that you get a 25% discount on our social media at our golf course? I mean, is that colliding? I mean, it's just to our citizens. I mean, I'm not, you guys can decide, but it just.
I'm the microphone police here,
I
and
just didn't want you
forgot
to not
turn it
have
on.
to talk.
No, it's something, actually, we just talked to Tony about this the other day, when Blair mentioned the, seasonality possibly changes a little bit. Right now, it's just not part of our social media strategy, but Tony and I are talking about it at this time.
Say anything, John?
Yeah, we're working, I know Blair's has his marketing efforts that are going out to a wider audience, and we're talking about some strategies to target the local community, especially city residents.
Great. Well, I didn't know about 25%, and trust me, I've had quite a few opportunities to say back to a citizen, you get 25%, but I didn't really realize it, so I'm glad to know it. Okay, any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Blair.
Mayor, may
Yes,
I just,
sure.
on the golf course fund, I'm really proud of this. I'm proud, even making $1 on this golf course after what we've been
gave you
through.
that, yeah.
In the operations of the golf course, the condition of the golf course, and we're showing profit moving forward in the golf course. And traditionally, as you know, in years past, we'd be having a discussion about how much we needed to contribute to the golf course to keep it afloat.
Subsidized,
to keep it open.
keep it afloat.
Right. So I'm really proud of the work that we've done, and I look forward to this golf course in the future. I
And
think,
kudos to both of you.
thank you.
And to Tony.
Absolutely, yeah.
And to Vince, if he's listening,
I'm sure he's not, but yeah.
I'm sure he's not. He's probably in a casino. I'm relatively
Thank you,
sure
Mayor.
of it, but
He might
anyways,
be,
but
actually.
thank you. Okay, great. Okay, fleet. We
I'll
got to
turn it over
move
to Jean
along
to
here,
go over
I
that
know.
one.
We're going to lose Vice Mayor at 4, so we got to clip it along if we can.
Okay. All right, the fleet fund, charges for services, we've got a decrease of $204,000 in fiscal year 27 compared to 26. This is mainly due to a decrease in fleet repair and overhead costs of $191,000. And there's always a little bit of up and down on some of these costs, but that's basically what we have there. Miscellaneous income, we have decreased by $102,000 in fiscal year 27. And this is mostly due to the decrease in investment earnings, due to the reduction of fund balance in fleet fund because of the interfund loan with the general fund. So we have paid back 2.3 million of that effective fiscal year 25, and we still have that. We've talked about it. The rest of that 2.7 million of that interfund loan, and at that point, the fund balance will bring the fund balance back up, and the interest earnings will incur at the historic levels. And again, we are expecting to pay that off by the end of this year, September 30th. For expenses, operating costs have decreased by $95,000 in fiscal year 27 compared to 26. This is due to a decrease of $70,000 in repairs and maintenance, and $33,000 in insurance ISF allocation costs. Capital costs have decreased also by about $691,000 due to a decrease in fleet replacements. And this is due to just the fact of when vehicles are scheduled for replacement. The largest decrease this year was in Streets Department, which went down $622,000. Parks Recreation decreased $200,000. Utilities decreased $138,000. But in Stormwater, there was an increase in budget for vehicle purchases of $227,000. Fleet assumptions. The fleet fund, hold on, sorry. So fleet fund assumptions, charges for services are showing an increase of 1% between 28 to 32. Expenditures, salaries are increasing 3.5% for the merit increase, benefit 6%, and operating has a 2% operating. For the fleet fund overview, if you look at pages 536 and 537 in the budget, sorry, lost my place here. The fleet fund available net position is projected to be $10.2 million in fiscal year '27, and this is an accumulation of funds that are to be used towards replacing the city vehicles in the fleet replacement plan. That's basically.
Questions? Okay, seeing none, we've talked about this fund a lot, so, okay, we'll move to Facility Maintenance Fund.
Okay. Facility maintenance highlights charges for services. The allocations to the departments are 7.7% less, or $215,000 less than '26. We are using fund reserves to help decrease the allocation to the departments. And we are also had some savings in the departments per our efforts to save across the board in 20%. Operating costs decreased by $21,000 in fiscal year '27. There was some ups and downs, some decreases in repair and maintenance, professional services, electricity, and the risk insurance, ISF, but they were also offset by an increase in IT services, ISF, to bring us to that net decrease of $21,000. Capital costs had a decrease of $30,000 in fiscal year '27 which was related to a capital project of fence replacement in '26 that is not budgeted in '27. Facility fund assumptions. The budget is really based in the outer years projections based on the budget. And we normally, for charges for services and for salaries, we have the same assumptions that most funds have, 3.5% increase for salaries, 6% increase for benefits, and 2% increase for operating. Facility fund overview is on pages 538 and 539 in the proposed budget. The facilities fund available reserves is projected at the end of fiscal year '27 to be 44%, or $1.3 million, which is more than the reserve target of 25%. We do have a roof replacement in non-recurring capital section in fiscal year '27 of $16,666, and another roof replacement in fiscal year '28 and '29 as well. I think these are all for different buildings at the facility, public services location. Any questions on the facilities?
Questions on facilities?
I've noticed that what we're looking at is a fund balance that is well above the 25% even over time. Is there a reason for that?
Generally speaking, if there are vacancies, which I believe we've had in the facilities fund for a while, and if all funds have not been spent in a specific category for whatever reason in terms of operating expenses, any savings get carried over in reserves to the next year, and we will usually use a lot of those reserves to offset the current year. So savings we had from fiscal year '25 is built up in reserves, and we are using that to offset expenses in fiscal year +27.
You don't fall beneath 40% of your fund balance. You're 43.9, 43.4.
Yeah.
That seems a little rich.
So what happens with these is generally the projections out are pretty stable based on our projections of expenses. So we are increasing the charges for services based on where we are at for the expenses. So we are looking at fiscal year '27, which has the 44% reserves. And we've tried to be a little conservative because we know the custodial contract is going up in fiscal year '27, so we didn't want to run the reserves too light. But Les and I have also talked about possibly using some more reserves to reduce the allocation to the department. So that's still in the works. We're just trying to
I know
balance.
you hate to lose your base, but maybe it can be just a one-time return, and then you're back at your old.
And we do this every year, truthfully. We always have to reduce, we always use reserves to reduce the expenses in facilities because unfortunately, this is an ongoing issue in terms of having enough staff. So they usually have salary savings that roll over. And we already have used some reserves. We were trying to leave them a little bit richer just in terms of not knowing what the custodial contract is going to do next year, because that doesn't come up for renewal until, Sue, do you know when that comes up?
Comes up this year. I mean, right, we actually got an extension on the contract, so we'll have a couple more months into the new fiscal year before we put a new contract in place. And when Jean says that it offsets the expenses, she means everybody who contributes to the ISF, their rate actually is reduced per square foot. So it gets spread back across and helps, that each individual budget. But if you look in the context of a roof replacement or some other catastrophic AC, even in City Hall, one or two ACs, $1 million is not going to go very far. So it's not just a percentage, it's also a total amount because it's such a small budget overall. We would go to the general fund then if this reserve wasn't here.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Any other questions? I just have one, and it just got alerted me again. What are the vacancies, and are they still in the facility maintenance crew team? And are we keeping up with taking care of our facilities?
We are actively keeping up with our facilities. Again, this City Hall is a challenge. It's a lot of new technology. So we're really on the cusp there where we're starting to see things wear out and come off of warranty. So again, time will tell here. But yes, we are actively maintaining it. We do have, they are on the team, those vacancies. Like we just lost another 3 people actually. So we kind of go up, we get a nice, couple people hired, and then I mentioned during the break, one of our staff, not facilities, but we lost another one to the city of Tampa, and the amount that they're paying is just, we can't compare to that charge, but we're still getting good people. In fact, we have one moving over to fire, so sometimes we're losing them inside the city, which is a good thing. But yes, we still do have vacancies, and getting skilled staff is difficult.
Okay. Could we get a list of current vacancies? And I know some of them you're actually holding on, but I'd like to see what they are, if we get that with our stuff. Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll move on. Risk Safety Fund.
Okay, and we're going to actually leave this up to you. We do not have all the numbers finalized yet. We're still working through the last minute changes we got for the risk fund.
Okay.
This usually happens where we have more information in the next workshop. So if you want, we can go over this now, or we can wait and go over it in the next workshop once the numbers are a little more finalized.
What do you recommend? Okay, so we'll wait on that for next workshop. Okay.
And also health is generally the same situation. We don't have the final numbers yet. Teresa will be talking to you more about health once we move past the fund updates.
Okay.
And So we're not going to total table health, but if it's okay with you guys, we wait and talk about it till we actually have the final numbers.
Got it.
Okay?
If I could, though, health is a particular area that I am concerned about because of its rate of growth, and its rate of growth historically, and our projections in the future. So just know that I'm going to be really drilling down on that one on the next one. Thank you.
Maybe
We
we'll
totally
hear
understand.
something from Teresa that'll elevate your thinking, Sue, so. No, I think that's great. Okay, so in that case, you guys are done with that piece, and we're going to
Yeah.
actually move to,
Just one more fun,
Okay.
quick IT ISF.
oh, sorry, Michael.
Sorry.
That could be good news at this point, right?
Yeah. Yep. All right, so highlights for the ITISF. And I will say Michael did a wonderful job lowering his expenses this year. So we have a 12% decrease in charges for services. And just so everybody understands, when we're decreasing the charges for services to the fund, that is decreasing to the expense to the other departments and other funds. So he's helped out by lowering his budget. The savings we have is about $354,000 in the charges for services. Operating, part of how he got these savings in reduced charges for services, he has these operational savings of $243,000. And that is mainly due to annual IT license decrease of $171,000 and repair and maintenance decreases. Part of these changes also that we've been seeing some savings in the fund is we have moved away from having a 2-computer model per person, per employee. We are now moving towards a 1 laptop model instead of having a desktop and a laptop. That's going to save us a lot of money over the years. Michael started it last year, and we're continuing it. And another thing to mention is in the savings for annual IT licenses, part of that savings is coming from the fact that we're not just discontinuing annual licenses that we need, but there was one that was moved, about $90,000, I believe, that was moved to the Water Wastewater Fund out of IT because we're very close to getting utility billing off of Navaline. So that was the one that was moved, and that will be an ongoing savings for the IT fund. Capital costs decreased by $80,000 compared to '26 due to a decrease in network equipment in $50,000 and a decrease for the ERP phases 5 and 6 capital improvements, implementation costs of $20,000. All right, IT assumptions. We have, again, the charges for services are based on the budget for that given year. Salary increases of 3.5%, benefit increases of 6%, and operating increases of 2%. All right, the IT overview, that's long-range plan is on page 554, 544 and 545. And our available fund balance at the end of fiscal year 27 is projected to be 27%, and that remains that way in the outer years. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions about IT?
I have one.
Okay.
With the convergence of AI into society, how does that affect us, and what is that going to do to our costs?
We're currently using AI in the GIS side and in the cybersecurity analyst side as testing to see how it would work with the city. We're not fully implementing AI. We're seeing just very, very basic costs. So basically right now it's only $40 a month for us to use the technology we need to see how it would help the city overall. Down the road, we just don't know. We're monitoring what other cities, municipalities are doing. They're all in the infancy stages as well. Their budgets don't allow for positions or for elaborate systems, so they're kind of following the trend of the federal governments and the state to see what they're doing, so it's going to be wait and see right now. That's all I really know about how it would affect us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, sure, go ahead.
I don't see it on 93 or 94, 94, 95, whatever. But in one of the other pages, Teams, how often do we use Teams? Is
So,
that-
I'm sorry.
No, how often do we use it?
It's used every day by various staff. We're actually looking into eliminating some other systems to go more with Teams. We're paying a huge cost for Microsoft 365 every year, which includes Teams. We want people, our staff, to really use it. It's just a large training curve for some people. It's things you have to use every day, but we are using it. We use it for meetings, we use it for SharePoint, for sharing documents, for collaborating.
Okay, so it is part of the 365 package then?
Yes.
Because I thought I saw an extra expense for Teams.
I believe it's part of the 365 package.
Okay, all right.
Michael, could it be that Teams, switching to Teams phone system?
Oh, in the
It was like
future.
194,000 or something like that.
Yes, that would be a future expense if we decide to go with Teams phone system.
Okay.
And that would be in the outer years, so, yeah.
All right, okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead. So personnel requests, and then turn to Teresa for this. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, turn to Teresa for personnel requests. City manager recommended.
Good afternoon again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, Teresa Smalling, Director of HR and Risk Management. The first slide that you're looking at is our staffing history that we show every year. As you can see, there are, as Jennifer mentioned this morning, there are no requests for additional positions. However, the reason why the note says FY27 to be determined is because we are working with some departments on possibly freezing or eliminating vacant positions. So we didn't want to put a final number until we had finished walking through that. So, but right now, our current FTEs remains the same at 405.93 of full-time, and then below in the red is the variable on-demand employees, our seasonal employees, of 24.42 FTEs. No questions? I'll move on to the next slide.
Yep, keep going.
So I just want to generally talk about these recommendations. So a reclassification is a position in which the duties have significantly increased with added responsibility, thereby justifying an increase in the current grade. So these changes are requested by departments to increase overall department effectiveness and to also, help employees in some ways with retention in recognizing the additional responsibilities that they are now taking on. So just to go over each one, in the city manager's office, the senior administrative assistant to the city commission is being recommended to be reclassed to administrative coordinator. That's a 1 grade increase. In community development, the community development technician who has probably gotten quite a number of certifications and has increased in her responsibilities in the department is being recommended for senior community development technician. Then in utilities and engineering, the current engineer 2 is being recommended to be reclassed to an engineer 3 due to also added responsibilities and the fact that he meets the minimum qualifications for an engineer 3. The admin assistant in engineering, in the utilities and engineering department, is being recommended for reclassification due to her additional responsibilities with some of the responsibilities that she is helping with permit review and other various responsibilities in the engineering department section. And then in wastewater, the lift station lead is being recommended for reclass to a foreman with the responsibility of overseeing the 43 lift stations as well as 4 employees. So added supervisory and oversight responsibility. And those are the positions that are being recommended for reclassification.
Okay, any questions? Anybody? Okay, if there's no questions, everybody good with these? Okay, okay, then let's move on.
And then just the next slide would show how the breakdown of how these additional monies would impact each fund. Just under 10.5 for the general fund, just over 7,000 for building, and then about just under 32,000 for the wastewater funds.
Yeah, no, I think we're good, and I mean, and quite honestly, like, the county doesn't even micro these. It's considered part of just being fair to the employees as they get more duties and things like this. So, I mean, I'm not saying I don't want to see them anymore, but it's good. So, okay. So then we're going to go to the health benefits discussion.
As Jean mentioned, we literally just got scenarios and final numbers just before my meeting with the Board of Finance last Wednesday, so I haven't even had a chance to discuss with Jennifer. So the decision was made to hold off until August 4th, so we could really bring the numbers to you.
Okay.
We have, as Jean also said, been working with Garing Group. We've taken some of the recommendations, suggestions from the Board of Finance, and we've looked at where we were in February to where we are now. And, you know, thankfully, the number did not increase significantly between, but we see areas that we can reduce the amount and then work towards a cost share with the employees on the premiums. So that's what we'll be bringing to you in August.
Okay. In the interest of moving along, I was going to move along, but if anybody has a burning need to, we'll do that. I mean, anything you can give us, you know, far enough ahead, I think, before August 4th, because that's kind of decision time. So we can be thinking about it, maybe talking to you, talking to Teresa. I think that's probably helpful, because it's a big nut, and we need to, I think we have to be smart about that
If I
one.
might, Mayor, just for a second.
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to be sure that this topic is earlier in the agenda so that we don't find ourselves shorting it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, totally agree. Okay, so now we're going to go to citizen input. Does anyone in the audience wish to come forward and speak on anything we talked about today? Okay, I'm looking at the one citizen who's here, okay. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go to city commission, well, first we'll go to commission direction first, and then you're going to do next steps, right? Okay, so I guess, and Jennifer, when you do next steps, maybe you can do what you've got as our follow-up stuff. But just, this is our time to kind of do any final comments and thoughts about overall strategy, about what you need for the next time. So this would be it. So, Vice Mayor, do you want to start?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody and all the hard work that went into this. You know, I know that this is a big lift, and you know, we all greatly appreciate it. You know, I think walking away with an impression today, I think you know, if it weren't for the referendum, I'd say we are in awesome shape. And but you know, the real 60,000-pound gorilla is looming, and the fact of the matter is that I think we've got a good plan if it passes. I mean, I'm sorry, if it fails, if the referendum fails, and I really am looking forward to, if it does pass, getting that contingency plan in front of us as quickly as possible. And in terms of the takeaways, you know, I don't know that I really have anything that would be pressing except for what we've identified today of pieces of information need to come forward. I do want to just emphasize the fact that the one thing that does scare me is health benefits, because to me that's a black box, that's a big unknown, and I'm encouraged to hear that maybe the costs haven't risen as fast as much as they are in other areas. And I guess really those are my thoughts, so thank you.
Commissioner Sandberg?
No, I think great job by you, Gene, and by you, Les. You know, I guess like I said earlier about what may happen in this November election, you know, our economy here in town is strong. Our unemployment's less than the national average. I think we as a city commission always need to be on the lookout for what we can change. If it means supporting our merchants, advertising, promoting our city, and make sure the downtown stays fresh and clean looking. You know, we're one of the bigger employers in the city, and I think we have an incredible city staff. We're asking a lot of them, but now it was just announced a few minutes ago, we need to continue to do the best we can. I think we lose track. We're all concerned about a potential loss in homesteaded property. But remember, we have the Main Street Exchange on the way. We have Flats on Main on the way. So we've taken the time to go out and find some large projects that will offset some of this. And I think we're sitting in a good place. You know, going forward, development needs to be smooth and seamless. So when developers come to town, we can get them on board, get the projects. You know, I've always been pro-development. I think we're doing the right things. We're headed the right direction, and City Commission needs to always look to improve and do the best for everyone involved. So,
Thank you.
with that being said, thank you.
Commissioner Gao?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, certainly kudos to Les and Jean. Really fabulous. I think what's coming in November is the potential for a really, 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 really dark place that's going to change the way we operate forever. And that's always my concern. Once it passes, if it does, we can't go back. And so my line of thought is to do whatever we can to do to protect the future. I don't consider my own personal property tax as a tax. I think it's an investment in my community. And every penny that I put towards my taxes, I get back in services. And I'm very proud of that. I would like to see just small stuff, the pavers that are in ARPA, I would like to see that moved back to CRA. It's a CRA project. It all goes hand in hand with all the other paver projects. It just makes sense to me. And then that frees up that money to stay in ARPA and then can go to help support the general fund if it's necessary. I don't see a problem with that.
Well, can we just, does everybody kind of agree with that? Because I don't have a problem with that, and it's not that much money compared to what the reserve is in CRA. I don't know. I didn't know how you want to handle that.
So what I'd like to do, actually,
you tell
is to have a look at what the impact of that would be on the CRA and bring that back to you for decision-making on August 4th.
All right. Sorry, Bob, I didn't mean to be that quick about it.
Also,
Don't be mad at me now forever.
Also for consideration in August is literally no night baseball or soccer, I guess, at that point, right? If we're talking about the lights for both baseball and soccer, it'd be for both places, although I know all of the training for soccer takes place at night. So that can be tough. I understand it, but it's short-term pain for long-term benefit. And in that regard, we have the potential to lose certainly most of our property tax funding through this referendum. So I wouldn't mind entertaining a rollback in our millage this year. I'd rather lose a little bit of money this year that might help protect the rest of the property tax funding in the future. I understand that'll be hard, but I think it's at least worth taking a look at instead of standing strong now, and then because we're standing strong, the residents in November tell us differently. And so, again, rather lose a little now than a lot later. Anyway, those are my comments.
Okay. Commissioner DeGard.
Thank you, Mayor. This was an accomplishment in a big way. A year ago, we were talking about the need to raise the millage to make our budget work. We haven't done that. Check that box. That's a huge accomplishment. Were it not for the cloud that's over our heads right now, we would be dancing out of the building this afternoon. This is a great budget. By the way, it's a great budget because I understand it this year and I didn't have a clue last year. But it was a lot of work on the part of a lot of people, and it has a ton of moving parts. One of the things, and I'm going to move away from the budget, I'm going to move to the referendum. We keep calling this a property tax. That's linguistically wrong. We're not charging a fee to our residents for the amount of property they own. This is a service tax. That's one of the issues we have. It's misunderstood. The residents that are so much for that rollback, well, actually, if they're under that $250,000 cap, be paying nothing for their streets, for their safety, for a number of things. They'll be freeloaders, in essence, being carried by other people. And by the way, if you even do the math, if you just do the math on somebody that has a home that's, let's say, valued at $500,000, okay? They think that they're going to, and the property taxes on a $500,000 home is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $4,000 to $5,000. They think that's going to go to zero. They think that's what they're voting for. It's going to go down maybe $2,000 at the most, and they're going to lose a lot more than $2,000 in services. The benefit, as opposed to the cost, is horrendous for them. It's a terrible deal. Them voting for this thing would be about the dumbest thing I can imagine. Not to mention what it's going to do to their property insurance, not to mention the fact that, by the way, cities are going to be biased about what development they have. Because guess what? Anything under a certain level is a zero benefit to the city. What does that do to a city's mentality? Now, I don't think we would do that, but I'll bet you a lot of others are out there thinking of future developments right now and saying, oh, they have to be over $1 million before we'll even consider a development project per unit. So this is a form of fraud at the highest level, in my opinion. I don't plan on being terribly quiet about that because I think that's informational. I know I make a lot of people nervous, including our lawyer, but that's okay. I want to thank you all for what you do on a daily basis. And this feels like you're being very underappreciated to me. I'm grateful. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to, so I don't forget, thank you, Les, Jean, City Manager, Jorge, all the staff, everybody was involved in this. I just want to, big thanks to that. As usual, we just have a professional group that handles this very professionally, and it's appreciated because it makes our jobs a lot easier. You know, I've been around at times where it's like pulling teeth to, you know, to drive efficiencies and things like that, but you guys are awesome. The one thing our job is education, and if this occurs, there's no amount of creativity that's not going to make it obvious and clear that our community's different. And I think our job is to educate, and so, well, I just want to make sure that what we do now is we do a sheet that tells the whole story. And the whole story is that in 2029, we will have $6.8 million less, plus $0.9 million less in EMS, plus $0.2, so $200,000 countywide library system, $100,000, $125,000, $150,000 CRA. We will have $300,000 less in unincorporated fire, which is kind of, that one's a little weird, right, Chief? Because they've got to pay for us to do unincorporated areas. Otherwise, we're not doing it. So we have control on that side of it. But either way, those things come to around $8.3 million cut. Well, at the same time, we have to dance around what you can actually use general funding money for, which is going to be somewhat of a shell game as well. And do the things that our citizens have come to love about the quality of life in our city. So I want to look at all those things. I want to look at that entire amount so we're showing the whole picture. I think that's going to be painful. It's going to be painful because I think you're working on $3 million. We need to work on $8 million. And that includes, we need to understand what happens to fire. I mean, we don't have the MS money, and I don't know what it means for unincorporated. So we need to understand those things, and that's going to be painful, and it's going to be scary for every employee in our system, because there's going to be some things put on the table that are going to be frightening, because 50% of our budget is personnel. So, and there's no, I mean, we'll be having a lot of layoffs. So but I think that, again, and Jeff, I appreciate your idea of turning the lights off now, but I just want to get down to what will we really do with an $8 million loss, and I want to communicate the heck out of that. This is the plan. You decide. Is this your Dunedin, or is this your Dunedin? You get to decide. I don't want anything to backfire, that we're shooting from the hip and, no, we're going to show you because we're going to turn it all down now. I want to do it from a place of, and not that you wouldn't, but a place of like, look, I mean, we're not joking here. And we could play games with you here. But this is just reality. I mean, we've gone through this budget, and this is what the plan is. And if this is the plan you want, then you should vote to get the property tax cut. But I personally don't think this city will want it. But it will be up to them. But most people here didn't move here for that. They moved here because we're quality of life, which has everything to do with our economic vitality and our businesses, by the way. It all is intertwined. The unintended consequences here are huge, including the fact that the worst hit group for this thing is going to be people trying to buy a new house. So do you want to try to come here for a new job or go to another state? I think it's going to be interesting how it all plays out. But I just wanted to kind of go after that. And I'm just, and this is my personal opinion, as you guys do this exercise, this $8.3 million exercise or whatever it turns out to be, we've heard it today. We still have to compete for staff. Therefore, that means we just have to lay off staff, not gut the staff we have, and just like, you know, just make salaries that are crazy and we won't have. We got to have less quality people and adjust our workload and adjust our services. So that's just my view. Let's see what else. I guess those are my big things. I thank our staff ahead of time, because again, these are going to be tough exercises to do, and it'll be tough for us up here, because let's face it, we can cut services. We just have to be as unemotionally attached as we can be to protect the things that will matter the most, and cut the things that are probably quite a quality of life issues. But we've got to be honest about it, and, but it'll be harder for the people that are sitting in the jobs to hear some of this, so. I hope this thing is not going to pass, but we have to be ready if it is, and I think we're a better city for fully educating and helping our citizens understand this is what will happen. So, those are my comments. So on that note, I think you need to go to next steps, and included in next steps,
I
if you
do.
could also, maybe a two-page summary of the efficiency study costs
Yes.
and savings that we've gotten out of that. I'd like, that would be nice to have that as well.
Got it. So, and thank you to the five of you, too. I know it's a long day for all of you. I know you enjoyed it immensely, though, by the looks on your faces. I just want to run over what we're going to be working on in the intervening period between now and our next budget workshop on August 4th. So we are going to put together the fact sheet, and we will use Sue and Les and city manager's office staff in order to put together a two-page fact sheet to get to the points as quickly as we possible, and that fact sheet will encompass the outlying years if the referendum were to pass. So the 4.2 to begin with, and the 6.4 and on, and what that looks like. Also, the decreases in fire EMS, and we're going to have to put little asterisks there, stating it hasn't been decided yet by the county how much of that. It might not be all of it, but we'll figure that out, right? So,
And the only word I've gotten, it's only from one commissioner, has been, we're just going to make the cuts.
right.
I mean, so unless they tell us more, I don't know what else to do. I think
We'll make that assumption.
unincorporated is a little more complicated,
Right.
because that's on them. We just won't cover it, although it'll be.
Worst case scenario.
Right.
Right. So the other thing is, so that's the fact sheet, and we have a clear understanding of what it is that you're expecting there. The other thing is, I think we need consensus direction from the city commission on the issue of the visual aid of the impact of the referendum before the referendum is voted upon. Commissioner Gao had used the example of closing community centers or not, lighting fields at night. Mayor, you said that you don't think that's a good idea. We need consensus direction, because I believe it's a policy question. I don't think staff needs to comment on that.
I
but-
agree.
yeah.
So I turn to Commissioner.
Yes.
There is no way in the world I would want those lights turned off at Dunedin Little League. That's my opinion.
Well, then you better hope that it fails in November.
Okay, well, we're not getting a debate. I mean, but I get it. And I respect, everybody respects your opinion. Commissioner DeGarde.
This is a seminal moment for all of us and the city. I think that we probably need a principle of do no harm, but scare them to death, because that's what's coming. I mean, you just go down the list of things that they will lose if this passes. And as I said, their benefits would, if they had to repurchase them, that they're getting ready to lose, they would be willing to pay that amount of money for it. They don't see that. That's the problem. They haven't got a visualization. The only visualization they have is that I'm going to save money if this passes. That's their only visualization. I don't know how to get it across. I have sympathy for both views. I don't want to see us hurt our citizenry right now, but I don't want them to hurt themselves later. So I'm kind of there.
So allow me this then. We will provide the fact sheet, and if that gets us as far as Commissioner Guy would like us to go, then we should be good to go. But what I'm hearing right now is the fact sheet, provide the fact sheet, a very clear fact sheet, but not at this point impact them directly before the referendum.
But what are we going to do with that fact sheet? We're going to try to get it to the public?
So the fact sheet then, yes, it would be something, and it's especially important, and it's something that we were planning on doing regardless. We're having all the information from the departments. The deadline was August 10th, and you're asking for something by August 4th. But we should have a pretty good run at it. But the fact sheet would be exactly that fact, so that you could educate the public based upon what we will do as part of our contingency plan.
Yeah, I think that's kind of to be determined, but right now, I think we need the best fact sheet in our hands.
I
So
agree.
we can know, like, we've voted on this is what's gonna.
I understand,
occur.
but
Yeah.
I just don't like that feel of the sky is falling and the world is ending. We will come through this. We don't know what we're going to be dealt in November, and we're not going to have any choice. I mean, if it goes one way, we have to make moves. If it goes another way, then everything's in place. But I just don't like.
So let me
this-
understand.
Yeah.
I just want to understand what you're saying. Are you saying that we shouldn't go through the exercise to know what $8 million of things we would cut from the budget if it passes?
Well, obviously, I have to answer that question and say, of course we want to know.
Okay, yeah,
But
okay, you were scared. me.
Yeah, no, I just think of the people in this room, led by the people in that corner, we will still be Dunedin. We're just going to have a little leaner look, and I just don't want to scare the staff, scare the taxpayers, scare the resident owners. So yes, the fact sheet would be great. We need to get it in front of as many people as we can, and obviously we're limited on just down to a couple of weeks. So I'm all in favor of that.
Jennifer,
I just don't know how you educate other than that. I mean, because otherwise, really, Steve, and you know I respect you, but you're saying we'll be the same Dunedin, but we'll be leaner. But if I'm voting on something, I want to know what that means. Does that mean that there'll be no more lighting on any of the fields in Dunedin Little League? It might. Does that mean will we close some playgrounds because we can't keep them all up? And we can't afford not to keep them up because then we get liability. So I actually think, hopefully this thing's going to fail, and we will have gone through an amazing exercise to be even better than ever as we come out the other side. But to me, I don't know how you educate the citizens to go into a vote on this and know, like, oh, I didn't realize it meant that. You know what I mean?
Well, of course, and remember, if somebody goes behind that, well, I guess you don't go into a booth to vote very often anymore, but, we've never talked about the additional money that'll be left in our citizens' pockets. I mean, I just feel like there will be some more stimulation of our economy and mainly our local economy, I hope. But yeah, I don't know where this is going to go either. I mean, we've all heard different ideas and different polls, so I just don't want to be scared.
I just go to the outgoing Florida governor is pushing a ballot measure that could wreck local finances, okay? So my point is, and look, who doesn't want a tax cut? But how do you get there? Because some of the messaging of this is just that way. It's the wrong way. It's the wrong way because it guts so much of local government. And it's up to us to educate it. And I mean, if I'm taking my personal opinion is, we're going to have the problem that we have now bigger than ever. And that problem is I am one that's artificially low on taxes, and actually think I'm getting a fantastic deal now. And there's a lot of residents in this community that have lived here a long time that are getting a great deal. And then you got the reset to the new homeowner that gets crushed by the taxes. And so the real solution is what they were supposed to do next year, in my opinion, I'm going to say my opinion, which was to have an educated group of 25 people decide how do we best change the property tax structure for the good of everyone. Because I'm not blind. I mean, obviously I want more money, but at the same time, you look at the fire assessment. There's a lot of people protected and having low taxes right now. They're going to get the fee. It's going to be a regressive fee.
I think we're going to be shocked at what that fire assessment's actually going to
too.
cost us.
I
I
do
think
too.
the consultants
I
or
do too.
whoever we hire, I think it's just going to be just numbing to see what kind of money we're expecting for that.
But I mean, look, I respect everybody's opinion up here. We all care about our individual costs of services for our residents. But again, our job is to educate. And right now, if we're facing, and if that ballot passes, we get an $8.3 million cut in the money to do it with. it's wrong not to, well, it's, the right thing to do is educate what that actually means, factually.
I want to go someplace else with this. I keep coming back to the fairness doctrine. A number of people will be living in Dunedin, receiving our services, and not paying a dime. Exactly how many of those will be, I'll have to get that calculus. But that's what we're offering these individuals by what we're putting here in front of them through this referendum. They won't pay anything for safety. They won't pay, unless we get the fire assessment, anything for fire. Their streets will be right there for them, sidewalks. Oh, and they'll sue us if they stumble on those sidewalks. So all of those services are free. That's not appropriate. It's simple as that. Now, does everybody like free? Yeah. But then again, expect the programs to be degraded. Expect the ambulance to take a little longer to get to your home when somebody's got a heart attack. Expect your fire might just take the whole house instead of a portion of it. Imagine that you won't get swimming lessons for your kids in the future, or the lights be on the field. Now, yeah, I'm being a little harsh here. But if I'm not harsh here, somebody will turn to us and say, you should have warned us, because that's what's on the other side. I promise you that's what's on the other side. Yes, government is always a question of how much would we pay for it. But then the next question is, how much do we get to benefit from it? And I don't think that equation has been calculated properly here. That's all I
Well,
have.
and I'm just going to add that I think I could be one of them that gets all those services for free. And that's just, to me, that's just not right. And on top of it, I'm still going to have 77% of the rest of my tax bill. Well, probably not, because EMS will be gone. EMS will be gone. I mean, it'll be hurt. PSTA will be injured, and I'll tell you, you talk about, you know, people complain about PSTA, but I used to be Director of Health and Human Services for 4 years at the county, and you know who needs that PSTA the most? People that are trying to get to work, who don't have the money otherwise, because they don't have a car. So, anyway, we could go on and on, but I just figured out what I'm paying for my Dunedin services is $805, but it'll go to zero. And that goes to your point, Tom. I don't know. Again, our job is to educate, and I just think we just have to do the best we can. And to your point, Steve, I think that that's what we count on the state to do. Thoughtful, mindful, property tax reform. And this isn't it. All right, anybody else?
So,
Go ahead.
thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. And I know that was a difficult discussion. From my perspective, I knew through agenda briefings that I have two commissioners in separate places as far as that goes, and how we demonstrate the decreases in level of service. So it's something that obviously needed to be discussed in public. And so thank you. We have our consensus direction. So moving forward then, other items.
Thanks for asking. Thanks a lot.
Sometimes it's part of the job. The fact sheet I've already spoken about. We want storm expenses running for sheet A. Here's a where that. So I'll have to figure out what that was. Have we seen reduced
You know what it was?
consumption?
It was the 17 million, and we got this much from FEMA, and we got this much from
The
insurance.
fact sheet for the storm expenses.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yes, that was it. Thank you. Have we seen a reduced consumption as a result of the rate studies, and that's water, wastewater? Commissioner DeGard asked that, and Clay will get that for us. Mayor wants us to add state laws that have resulted in an increase or decrease in other taxes, in the other tax category. Some of the unfunded mandates and what spurred some of those decreases. And Mayor would like to know what drives increases in the fire pension and examples of the increases that are driven by the state that are also unfunded mandates on the city. Commissioner DeGard, general fund increases in expenditures for fiscal year 2024, wants us to detail that a little bit more, some of the increases in expenditures. why so much and what contributed to that. Commissioner Gao would like to have us and the Stadium Fund look at, reduce the transfers in. We need to check that reserve on whether or not we can reduce that reserve and turn that over to the general fund, and also show a breakdown of the miscellaneous. It's a big number, and what contributes to that. I believe that was Commissioner DeGard. And also, Commissioner Gao would like to know the cost of repairing a road versus the cost of replacing a sidewalk by lineal feet, and whether or not this includes golf carts. So we had a good discussion on the boat ramp and the general fund. We want to find out what other marinas do and whether or not that's standard operating procedure, and then make a recommendation to the City Commission, and also talk a little bit about revenue and expenditures. The golf agreement for the restaurant, the restaurateur, we need to talk to you a little bit about the term and when it is that they'll start paying rent. We need a list of the current vacancies and personnel, and we can provide that to you all almost, well, immediately. It's actually in the city manager's update, I believe, via separate, Teresa, under separate cover. We'll just provide that to them. The next workshop, we're going to be talking about the Risk Safety Fund. We also are going to talk about the Health Benefits Fund, and you want that information to you as soon as possible, so you can noodle that around a bit prior to the August 4th meeting. The pavers in American Rescue Plan Act funding, we want to move that back to the CRA. We asked you for a little bit more time to find out what the impact is on those pavers in the CRA, and then make that recommendation. And then Commissioner Gao asked us to have a look at a rollback in millage, look at some of the scenarios of what a rollback in millage would look like. And keep in mind that on Thursday evening, you're looking at the maximum millage rate. So rollback, since you're looking at the maximum millage rate, we can still have that discussion as far as looking at the scenarios for a rollback rate. So next steps then, we'll provide some of this information to you under separate cover. On August 4th, 2026 is our next budget workshop. It's going to be final direction on the tentative budget, because we're going to move forward then on our first public hearing. You're going to have the Board of Finance report, and we actually have, kudos to the Board of Finance, we actually have their signed letter for you ready to go. And we'll be sending that out to you this week. And then the aid to organizations study. The committee has met on the aid to organizations. We have our recommendations for you moving forward. Our first public hearing on the tentative budget and the millage rate is September 3rd of 2026. And our second and final public hearing on final millage rate and our adoption hearing for the budget is September 17th, 2026. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I think that's it, unless there's something else good for the order. Okay. And I hope when we go through our $8 million exercise that we'll be surprised and it won't feel as bad as I think it's going to be, but we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you.